Welcome to the Pencil Bob channel. I hope you enjoy my stories.
Nico sat in the corner of his apartment, the soft hum of the city below barely reaching him through the double-paned windows. The room was dim, lit only by the muted glow of his monitors and the occasional flicker of a street lamp outside. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled in front of him, eyes scanning the cascading data on the screens. Names, dates, movements, transfers, all of it coalescing into a single, unbearable truth. For years, he had been a tool. Not a soldier, not a man with agency, but a mechanism of carefully orchestrated power plays that used his skill, his discipline, and his obedience to eliminate anyone inconvenient to those hidden behind layers of bureaucracy. He let out a slow breath and moved to the first file on his list. The coordinator, Jonathan Reyes. Mid-40s, wiry, meticulous, and insulated by more security protocols than any ordinary operative could navigate. Reyes' life had been a model of precision, trains timed to the second, offices locked down, schedules alternating between public appearances and secure meetings. Nico studied the patterns over days, nights blending into one another as he followed the man's movements virtually, cross-referencing CCTV feeds, corporate logs, and travel manifests. Reyes was untouchable to anyone who lacked the insight of someone who had been on the inside, who had walked the same halls, who had understood the invisible rhythm that governed every decision he had made. From his apartment, Nico charted a series of vulnerabilities. Reyes always traveled between two main facilities on Tuesday nights. The first leg of the journey was predictable, a shuttle from his private office to a secured transport hub, lightly monitored but highly structured. The second leg, however, was where the human element crept in. Guards, fatigue, and procedural complacency created gaps no algorithm could predict perfectly, but Nico could anticipate them through observation. The data told him when Reyes would be most isolated, and the patterns revealed the margin of safety required to act without immediate detection. He shifted to the second target, Emilia Cartwright, the financier. She managed the covert flows, the silent payments that lubricated complicity, the invisible trails of money that ensured obedience. Cartwright was precise, but not meticulous in the same way Reyes was. Her life moved in soft pulses, dictated more by personal convenience than structural necessity. She arrived at her office early, left late, rarely deviated from her patterns. Nico noticed the subtle habits that betrayed her, a ritualistic coffee order, a certain hesitation before unlocking a drawer, the predictable glance at the security monitors before entering the inner sanctum of her office. Each small detail became a thread in the larger tapestry of her vulnerability, a roadmap he could follow without alerting those who believed they were shielded by protocol and position. Finally, there was the administrator, Helena Marks, mid-50s, calculating, with a quiet authority that made people underestimate her. Marks controlled internal oversight, erased evidence, and maintained a network of records that made inconvenient truths disappear without a trace. She was cautious, perhaps overly so, but that caution bred predictability. Nico spent long hours mapping her movements in remote archives, the rhythm of her inspections, the timing of her interactions with subordinates, the subtle cues she left behind in her routine. There was a point in the middle of each week when she reviewed sensitive documents, alone, in rooms where surveillance was limited to internal sensors she trusted implicitly. It was here that Nico identified his opening. Each target was insulated, but not infallible. Nico's training allowed him to see not just the security in place, but the human factor layered atop it, the fatigue, the arrogance, the misplaced trust. He reviewed every detail multiple times, correlating patterns, calculating probabilities, and rehearsing in his mind each approach. He knew the consequences of miscalculation. A single error could unravel everything, not just the operation, but the delicate balance he was creating in the first stages of his campaign. He was not acting in chaos. He was methodical, deliberate, and precise. The world outside could continue believing in its control, while he quietly dismantled it piece by piece. He closed his eyes and visualized Reyes walking down the dim corridor of the secure transfer hub. The soft echo of his footsteps against polished concrete, The faint smell of cleaning chemicals mingled with the sterile air conditioning that smelled faintly of ozone. Nico imagined the guards stationed at intervals, alert yet bound by procedure, a predictable pattern of check-ins and verification. He could anticipate every glance, every slight pause, every moment where Rias' attention might waver. This was the first target, the first layer of disruption. Nico allowed himself no satisfaction yet. Observation was not excitement. It was accumulation of knowledge, the quiet building of opportunity. Cartwright came next in his mind's eye. Nico pictured her office suite. Muted walls, minimalist design, heavy oak desk, thick carpet that muffled movement. He observed the shadows of her subordinates as they moved with purpose around her, the low hum of air systems, the faint clatter of keyboard keys in adjacent cubicles. Every minor action could be used or avoided. Nico noted where cameras were blind, where proximity sensors could be neutralized, and where her personal habits intersected with operational gaps. Each detail added clarity, the structure of her vulnerability taking shape as surely as a blueprint drawn in the mind's eye. Marks was last, and Nico approached her in thought with the same careful dissection. The remote archive facility was sparse, illuminated by fluorescent panels that cast harsh shadows across rows of filing cabinets and terminals. Marks moved with the confidence of someone who believed she was untouchable, her fingers brushing over keys with practiced speed. Nico observed the slight tilt of her head as she examined documents, the fleeting expressions that betrayed concern or recognition of irregularities. He marked the times when she was isolated, the moments when the security systems were momentarily diverted, the intervals where human presence was minimal. He did not rush. He could wait. Patience was as lethal a weapon as any blade he had once wielded. Every night, Nico repeated the process. He layered observations upon observations, noting dependencies and redundancies, plotting contingencies for every plausible response the targets could make. He knew the system relied on compartmentalization. Each of his targets believed themselves insulated by layers of bureaucracy and technology, untouchable to ordinary forces. Nico was not ordinary. He was an instrument repurposed, a mind honed for obedience now sharpened for deliberate action. And in the quiet of his apartment, surrounded by the glow of his screens, he began to feel the weight of inevitability settling over him. The system that had used him would never see him coming, and yet it would fill the void he was about to create. He reviewed the files once more. Rias Cartwright Marks. 3 names, 3 nodes of power. Each operating in insulated circles, each unaware of the other's dependencies, each blind to the preparation that had been accumulating for months. Nico allowed himself a brief mental survey of their strengths and weaknesses. Rias' predictability was both his strength and his vulnerability. Cartwright's arrogance created a subtle margin of error. Mark's meticulousness masked repetitive habits that could be exploited. Every observation became a tactical advantage. Every routine, a pathway to removal. By the end of the first week, Nico had compiled exhaustive dossiers on each target. Screens displayed photographs, building layouts, access codes, security rotations, and behavioral patterns. He cross-referenced every anomaly he could find, noting deviations and stressors that might aid his approach. He practiced sequences in simulation after simulation, refining timing, movement, and positioning. Every action was rehearsed, every contingency accounted for. There was no improvisation, no reliance on luck. The architecture of their removal was as calculated as the architecture of their manipulation of him had once been. He paused, staring at the growing digital map of routines and vulnerabilities. The city sprawled beneath him, alive and unaware. Traffic lights blinked on programmed cycles, people moved through streets with casual oblivion, and the hum of infrastructure masked the invisible threads he had begun to trace. Nico considered the balance of power, the silent fractures already forming in the corridors of authority, the dependencies that would collapse once his first actions were set into motion. Observation alone was powerful. Understanding the system, dissecting it from within, gave him leverage. Patience and knowledge were the first stage of control. As the hours slipped by, Nico's mind wandered briefly to the consequences. Not fear, not hesitation, but awareness. Every life he touched in the execution of his plan would vanish, and every ripple would extend far beyond the immediate targets. Yet he reminded himself that the architects had already done the same to countless others. Their manipulation had erased accountability, silenced dissent, and twisted obedience into tools for their own gain. He owed no one mercy. Precision was justice in its purest form. By the second week, Nico had embedded himself in the virtual shadows of his targets. Cameras, access logs, and digital communication streams were analyzed and stored. Every point of vulnerability was cataloged. Every deviation from routine noted. He had seen the subtle signals. Riis, micropauses before entering secure areas, Cartwright's habitual glance at the clock before accessing sensitive ledgers, Mark's predictable path through the archive rows. These were not coincidences. They were exploitable patterns, openings that no ordinary observer would detect. Nico was no ordinary observer. He rehearsed again methodically. He visualized each approach, each movement, each escape route. In his mind, Riis moved through the hub corridor. Cartwright sat at her desk. Marks examined her files. He imagined contingencies, unexpected guards, minor malfunctions, inadvertent human error. Every possibility had been accounted for. He allowed the quiet satisfaction of control to settle over him. Observation was not action, but it was the precursor to it, the stage where inevitability began to take shape. And as Nico leaned back in his chair once more, the city lights reflecting faintly off his screens, he understood that the first step, the patient, meticulous observation of the architects, was nearly complete. He had seen them, understood them, and mapped the spaces where their confidence blinded them. The framework of removal existed in his mind, as precise and cold as the truth he had uncovered. In this phase, Nico was untouchable, unobserved, and unstoppable. The system had relied on his compliance. Now it would pay for that reliance, silently, surgically, and without warning. The night was thick with fog when Nico made his first move. The streets were silent, empty, and slick, with the residue of a recent rain. Headlights cut through the mist in distant arcs, fading as cars passed over intersections. He moved along the alleys parallel to Riis' shuttle route, staying within shadows, careful to avoid the cameras he had previously noted as blind spots. His gloves brushed the cold metal of the fire escape ladder as he climbed, heart steady despite the tension. Every motion had been rehearsed, every contingency prepared. He paused at the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the transfer hub. The shuttle was arriving on schedule. 2 guards flanked the vehicle, their movements casual, unhurried, as if the night were theirs to dominate. Nico crouched, pulling a small scope from his pack and scanning the scene. "Patience," he muttered under his breath. "Let them settle. Let the rhythm dictate the timing." A voice came through his earpiece, steady and professional, carrying the controlled cadence of someone trained to speak only when necessary. It belonged to a remote handler Nico had worked with for years, a former logistics analyst who understood timing, surveillance gaps, and operational flow better than most people understood their own neighborhoods. The man was not on site and never would be. His role was to watch patterns, monitor feeds, and warn Nico of deviations before they became problems. Even now, the voice stayed measured, though Nico could hear the tension underneath, the awareness that one misread signal could collapse the entire operation. "Target is in position," the voice said quietly. Guards show no signs of heightened awareness. Movement across the perimeter remains consistent with baseline behavior. You have a 5-minute window before rotation begins. Repeat 5 minutes. Timing is exact. Nico nodded, unseen by anyone. Copy. Maintaining observation. Confirming access points. He adjusted his position slightly, using the angle to account for potential detection, ensuring every line of sight from the shuttle and its accompanying security was blocked. Minutes stretched as Nico watched Riis exit the building, his stride measured and exact. the kind of movement that came from years of operating inside rigid systems where deviation was treated as error. Rias did not hurry, nor did he hesitate without reason. His shoulders stayed square, his head level, posture disciplined in a way that suggested confidence built on routine rather than awareness. The corridor lights reflected off the polished floor as he walked, and Nico noted the even spacing of his steps, the timing between each footfall, all of it aligning perfectly with the data Nico had already reviewed dozens of times. Rias paused at the threshold, just long enough to check a handheld device, his thumb moving in a familiar pattern across the screen. The pause was not caution, it was habit. Nico recognized the sequence instantly, the brief scan of readouts, the micro-adjustment of grip, the unconscious tilt of Rias's head as he confirmed what he already expected to see. The signals, the internal checks, the silent confirmations flowing through secured systems had all been mapped in advance. Rias had no idea that every reading he trusted, every confirmation he relied on, had already been anticipated and folded into Nico's timing. "He's following protocol," Nico whispered, the words barely audible even to himself. His eyes never left the man below as he continued, voice steady, analytical rather than emotional. "Every step predictable. That predictability is the opening." The guards shifted, a slight distraction that Nico had anticipated. He slipped down the side of the building, moving like liquid through the darkness, closing the distance to the access point he had prepped. His hand rested on the metal latch for only a second before the mechanism gave way smoothly, silent. Inside the facility, corridors stretched, sterile and empty, lit by cold fluorescent panels. Nico's movements were precise, silent. Every step measured, his breathing controlled. Rias entered the corridor, unaware of the shadow following him. Nico's eyes tracked his movement, counting steps, noting hesitation, waiting for the exact moment he had calculated. He raised his hand, a small device in his palm, and the world shifted in a controlled instant. Rias froze mid-step, then collapsed quietly into the padded restraint Nico had deployed. A mechanism of control Nico had designed to be undetectable, leaving no immediate evidence. Outside, the earpiece crackled softly, the brief burst of static giving way to a familiar, controlled voice. The handler spoke with the same restrained precision as before, every word chosen to convey information without emotion or assumption. "Coordinator neutralized. No alarms triggered. No anomalous alerts across internal or external systems. Exfil route remains secure. Repeat, no alarms." There was a short pause, just long enough to confirm secondary feeds before the voice continued. "Current indicators show no deviation from baseline response. Proceeding to next target." Nico remained still for a moment, eyes scanning the empty corridor as if expecting the space itself to react. Only after he confirmed the absence of movement did he answer. "Proceed," he said quietly, his tone deliberate and controlled, carrying neither urgency nor hesitation. "Next is Cartwright. Her routine is fragile, built on personal habits rather than layered redundancy. She arrives early, before the building fully comes online." He shifted his weight, already transitioning mentally to the next phase. "Tomorrow morning she'll be alone. Support staff won't be in position yet, and security coverage will still be minimal. We exploit that window before anyone else reaches her." By morning, Cartwright's office was quiet. The street below shimmered in early sunlight, pedestrians moving without notice of the absence of one woman whose influence had quietly controlled enormous sums. Nico watched her arrive through a concealed vantage, noting the small habits that revealed her vulnerability, the habitual glance at the security monitors, the key she almost always dropped in the same small dish, the brief pause to straighten papers before entering the inner sanctum. He entered the building through a service entrance he had previously identified, doors unlocked by a minor oversight in staffing, unnoticed by anyone but him. Corridors were silent, the low hum of the HVAC the only sound. He moved deliberately, a shadow among shadows, until he reached the office. Cartwright looked up as a presence moved across the room. "Hello?" she asked, voice bright but tinged with curiosity, sensing a disturbance she could not yet identify. Nico's reply was calm, measured, with a precision that betrayed no emotion. "Good morning, Miss Cartwright. I think we need to talk." Her brow furrowed. "Who is? What?" "No introductions necessary," he said, stepping into the light. "You understand the network. The silent payments, the transfers, the oversight you've ensured. It ends tonight." She stumbled back, eyes wide. I don't understand." "You can't." "I can," Nico interrupted softly, but with finality. "And I will. You'll disappear quietly. No alarms, no trace. By the time anyone notices, it will be too late." Her hands shook as she reached for the phone, but he moved with deliberate speed, ensuring she had no chance to summon help. Within minutes, she was secured in a containment protocol Nico had prepared, silent, invisible, and total. The financial network she had controlled immediately responded in chaotic ways. Transactions halted, questions unanswered, balances temporarily inaccessible. Nico observed through remote monitoring, noting the subtle disruptions ripple outward. The administrator, Marks, proved more challenging. She had cultivated habits designed to avoid intrusion, patterns honed through years of oversight. Nico approached her remote archives during an inspection she conducted alone. Marks glanced up as he entered the space. "Excuse me," she asked, suspicion sharp in her voice, eyes narrowing. "Who are you?" "I'm here to correct an imbalance," Nico said evenly, stepping closer, hands visible to avoid immediate alarm but movement precise. "Your oversight has been absolute. Tonight it becomes obsolete." Mark's voice rose, frustration and fear mingling. "You don't understand the consequences. This isn't a game. People will notice. Security. No one will notice." "That is the point," Nico interrupted, calm, unwavering. "Everything you've manipulated, every record you've erased, every safe passage you thought secure, it will end tonight. No trace, no warning. Your absence will be your signature." Her eyes darted around the room, searching for escape or backup. Nico moved with a fluidity that masked both preparation and inevitability. Within moments, she too was contained, her fall masked as an accident among the fragile equipment she had meticulously maintained. Files were left in disarray, yet no one suspected interference. Systems recorded the anomaly as minor, easily overlooked, an error within normal operations. As he exited, Nico allowed himself a moment of quiet observation. 3 targets removed. Execution clean. Systems will adjust without disruption beyond anticipated patterns. The night was quiet again, empty streets under the cover of darkness. He walked the alleys back to his apartment, muscles taut, mind sharp. Each elimination had been surgical, precise, and silent. He hadn't celebrated or lingered on satisfaction. Action without indulgence was key. He had acted not as a man with vengeance, but as a practitioner of deliberate control, reshaping the power structure with surgical detachment. Later, in the dim glow of his apartment, Nico reviewed the aftermath. Systems were faltering in subtle ways. Emergency protocols delayed, communications interrupted, decision chains hesitated. The voids he had created were unseen, undetected, yet they existed. Each disappearance had caused a ripple, a structural fracture that no ordinary analysis would immediately identify. He muttered under his breath, almost to himself, "The system is still standing, but it's weaker now. Fragile where it thought itself secure." The observation was methodical. He noted delays in internal reporting, the pause between requests for validation and actual decisions being made. Leadership vacuums emerged in patterns he had predicted, and subtle instability percolated through the ranks. Nico's eyes traced the networks he had once served, now destabilized by his quiet intervention. The plan was far from over. This was the first wave, the initial disruption. Each action was contained to avoid unnecessary chaos, but the consequences would compound. The system had relied on his compliance, and in removing the architects, he had demonstrated that control was fragile, dependent, and fallible. Nico finally allowed himself to rest, leaning back in his chair, scanning the monitors one last time. "Tomorrow," he whispered, voice soft but certain, "we see how far the fractures will reach." By the time the first wave concluded, Nico could see the ripples spreading outward. From his vantage points scattered across the city, perched on rooftops and slipping through shadowed alleys, he observed the subtle disruptions as they began to manifest. The city seemed to hum with its usual rhythms, neon signs flickering, streetlights casting pools of orange on wet pavement, vehicles moving along synchronized routes. But beneath the surface, the structure he had targeted was quietly unraveling. Decisions were delayed, chains of command faltered, and protocols that had once been executed with mechanical precision began to lag, just slightly, in ways no automated monitoring could immediately detect. Inside a communications hub in the financial district, a middle-aged systems analyst ran her hands through her hair, staring at the cascading alerts on her screen. I don't understand," she muttered to her colleague, her voice sharp but tight with tension. The office was silent, except for the low hum of servers, a mechanical lullaby that usually suggested calm stability. 2 coordinators disappeared overnight. There's no alert, no breach, no unauthorized access, but the operations schedule is fractured. Some of the commands aren't executing. Her colleague, a younger man with a pale face and jittery fingers, leaned closer to the terminal. "You're saying the system is still functioning, but not properly." His words stumbled over themselves, betraying a mind struggling to comprehend the subtle failures. "It's like the gears are turning, but one of the wheels is missing." "Yes," she said sharply, frustration lacing her tone. "Exactly. The wheel is missing, but everything else is still moving. Tasks are being routed to absent managers. Approvals aren't happening. I can see delays, redundancies repeating, and yet the surface-level outputs look fine. On the outside, no one would notice. But internally, it's chaos." Nico watched the flickering screens from a distance, his presence unseen, his breath controlled and even. He noted the analyst's confusion, the way small hesitations in decision-making created minor gaps that compounded quickly. Even a delay of seconds could ripple through a system built to respond to obedience and compliance with near-perfect timing. He allowed himself a faint, imperceptible smile. The removal of the architects, the coordinator, the financier, the administrator, had created a fracture invisible to the world but tangible to anyone embedded deeply in the system. Down the street in a modest office tower, a mid-level administrator cursed under his breath, slapping a palm against the edge of his desk. "Why are the approvals not routing? Why is the verification system stalled?" He stood, pacing across the small space, noticing that nothing he did seemed to restore order. He spoke aloud to the empty office, almost to release the rising panic he felt. "Everything's in place. Why isn't it working?" His assistant, a woman in her late 20s with sharp eyes and a calm voice that didn't match the tension, glanced at him from her station. "Sir, the chain isn't broken entirely. Everything is still functioning. But something is missing. Key decisions are hanging in limbo. I'm tracking it as it moves, but there's no human on the line to authorize." "Tracking it," he barked, his frustration raw. "Tracking it doesn't fix the problem. We need action, not observation. Delays are piling up, and approvals aren't moving. How long are we supposed to just watch? Every second counts, and right now we're paralyzed." "I'm monitoring patterns," she replied steadily. "We're seeing the delays, but we don't know why. Someone has been removed or is not responding. It's subtle, but every step is being held up. If you check the sequence logs, you'll see the gaps. It's as though the system is waiting for a command that will never come." He slammed a hand against the console. "Waiting. Waiting doesn't solve anything. Approvals are stacking, pipelines are frozen, and resources aren't being deployed. We can't just sit here analyzing forever." "We're not just analyzing," she said, voice firm but patient. "We're identifying the nodes that are absent, the points where the system is stalling. Acting without that knowledge would make the problem worse. Do you want us to risk a cascade because we didn't verify the gaps?" He threw his hands up, pacing behind the desk. I don't like waiting. I don't like seeing the system falter while we sit on our hands. How long before someone notices that nothing is moving properly? How long before it spreads? Her eyes never left the screens. Exactly why we need precision. If we misstep now, we don't just risk exposure, we risk total breakdown. Every micro delay tells us something. Watch the sequence logs. Every halted authorization, every repeated task, every unanswered command, it's data. That data is the difference between temporary confusion and irreversible collapse. He muttered under his breath, voice low, tense. Temporary confusion, irreversible collapse, all because someone is missing. Yes, she said, firm. And if we act blindly, it compounds. The system isn't broken yet, but we need to map the fracture before we touch anything. Observation isn't passive. It's preparation for precise action. He ran a hand over his face, closing his eyes for a moment. Fine, but if this fails, if we wait too long, I swear. She interrupted softly but sharply. Then we fail together. That's why we observe. That's why we track. So when the time comes, we strike accurately, not blindly. Nico's presence remained ghost-like. From his vantage point above the office, he could see the micro-frustrations accumulate into real, measurable hesitation. Every human interaction, every phone call attempted, every redirected workflow added to the quiet strain he had engineered. He had left no messages, no trace, no evidence of intent. The system faltered not because of error, but because it had been deliberately stripped of its expected inputs. By evening, the ripple reached the higher levels of control. In a sleek command center lit by the cool blue glow of countless screens, a senior executive rubbed his jaw, reviewing reports that no longer made sense. All protocols are executing, he said to the group assembled around him, voices tight with disbelief. All standard operations are active, but there are lapses. Responses are delayed, authorizations missing, sequences repeating unnecessarily. Who is responsible for this? Who authorized the suspension? One of his lieutenants, a tall man with thin-rimmed glasses and a voice measured like Nico's own, stepped forward cautiously. Sir, we have no indication of human error or cyber intrusion. All systems are intact, yet the chain of command is faltering. I recommend isolating the gaps, identifying the absent nodes, and then redistributing tasks manually. The executive slammed a fist against the desk, his anger a low roar. No, we don't have time for redistribution. This is unprecedented. There's no explanation, no reason why this is happening. And the system still runs. How can it run when we have gaps this large? Meanwhile, Nico traced the consequences like a meticulous observer, his mind cataloging every hesitation, every stutter in communication, every brief pause in execution. Drones hovering above the city reflected the changing landscape below, the mechanical heartbeat of a world still functioning, yet subtly warped by absence. Emergency protocols lagged at intersections, responses to minor incidents slowed, and security measures that depended on layered approvals faltered in the most delicate ways. All of it traced back to the voids he had engineered, invisible yet effective. In a distant part of the city, the financial networks reacted in unexpected ways. Accounts awaiting approval for transfers remained in limbo, auditors questioned missing confirmations, and the smallest discrepancies began to ripple outward. On the surface, nothing catastrophic had occurred. Ledgers balanced, transactions completed once delays resolved. But beneath, uncertainty had crept into processes designed to operate with perfect obedience. The system's perception of itself remained intact, but its reliability had been permanently altered. By nightfall, Nico allowed himself to descend from his vantage points, moving along deserted streets that reflected the orange glow of streetlights on rain-slick pavement. He passed windows where employees rubbed tired eyes over screens, still calculating gaps they could not reconcile. Voices murmured in confusion, questions asked and repeated, growing in volume but never reaching clarity. Doors opened slowly, Meetings ran late, and instructions were questioned in ways they had never been before. He paused on a rooftop overlooking the city, scanning for more subtle effects. The network of oversight, once considered impermeable, was alive with microfractures. Security teams hesitated before decisions, internal communications repeated unnecessarily, and operators spent precious minutes recalibrating instructions that should have executed automatically. The voids he had created had forced the system to account for absence, to improvise, and to strain under its own assumptions of stability. Nico spoke softly, his voice lost to the city wind. Some are gone. The ones who manipulated everything, they no longer exist. And yet the machine runs. It's still operational but fragile. Fragile in ways it will never anticipate. A faint crackle came from his earpiece, the only response he received. Confirmation, the handler's voice asked, careful, deliberate, carrying that familiar edge of tension. Yes, Nico replied, letting the words drift into the night. It adapts, but it struggles. Small delays, hesitations, errors where there were none before. The system senses nothing, yet the weaknesses are there just under the surface. Are the gaps widening? The voice asked, soft, probing, trying to measure what Nico could see firsthand. Not yet, he said. But the fractures are real. The machine will hold for now. But it cannot anticipate the absence that exists everywhere it once relied on. That absence is permanent, and it changes everything, even if no one realizes it yet. The handler remained silent for a moment, the faint hiss of static the only acknowledgement of Nico's assessment. Understood came finally. Continue monitoring. Document what shifts, even if it seems trivial. The system's fragility, it's the only advantage we have. Nico exhaled, letting the cold wind brush past him. I'll watch. Every hesitation, every micro-failure. Everything it cannot account for, I'll see it first. He watched the city pulse with life, normal on the surface, yet entirely changed in its invisible architecture. The fractures were subtle, quiet, deliberate, and permanent. The system remained intact, but no longer seamless. By the time darkness fully enveloped the skyline, Nico had cataloged every hesitation, every faltering response, every misaligned sequence. He had confirmed what he already knew. The world moved as if nothing had changed, but under the surface the foundations had shifted, and the power structure was quietly, irrevocably destabilized. Nico's senses snapped into overdrive the moment the first drone appeared. It wasn't a shadow on the skyline or a faint hum he could ignore. It was a calculated, predatory presence, slicing through the air with cold efficiency. The drone's black, angular frame glinted faintly in the pale, flickering streetlights, every edge sharp, every sensor rotating with methodical precision. Its infrared eyes swept over the city, scanning thermal signatures, monitoring for irregular movement, analyzing potential escape routes. And then, unmistakably, it locked onto him. He dropped low behind a rusted dumpster, the metallic tang of decay and refuse mixing with the acrid smoke of distant fires, filling his nostrils and threatening to clog his breathing. The wind shifted, carrying away his scent for just a moment, a fragile veil of anonymity. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, each thump a counter-rhythm to the whirring of the drone above. The city had changed overnight. Familiar streets now seemed alien, hostile, designed to trap him. He could hear the faint whine of electrical grids overloading, street lamps flickering, and the distant wail of sirens, an orchestra of chaos designed to channel him into the kill zones. Already on him, a voice crackled in his earpiece, measured, clinical, cold. It was detached, the tone of someone who had spent hours watching movement patterns, studying escape velocities, predicting trajectories with precision. Multiple thermal vectors, northwest block. Cameras showing deviation from normal patterns. Keep moving, he's aware. Understood, another voice interrupted briefly, sharper now, slightly tense, the urgency threading through the clipped professional cadence. I'm locking the adjacent grids. If he shifts toward the west exit, the automated gates will engage. Confirm visual on secondary thermal signature. A faint crackle responded immediately. Secondary signature still visible, came the reply, precise but strained. Tracking the reading now. Movement is irregular, but consistent enough to maintain lock. Sensors are sensitive, but so is he. We're not losing sight. The first voice pressed, tension edging into the controlled tone. Maintain lock. Any deviation, any spike, engage barriers immediately. Do not hesitate. Confirm every angle. We cannot allow him a single unmonitored path. A quiet acknowledgement followed. Copy. Monitoring all vectors. West exit grid engaged. Thermal overlay aligned. Rechecking secondary feed. Awaiting any shift from target. The clipped voice returned, deliberate, firm. Good. Keep it tight. If he moves west, automated gates trigger instantly. No mistakes, no delay. Confirm you have eyes on every potential escape route adjacent to that corridor. Confirmed, the second voice replied, steady, measured, though the tension in the tone betrayed awareness of the stakes. All adjacent grids locked. Thermal feeds aligned. Any deviation, any break in pattern will be reported immediately. Nico didn't respond. He didn't need to. Every fiber of his body was keyed to the approaching threat. The slight shimmer of sensor lenses, the faint electrical hum in the air, the staccato steps of armored boots echoing in distant alleys. Explosions erupted down the block, concrete ripping apart, shards scattering into broken glass windows, papers fluttering like dead leaves. Smoke curled and twisted through the streets, thick enough to obscure but thin enough to leave hints of shapes and movement. Armed units advanced in precise formation, breaching doors with charges that splintered the frames outward, sending clouds of wood and dust into the night air. Each movement seemed choreographed to anticipate him. It was no accident. Every detail of the operation, from drone flight patterns to street barricades, was calculated to constrain him, anticipate his instincts, and force him toward traps. He had no illusions. This was no standard pursuit. This was a full-scale, premeditated elimination, measured in seconds and degrees, designed to leave him with no room to act, no gaps to exploit. He ran. 1 second he pressed against a wall, tracing the outline of a fire escape with fingertips grazing rusted metal, assessing angles and clearances. The next he dove over debris, rolling past overturned crates and broken masonry. Each movement was instinctive, precise, trained to the point of reflex. He could hear the drones adjusting their trajectory, the faint whir of microservos spinning in anticipation as sensors scanned heat patterns from blocks away. Above, a specialized team had secured rooftops, laser grids snapping into place along railings, the glint of automated turrets pivoting slightly as if sensing potential escape routes. Every alley, every doorway, every corner was covered. Every route had been accounted for, every potential escape preempted. Thermal on him. Northwest alley clear. A sharp, commanding voice barked over an open comm channel, tense but clinical. Copy, another voice answered immediately, almost simultaneously. Predictive tracking active. He's near structural delta. Cameras aligned to anticipate lateral movement. Nico didn't answer. His boots thudded softly against cracked pavement, eyes darting to vent shafts, stairwells, and windows, calculating angles of approach and lines of sight. Smoke hung thick in the alleyways, acrid, biting, curling into his lungs, mixing with the smell of burned rubber and dust. It masked his heat signature for moments, but he knew the concealment was temporary. Every inhalation burned, every step carried the risk of detection, every heartbeat a potential death knell. A pair of drones banked low, forcing him to leap into a narrow side street barely wide enough for a truck. The air vibrated with the electrical hum of surveillance electronics. The smell of ozone mingled with gunpowder and city grime, making his stomach twist. He crouched behind a battered delivery truck, chest heaving, eyes catching the reflection of streetlights glinting on broken glass. The street was littered with obstacles, fallen signage, overturned trash bins, barricades left from prior engagements designed to slow him down. Every movement had to account for exposure. Even the slightest mistake could mean detection, or worse, death. Don't let him double back, a voice ordered sharply over comms. Predictive grid shows a preference for eastward movement. Cover the exits. No hesitation. Do you copy? I copy, another voice confirmed. Perimeter tightening. Roof teams report visual confirmation of heat signatures in alleyway Delta. Anticipate reroute through secondary structures. Thermal spike noted east stairwell, the first voice added seconds later. Confirm engagement. He's adjusting pace. Nico adjusted his pace, fully aware that they expected him to react predictably, to repeat instincts honed over years of field operations. He slowed, dropped low, sliding into shadows, blending with the jagged geometry of the alley walls. A flickering street lamp above painted irregular bands of light across his body, breaking thermal patterns, just enough to give him a fraction of advantage. Every step was a calculation. Every slight movement, every adjustment of angle was intentional. He could hear the faint beep of motion sensors activating, the soft clicks of automated locks engaging, the distant vibration of armored vehicles repositioning. A sudden explosion to his right tore through the street, sending concrete fragments and shards of glass scattering like deadly rain. He dove, rolling over debris, a shard nicking his shoulder, tearing through fabric and drawing a hot line of blood. Pain flared, but he ignored it, pressing forward, vaulting over a barricade in one fluid motion. The sound of armored boots thundered behind him, relentless, echoing off the walls like a heartbeat of the city itself. Every breath carried the oppressive weight of a city that had turned against him, alive with lethal intent. Target is agile, the voice in his earpiece remarked, cool but unmistakably impressed. Perimeter tightening. Every route accounted for. Recalculate escape vectors immediately. They're not recalculating fast enough, Nico muttered under his breath, ducking beneath a shattered window frame, surveying the debris-strewn hallway inside. I see the gaps small but enough. If I time it perfect. Above, a drone adjusted its trajectory, sensors locking on for a fraction longer than he anticipated. He used the moment to vault over a dumpster, rolling into the shadows of a doorway. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of damp concrete, mildew, and peeling paint. Dust choked the light from shattered windows, creating pools of gray that seemed to swallow him whole. He crouched low, ears straining. Beyond, the methodical hum of coordinated action continued. Armored boots pounding floors, the mechanical whirring of drones, clipped orders snapping through comms. West exit blocked. Advancing north, a voice reported sharply. Confirmed, another voice added. He's inside structural delta. Stairwell access restricted. Thermal anomalies noted at upper levels. Adjust roof coverage. Nico waited, muscles coiled, heart hammering. Every nerve screamed tension. The city itself pressed against him like a living, hostile organism, watching, sensing, anticipating. Every corner could conceal a threat, every street a trap. And yet he moved with precision, slipping through the patterns, exploiting timing gaps, staying just out of reach of absolute coordination. The first drone dipped low, narrowly missing his head as he dived behind a reinforced doorframe. Sparks leapt from the frame on contact, smoke curling and twisting into the hallway like serpents. Thermal readings shifted, the earpiece crackled. He's inside the structure. Confirm route and check for booby traps immediately. Nico exhaled, calm and deliberate despite the adrenaline. Inside. Clear. No traps detected yet. Moving toward stairwell east side. Cover the upper levels if they try to flank. Understood, came the clipped response. Northwest roof team in position. Signal immediately if he breaks line of sight. Do not underestimate him. He moved through the building like a ghost, every step silent, shadows swallowing him as drones circled above, their rotors whirring, lights scanning. The rhythmic cadence of boots pounding the floors echoed faintly in the distance, almost synchronized with the whirring of cameras and mechanical sensors. Every movement outside was pre-mapped, every potential escape route anticipated, every corridor accounted for in a lethal web. Nico didn't pause. He ran, rolled, and climbed, keeping low, keeping fast, using every element of the environment to his advantage. Broken pipes, scaffolding, jagged debris. Each became a tool, a shield, a way to disrupt the pattern the hunters had set. He was no longer the hunter. The system had made him prey, and the city had transformed into a living, calculating adversary, precise, cold, and merciless. His only thought, relentless and singular, survive. The streets were chaotic. Smoke drifted across broken pavement, curling around shattered streetlights and piles of debris. Fires burned in the distance, blackening the edges of buildings and leaving a haze in the air that made every step heavier. Nico pressed himself against a crumbling wall, muscles tensed, breathing shallow and fast. His forehead throbbed from a blow, and blood ran down the side of his face. Every movement, every sound, set off his alert system. He could feel the city pressing in on him, turning familiar streets into traps. Drones hovered overhead, mechanical wings slicing through the smoke-filled air. Their sensors flashed red and green as they scanned the streets, checking for heat signatures and any unusual movement. Roof teams moved silently above, their boots barely making noise, pivoting and scanning with rifles at the ready. The city had been mapped into a cage, and Nico was the target at the center. Every alleyway was covered. Every doorway monitored. Every potential escape had been calculated. Northwest corridor blocked. A voice came through his earpiece, flat and clipped. He's heading south. Reinforce perimeter. Nico dropped to his knees and rolled behind a pile of rubble, shards of concrete biting into his hands. The ground shook as another charge detonated nearby, sending dust and shards of brick into the air. He could hear the approaching sound of boots on broken concrete, measured, relentless, closing in from multiple directions. His body ached from the chase, his legs heavy, lungs burning, but he forced himself forward, staying low, scanning every possible exit, planning every step. Another voice cut in, tense this time. Thermal signature split. Confirm location. If he reaches the alley junction, intercept teams ready. Do not let him pass. Nico darted between walls, the edge of his vision catching flickers of movement from the drones above. He vaulted over a broken barricade, rolling across jagged concrete to avoid shards that could tear through clothing or skin. The smell of smoke and burning rubber filled his lungs, making it hard to think. He could hear the hum of electronic surveillance, the click of trip sensors being triggered, and the snap of metal gates engaging behind him. The system had anticipated nearly every move. A loud crash echoed from the building to his left. He ducked instinctively as a reinforced door was smashed open. Soldiers poured out in tactical gear, aiming weapons before he even had a chance to react. He fired back, taking down one man, kicking another off balance, but they were more than he could handle alone. Every hit left him weaker. Every second the pressure mounted. He was being pushed into a narrow corridor, trapped between advancing teams and automated defenses. Block the west exit, one voice shouted over comms. Signal drones to focus thermal sweep. He cannot escape. Nico slowed, calculating. He could see the gap, just a small opening in the corner, and he pushed toward it, rolling low, feeling metal scrape against his shoulder from a loose beam. Pain flared, but he ignored it. Above, a drone shifted position, pivoting toward him as if sensing his every breath. He dove through the gap, barely avoiding the spinning sensors, and found himself in a half-collapsed warehouse. Inside, the air was thick with dust and smoke, the smell of damp concrete mixing with burned wiring and splintered wood. Inside structure, the earpiece hissed. He's in the warehouse. Containment teams moving to intercept. Be ready for suppression measures. Nico crouched low behind a stack of crates, listening. Footsteps approached from multiple directions, boots crunching over broken glass and splintered wood. A mechanical hum announced a turret above, sensors scanning, pivoting toward his position. He could hear the operators coordinating, giving orders in short, clipped bursts. The city had become a trap, a living maze of coordinated movement designed to contain him. He peeked around the crates, spotting two soldiers moving in slow, careful steps toward the stairwell he had planned to use. He fired, taking out one, kicking the other as he rolled past, but more were coming from another direction. His body was exhausted, every movement requiring more effort, every breath burning his lungs. Pain seared along his ribs from a previous strike. His leg ached with each step, but he could not stop. Stopping meant capture or death. "Signal northwest roof team," one operator barked. "Thermal split confirmed. He cannot exit east. Engage suppression units." Nico bolted, using shadows to cover his movement, moving across the room toward a set of stairs that led to a mezzanine level. The steps were unstable, missing pieces of concrete, and the sound of his boots echoed with each step. He jumped, landing with a roll, dodging the line of sight of another drone which passed overhead, sensors scanning. Outside, explosions rattled the building, shattering glass and sending fragments flying. Smoke and dust filled the air so thickly that it stung his eyes, burned his throat, and threatened to slow his movements. From above, a voice cut sharply through the earpiece. "He's still mobile. Engage strength-suppressing tech if necessary. Keep formation tight. Do not allow exit." Nico gritted his teeth. He could see the containment teams closing in, their devices glowing faintly with electromagnetic fields designed to sap his strength, slow his movements, and neutralize any advantage he still had. He struck, rolling past one, pushing him back with all his remaining power, but another grabbed him from behind. The electromagnetic field surged, burning across his muscles, forcing him to his knees. "Hold him," another operator ordered. "Deploy immobilizers." Pain and exhaustion overran him. He swung, kicked, and twisted, but the technology weakened his strength with each motion. One soldier's hand clamped around his shoulder, while another pressed a device to his back that locked his limbs in place. He gritted his teeth and struggled, but the energy draining from the field made him falter, stumble, and collapse. "Subject restrained," a voice reported, calm and measured now. "Blood loss noted. Injuries stabilizing. Extraction ready. Ensure full compliance." Nico lay there, chest heaving, bloodied, limbs bound, unable to move. The warehouse was silent, except for the hum of drones above and the soft, methodical sounds of the soldiers around him. His mind raced, calculating, searching for any possibility of escape, but the system had covered everything. Every move had been anticipated. Every exit blocked. Every potential advantage neutralized. One of the operators leaned close, voice low but audible. "You fought well. Not many survived this long." Nico didn't respond. His chest rose and fell rapidly, body aching from every impact, every suppression measure. He could feel the weight of the city pressing in, the surveillance, the technology, the human presence, all converging to remove him entirely. "Move him," another operator said. "Extraction under maximum security. No deviations. All steps controlled." They lifted him, muscles straining against his resistance, and carried him carefully through the broken streets. The smell of smoke and concrete dust followed him. Fires burned in the distance, casting shadows that flickered across the streets. Drones hovered overhead, scanning every movement, and roof teams moved in tight formations to ensure no escape. Every step, every building, every alley had been accounted for. The city itself had become a cage, and there was nowhere left to run. "Final confirmation," a voice barked. "Subject contained. All resistance neutralized. Secure transport ready." Nico's mind fought against the pain, the exhaustion, and the immobilization devices draining his strength. He understood the cost of rebellion now, nearly death, total loss of control, and complete capture. His body had reached its limit. Survival depended entirely on compliance, and even then the margin was razor-thin. The operators moved him into a reinforced vehicle. He could feel the vibrations of the engine, the metallic cold of the restraints against his skin, and the weight of the city pressing against every inch of his consciousness. Outside, explosions continued, gunfire cracked, and drones shifted positions to maintain surveillance. Every escape route was sealed. every tactical advantage removed. He was a prisoner of a system he had once known, now turned against him with ruthless efficiency. "Do you understand your status?" one operator asked, voice clipped almost clinical. "Any resistance will be met with immediate suppression. Negotiation is not an option. Survival depends solely on compliance." Nico said nothing. He could only grit his teeth and breathe through the pain. His body was battered, bloodied, and nearly broken. His mind calculated possibilities, but the options were gone. The cost of rebellion was clear, immediate, and absolute. The vehicle moved through streets littered with the aftermath of the chase: burned barricades, broken glass, scattered rubble. Smoke and ash coated every surface. The city was silent now, almost too quiet, as though it had exhaled after the storm of violence, leaving only him, restrained and helpless, at its center. Every window, every doorway, every alley had been mapped and secured. Every drone and operative continued their surveillance. He could not move, could not act, could not escape. "Extraction point approaching," the voice in his earpiece said. "Maximum security transfer. Keep restraints secure. Do not allow deviation." Nico's eyes flicked around the interior of the vehicle, taking in the reinforced panels, the locked compartments, and the quiet efficiency of the operators. The assault had been complete. There was no negotiation, no compromise, no chance left. He was captured alive, but only barely, and fully aware of the price paid for defiance. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the pain wash over him, feeling the crushing weight of every action, every choice that had led to this moment. The system had won, but the awareness of its control burned in his mind. He had survived barely, but the cost was total. Every second of the journey reinforced a single truth: the system would not tolerate rebellion. There was no leniency, no negotiation. Compliance was mandatory. Survival, fragile and tentative, depended entirely on following orders and staying under control. Nico had been tested, hunted, and restrained. And now he was fully aware of what it took to live against an enemy that controlled everything. They slowed as the vehicle came to a controlled stop, the vibration of the engine settling into a low idle. Nico's body sagged slightly against the restraints as the motion ceased. Blood had soaked through his clothing in several places now, dark patches spreading and overlapping. Bullet wounds burned along his side and upper arm, and something deeper throbbed near his ribs, sharp enough to steal his breath. Every inhale felt shallow, forced, as if his lungs were working against a weight pressing down from the inside. One of the operators leaned in closer, scanning Nico's condition with a handheld device. The screen reflected faint light across Nico's face as the operator moved it slowly, deliberately, tracking vitals, blood loss, and internal damage. His expression tightened, not with concern but calculation. "He's losing too much," the operator said. "Multiple entry wounds. One's close to collapsing a lung if it hasn't already. We don't stabilize him now, he's not making the transfer." Another voice answered from near the rear of the vehicle, impatient but controlled. "Then move. We're not dragging a corpse into intake. Medical's 2 minutes out." Nico felt hands press against his shoulder and sighed as they adjusted his position, careful but firm. A pressure seal was slapped against one of the wounds, followed by another. The sting was sharp, immediate, pulling a low sound from his throat that he couldn't stop. His vision blurred at the edges, light smearing as his body struggled to stay conscious. "Easy," one of them muttered, more to the situation than to Nico himself. "Keep him awake. If he drops now, we'll be explaining paperwork for weeks." A third voice cut in, blunt and matter-of-fact. "Get him to medical before he bleeds out on us. We get paid a lot less for a dead target." The restraints held him in place as the vehicle surged forward again, acceleration pressing him back. Nico's awareness flickered, but he caught fragments: the steady hum of systems engaging, the muted sound of boots outside as escort teams moved in formation, the cold certainty in their voices. He wasn't cargo. He was an asset. Damaged, bleeding, barely conscious, but still worth more alive than dead. And for now, that was the only reason his heart was still beating. Nico's body was bound by more than just the weight of his situation. Heavy, reinforced cuffs encircled his wrists, linked by short, rigid chains that allowed only a few inches of movement, forcing his hands to remain in front of him. Thick restraints at his ankles limited the stride of his steps, compelling him to shuffle along the polished corridor rather than walk. Small, metallic devices were affixed to his torso and limbs, each one humming faintly, designed to detect sudden exertion or aggressive motion and dampen it instantly. Every muscle that once responded freely to instinct now strained against engineered limitation. He could lift his head, shift his gaze, and pivot slightly, but even turning too sharply triggered a subtle electric resistance that reminded him he was no longer fully in control of his own body. The corridor leading to the chamber was antiseptic, sterile to the point of hostility. Nico's footsteps echoed faintly against the polished floor, each tap a metronome counting down the moments until the inevitable. The walls were a pale gray, featureless, smooth to the touch, reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights above in a way that made it impossible to gauge depth or texture. There were no windows, no doors to other areas visible, only the endless corridor leading to the chamber at the far end. The air smelled faintly of ozone and cleaning solvents, a sharp contrast to the metallic tang of blood and sweat still lingering from his recent capture. He was flanked by two officers, their armor streamlined, black and matte, almost ceremonial in its precision. Every movement they made was deliberate, rehearsed. Hands never lingered on their weapons, but they were always within reach, fingers brushing triggers and grips as they walked. Their faces were set, neutral, yet there was a subtle tension in the line of their jaws, the way their eyes flicked over him like he was a specimen in a lab rather than a human being. "Step forward," one of the officers instructed, voice low and mechanical, devoid of inflection. The sound was measured, clipped, almost surgical, and Nico complied without hesitation. His own body moved fluidly but slowly, trained to obey certain types of commands even when he didn't want to, instinct overriding resistance. There was no room for argument. The entire operation was a demonstration of control, every action monitored, every motion anticipated. The chamber itself came into view. It was small, sterile, and suffocating in its clinical perfection. Walls of reinforced glass and matte steel reflected the bright fluorescent lights, bouncing the illumination back in sharp, almost painful lines. The air smelled cold, recycled, filtered, and impersonal. A faint hum, like the vibration of hidden machinery, resonated underfoot. The floor was seamless, gray, and hard. There were no corners to hide in, no shadows to exploit, only the faint indentation of the doorway and the slight bevel where walls met the ceiling. Everything was calculated to remove comfort, to enforce attention, and to amplify the sensation of exposure. 3 officials waited inside. They were seated at a table, spaced deliberately apart. Each wore a uniform of neutral tones, tailored precisely, devoid of insignia beyond small symbols etched on the collars. Faces expressionless, they held tablets and papers, glancing down occasionally, fingers tracing lines and data points with quiet precision. Their posture was impeccable, backs straight, shoulders squared. No one smiled. No one reacted. The air around them radiated authority, a quiet, unyielding force. "Stand here," one of the officials instructed, gesturing to the center of the chamber. Nico obeyed, placing his feet firmly on the floor, chest tight with tension, eyes scanning every detail. He noted the sharp edges of the table, the gleam of metal instruments lined neatly along the far wall, the subtle vibrations in the floor beneath the chairs. Everything in the room was designed to reinforce control. "You are here to hear the charges against you," the head official began, voice clipped and formal, each word pronounced with careful enunciation. "Disobedience, unauthorized elimination of high-level personnel, breach of trust. Each act has been cataloged, verified, and cross-referenced. Every data point has been checked. There is no ambiguity. Your actions are quantified and measured, and the consequences follow directly from this assessment." Nico's jaw tightened slightly, but he said nothing. His hands were loosely clenched at his sides, knuckles white beneath the tension in his fingers. He felt the weight of the chamber pressing in, the cold surfaces reflecting the stark reality of his situation. No one spoke out of turn. The officer's eyes flicked from tablet to tablet, checking notes, scanning procedures, and ensuring the flow of information remained uninterrupted. Item 1, the official continued, tapping a small device on the table that produced a faint click. A holographic display sprang into the air, projecting a three-dimensional rendering of locations, movements, and records. Evidence of disobedience. You bypassed the assigned operations protocol on multiple occasions. Each deviation has been logged, timestamped, and correlated with the subsequent outcomes. There is no question as to the causality. Nico's mind raced, scanning every movement, every data point they projected. He recognized the operations and the projections. He had lived them, each step, each elimination. The hologram spun slowly, three-dimensional reconstructions of rooms, corridors, and positions of personnel. Lines traced trajectories, dots marked positions. The presentation was cold and precise, devoid of emotion, highlighting his actions as calculated anomalies rather than human decisions. Item 2, another official continued, voice flat and unwavering. Unauthorized elimination of high-level personnel. Each target has been verified. Financial, administrative, and strategic value quantified. The removal of these individuals created measurable disruptions. There is no dispute as to the legitimacy of the documentation. Nico's eyes flicked to the second official, who nodded slightly before tapping a second tablet. A sequence of images appeared, security logs, biometric scans, movement patterns. Each moment of his intervention was meticulously recorded, analyzed, and broken down into actionable data. There was no ambiguity, no subjectivity. The presentation stripped away context, morality, and intent. It reduced him to a series of events and numbers, a living experiment assessed in real time. "You understand the gravity of these actions?" the head official asked, voice even, almost devoid of expectation. "This is not a matter of opinion, discussion, or negotiation. You were entrusted with operational discretion, and each failure or deviation carries weight. Your behavior has been cataloged, analyzed, and verified. You are here to acknowledge the documented sequence and accept procedural determination." Nico didn't answer immediately. He shifted his weight subtly, toes brushing the cold floor. The hum of ventilation filled the pause, blending with the low whir of electronic systems and the faint click of digital interfaces. He could hear the officials' pens tapping faintly against tablets, a measured counterpoint to the quiet of the chamber. Item 3, the third official spoke, his tone similarly mechanical. Breach of trust. Internal oversight procedures, chain of command compliance, and operational reporting protocols were all circumvented. The breaches are recorded, verified, and logged. Each represents a quantifiable risk and a violation of procedure. No appeal of these records is possible. The data stands as presented. Nico's throat tightened. He had anticipated this, yet the delivery remained chillingly efficient. There was no anger, no condemnation. Just procedure, just calculation. Every line, every gesture, every syllable reinforced the authority of the system and the inescapability of his situation. "Are you aware of the extent of the review conducted?" the head official asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Every action has been corroborated. Every anomaly accounted for. The documentation has been cross-referenced across multiple independent systems. Any attempt to refute this record will be automatically logged as a further violation." "Yes," Nico said quietly, voice steady despite the tight coil of tension in his chest. "I am aware." His words were simple, neutral, yet deliberate. There was no protest, no bargaining, only acknowledgement. He understood they were performing their function, and he knew resistance here would be irrelevant, futile against the cold efficiency of the chamber. "Very well," the head official said, proceeding to catalog the chronological actions for final review. The tablet projected a series of timelines, each moment of operational deviation laid out in precise increments of minutes and seconds. Dots moved along paths, trajectories indicated motion, and annotations highlighted deviations from protocol. Nico recognized every path as one he had taken, every choice dissected into measurable impact. "This review is complete," the second official said, voice flat. "You have been given full transparency regarding the offenses attributed to you. Every detail has been cataloged. Any attempt to deny or obscure these facts is itself part of the record and will be included in the final procedural documentation." Nico exhaled slowly, chest rising and falling. He observed the officials methodically, noting their small movements, the slight adjustments of their chairs, the subtle way their fingers hovered over controls. Nothing was left to chance. Every action, every word, every projection was designed to remind him that control lay entirely in the hands of the system. "Do you have any statement regarding the records as presented?" the head official asked, eyes locked on him. "Any acknowledgement, comment, or clarification must be brief, factual, and procedural." "No," Nico replied simply, voice steady, neutral. "The records are accurate." His acknowledgement carried no emotion, no plea, no argument, only recognition of the procedure as they demanded. The chamber remained silent for a moment, the hum of the ventilation and the faint electronic whir of the holographic systems the only sounds. Each official made small notes, tapped interfaces, and adjusted displays. The lights reflected sharply off the metal and glass surfaces, highlighting every crease of clothing, every movement. Nico remained still, coiled, ready, yet resigned to the immovable logic of the situation. Finally, the head official spoke again, voice calm but absolute. "The procedure for documentation and review is concluded. The record is complete. All charges have been reviewed. The procedural determination will now move to the next phase." Nico's eyes did not waver. He watched every subtle gesture, every mechanical motion, every clinical adjustment in the chamber. He felt the weight of the system pressing in, the sterile environment amplifying the awareness that his world had been reduced to measured steps, precise movements, and the unwavering authority of those present. He did not move, did not speak further. His body was tense, every muscle coiled, every sense alert. The chamber, the officials, the precise reading of charges, all of it combined to strip away distractions, emotion, and comfort. There was only procedure, only observation, and only the undeniable acknowledgement that he was entirely at the mercy of the system and those enforcing its authority. The chamber around him was immaculate in its severity, every surface gleaming under the pale, clinical light, yet it carried an unmistakable sense of calculation rather than comfort. Walls of polished metal met with white, matte panels, each seam perfectly sealed, giving the impression that the room could be sterilized in seconds if required. Overhead, the fluorescent lights cast uniform illumination, erasing all shadows, flattening depth, and leaving Nico fully exposed in every direction. The air was cool, artificially maintained, carrying a dry chill that clung to his skin. A faint antiseptic smell lingered, mingled with the subtle ozone tang from the electronic systems that monitored the room, the soft hum vibrating through the floor and chains that restrained him. Every shuffle of his restricted feet echoed slightly, a metallic percussion that underscored the isolation and control. The officials were positioned in an almost geometric symmetry along the chamber's perimeter, unmoving as if suspended in a tableau. Their gray uniforms were identical, precise, designed for neither intimidation nor comfort, but for functionality and the projection of authority. Each movement they made was pre-calculated, efficient, and minimal. When they spoke, it was clipped, measured, each word carefully enunciated to remove ambiguity and reinforce the system's absolute control. "Mr. Nico," the woman in charge began, her voice even and precise, "your record has been reviewed in exhaustive detail. Every act, every deviation from protocol, every decision outside of your assigned authority has been catalogued. The nature of your offenses is clear: repeated disobedience, unauthorized elimination of personnel, and deliberate breach of operational trust. Each violation has been quantified and cross-referenced with every consequential outcome. Nothing has been left unaccounted for." Nico's head tilted slightly, the constraints of the wrist and ankle devices allowing only the faintest motion. Even so, the movement was sufficient to orient himself, to measure the distance to the officials, to note the subtle differences in how their bodies carried weight. The air inside the chamber pressed in around him, every breath deliberate, every inhale accentuated by the low-level hum of sensors embedded in the walls and ceiling. He felt the weight of the observation in every molecule of the conditioned air. The woman gestured to a holographic projection that shimmered faintly above the floor, displaying a layered schematic of phased reality. "The sentence you are to receive is phased exile," she continued, her eyes fixed on Nico while her hand traced the precise outlines of the diagram. "You will remain conscious. Every sensory input will remain fully operational. You will see, hear, and perceive the world around you. You will taste, smell, and feel. You will retain awareness of your own body and the passage of time. However, all interaction with your environment will be immediately and absolutely nullified. Objects will not respond to your touch. Individuals will not notice your presence. Any attempt to act will be met with automatic suppression." A second official, a broad-shouldered man, stepped slightly forward, his voice calm but edged with unmistakable authority. "This is not temporary, Mr. Nico. There will be no appeal, no reconsideration, no mitigation. Your existence will continue, yet every action you take to influence the environment will fail. The integrity of the system has been programmed to maintain itself regardless of your will or intervention. We have accounted for every contingency, every possible method of circumvention, every variable in your behavior." Nico's eyes followed the projection, noting the interlaced grids that represented invisible barriers layered over the physical space. He could see how movement within each layer would be intercepted and negated before it could propagate. The technology itself was dispassionate, absolute, designed to enforce the sentence with unyielding precision. He shifted his gaze toward the officials. Even under scrutiny, the lines of their faces were blank. There was no empathy, no hesitation. Their authority was procedural, their power absolute, and the room itself was an extension of their control. The woman tapped the tablet in her hand, sending a sequence of animated lines over the holographic display. The initial phase preserves sensory perception entirely. You will retain all faculties: vision, hearing, tactile feedback, smell, taste, proprioception. You will experience reality fully, but you will not influence it. Any attempt to manipulate matter, digital interfaces, or biological entities will be immediately suppressed. Every interaction will fail before it reaches observable consequence. "Mr. Nico," the broad-shouldered man added, voice deliberate, "understand that while you will exist within this world, you will do so without agency. Your presence will be functionally irrelevant. You will be invisible to all standard and extraordinary detection methods, undetectable to electronics, unregistered by humans, and unable to manipulate even the smallest object. Your consciousness will remain intact, but your body and intent will be contained entirely within the control protocols already in place." A subtle vibration ran through the floor, perceptible only because of the chains restricting Nico's movement. He tried to lift a hand slightly to adjust the cuff, feeling the micro-servo motors engage and resist, a small but undeniable feedback that confirmed the reach of the system's control. Every motion he attempted was countered immediately, invisible yet insurmountable. "Each phase is layered, redundant, and fail-safe," the woman said, her tone lowering but retaining its surgical precision. "Layer 1 suppresses physical interaction. Layer 2 nullifies electronic or digital influence. Layer 3 maintains observational awareness while removing presence from social and operational relevance. Any attempt to act, no matter how sophisticated, is mitigated immediately. We have tested this extensively. There is no failure mode." The hum of the chamber grew slightly more pronounced as the officials signaled each other with micro-movements. Nico could hear the subtle clicks of devices calibrating, feel the faint changes in air pressure as monitoring systems adjusted their parameters. Every inch of the chamber was alive with containment logic, a network of surveillance and suppression woven seamlessly into the sterile environment. Phased exile is absolute, the woman continued. You will remain conscious of events and interactions occurring around you. You will hear all conversations, observe every decision, and witness the outcomes of actions taken by others. Your awareness will remain fully intact. However, you will have no ability to interfere or communicate. No objects will respond. No individual will perceive you. Your influence on reality will be entirely negated. This sentence is permanent. There is no appeal, no parole, and no mechanism for reversal. Nico's jaw tightened, a faint exhale slipping past the restraint of the collar around his neck. And if I attempt to move? His voice was calm, controlled, the restraint against panic a matter of muscle memory at this point. The broad-shouldered man's eyes remained fixed on him. Movement will be permitted only to the extent necessary to maintain awareness. You may shuffle minimally, adjust posture, or observe. Any other motion will be intercepted, nullified, and recorded. You will exist as a witness, not a participant. Every action outside of observation is irrelevant and suppressed. A holographic overlay shifted slightly above the floor, demonstrating the path of a hypothetical object as it approached Nico. The lines immediately converged and dissipated, representing the immediate negation of any potential interference. This is your reality, the woman said, voice unyielding, a functional consciousness without agency. Every potential variable you might employ to alter events has been accounted for. Your capacity for influence is permanently removed. The room fell silent except for the low hum of ventilation and the faint whirring of monitoring systems embedded throughout the walls and floor. Nico's restrained shuffles were audible, metallic clicks echoing faintly, a reminder that even his presence was measured and recorded. He could feel the gravity of permanence pressing against him, the certainty that no action, no strategy, no improvisation would alter the sentence. Finally, the woman's voice softened fractionally, though it remained precise, exacting, deliberate. You will remain conscious, aware, and fully present to observe the world around you. You will not act. You will not interfere. You will exist fully aware, yet functionally absent from all interaction. The sentence is irrevocable. Do you understand the permanence of your punishment, Mr. Nico? Nico's throat moved once as he swallowed. Yes, he said, voice quiet, restrained, carrying no hesitation. I understand what you're telling me. I understand that nothing I do now will have any effect, that I can't change the outcome or influence anything, that everything I thought I could control is gone. I understand the limits of what remains, that my actions are meaningless, and yet I will remain aware, conscious, fully present, and unable to interact. I understand completely, and I accept it. A final nod passed between the officials. Their eyes flicked momentarily to the holographic displays, confirming calibrations. The air in the chamber remained chill, mechanical, unyielding. Every system, every grid, every sensor was engaged, synchronized, and ready. Nico, bound and restricted, was now fully aware of the permanent structure of his existence, conscious, cognizant, yet utterly incapable of affecting the world in any way. The officials stepped back slightly, leaving him at the center of the room. The soft glow of the fluorescent lights reflected on the floor and walls, casting him in the stark clarity of inevitability. He could feel the weight of the sentence pressing in through every nerve, every muscle, every perceptible sense. He would witness life unfold around him, entirely removed from its causality. There would be no recourse, no return, no escape. Nico's arms ached against the restraints, the cold metal cuffs locked tight around his wrists, the inner surfaces textured just enough to prevent any slipping. Every small movement made the pressure worse, as if the restraints were designed to remind him that resistance was pointless. He shuffled forward when the floor beneath him pulsed faintly with light, a directive rather than a request. The chamber itself felt oversized and indifferent, a wide circular space with walls of seamless gray composite that reflected light without warmth. There were no corners, no shadows deep enough to hide in, nowhere for the eye to settle. The fluorescent panels above hummed steadily, their sound blending with the low vibration in the floor, a constant mechanical presence that made the room feel alive in the worst way. Each panel's reflection created multiple faint duplicates of Nico, layered over himself, reminding him of the omnipresence of the system. There was nowhere to be alone, nowhere he could not be measured. The air carried the sharp, clinical smell of disinfectant layered over ozone, dry enough to sting the back of his throat. Breathing felt deliberate, like every inhale had to be consciously chosen. Nico could taste the faint metallic tang of the restraints, the taste of inevitability mixed with the antiseptic air. At the far end of the chamber, 3 officials stood behind a low, angular console embedded directly into the floor. They were evenly spaced, their posture identical, shoulders squared, hands either folded or resting lightly on their tablets. Their clothing was uniform, dark, severe, without insignia, designed to erase individuality. Their faces were calm to the point of emptiness, eyes obscured behind thin, wire-framed lenses that reflected the chamber lights back at him. Every subtle movement they made was deliberate. A pen lifted, a finger pressed, a tablet swiped. Nothing happened without purpose. One of them lifted her hand, and the ambient hum shifted slightly as the room responded. A section of the wall brightened, resolving into a floating schematic. Layers unfolded outward, translucent rings and grids overlapping in precise alignment, each segment pulsing faintly as if breathing, showing Nico exactly where he would be allowed, and where he would be completely erased from consequence. "Nico," she said, her voice amplified just enough to carry clearly, smooth and clipped, every word perfectly enunciated. "We are now formally restating your sentence. This restatement is mandatory. You will hear it in multiple formats to ensure there is no misunderstanding." Her gaze swept over him briefly, cold, and he felt as though she were scanning not just his body, but every thought, every flicker of resistance. She tapped her tablet once, and the diagram expanded. "The phased system will isolate you from all physical, social, and causal interaction. Your consciousness will remain active and uninterrupted. You will retain memory, perception, awareness, and temporal continuity. You will not, under any circumstance, be able to influence outcomes." The words seemed to stretch the air itself, pressing down on him, pressing into every nerve. The officials did not blink. They did not hesitate. Their precision only made it worse, emphasizing the totality of what was happening. Another official stepped forward half a pace, his movement synchronized with a subtle shift in the diagram. "To be explicit," he said, voice flat, "objects will not respond to you. Living beings will not perceive you. Environmental systems will ignore your presence entirely. Speech, motion, force, intent, none of it will register. The system does not fail, and it does not adapt in your favor." Each word landed with a weight of inevitability, a hammer driving the point home repeatedly. Nico's gaze tracked the graphics despite himself. Color-coded barriers wrapped around a simplified human outline. Him, each layer labeled with terms that felt more like accusations than explanations. The outermost zones were red, insistent, absolute. The inner layers were sterile blue, each one a measure of his futility. "So nothing," he said quietly. His voice echoed faintly, thin against the room's acoustics. "There's nothing I can do." "Correct," the third official said without hesitation, eyes never leaving her screen. "You will witness the world continuing in full fidelity. Events will occur in real time. Your intentions will be recorded, but they will produce no effect. You are designated observer only," she added almost offhand. "Your participation is impossible. Your impact is null. The system ensures this consistently, repeatedly, permanently." Nico flexed his fingers instinctively. The cuffs tightened almost imperceptibly, responding to the motion. Pain and numbness intermingled. "And if I try anyway?" he asked. "If I reach out? If I touch something? If I stand in front of someone?" The first official gestured again, and the diagram shifted to show arrows collapsing inward, terminating before contact. "Any attempt at interaction will be nullified at the system level. You will experience the attempt. The attempt will fail. There is no degradation over time, no erosion of enforcement. This is not a condition that weakens. Her tone left no room for hope, no room for interpretation, only relentless fact. His jaw clenched. So you're saying I can spend decades trying, and it won't matter? Yes, the second official replied. Decades. Centuries, if applicable. Time does not alter the parameters. Each effort, each attempt, each motion, each word, each breath you expend, recorded. Inconsequential. Nico swallowed, the sound loud in his own ears. And if I help someone, he pressed. If there's an accident. If someone's dying. If I know something they don't. You will observe, the third official said. You will not intervene. Your presence will not be detected. Your warnings will not be heard. Your actions will not exist to anyone but you. Ever. Permanently. The system does not permit exception. A faint vibration ran through the restraints as Nico shifted his weight, a warning pulse that traveled up his arms. This is a sentence with review, he asked. There's no term. No evaluation period. No future reconsideration. The officials exchanged a brief glance. Then the first spoke again, slower now, as if addressing a malfunctioning system rather than a person. There is no appeal. There is no parole. There is no probationary phase. There is no sentence review. There is no future hearing. There is no executive override. There is no contingency clause. There is no mechanism to suspend or terminate the phase. There is no exception. There is no loophole. There is nothing. She stepped slightly to the side, allowing the diagram to expand again, this time displaying a long, uninterrupted timeline stretching forward without markers. It seemed infinite. The timeline itself felt like a sentence, extending far beyond any natural human life, a deliberate and conscious punishment. The sentence does not expire. It does not pause. It does not convert. It is not symbolic. It is not corrective. It is permanent, total, absolute. You will not return. You will not matter. You will not influence. Nico felt something hollow out in his chest. So I just exist, he said. But nothing I do matters. Yes, the second official said. Your consciousness persists. Your relevance does not. You are removed from the chain of cause and effect. Every intention, every desire, every effort is contained, nullified, erased in function though preserved in perception. And death, Nico asked, the word rough. Is that even an option? The third official didn't hesitate. Your biological functions will be maintained within operational parameters. Termination is not part of this sentence. Observation requires continuity. You will endure. You will remain. You will witness. You will be excluded entirely. His breath caught. So I don't even get an ending. No, the first official replied. You get duration. Endless. Perpetual. Absolute. The diagrams shifted again, now showing silhouettes of people moving through space, intersecting with his outline without deviation. Even if I stand in front of someone, Nico said, voice tight. Even if I scream in their face. They will walk through you, the second official said. They will not slow down. They will not react. They will not remember. Your exclusion is total. Complete. Enforced. Permanent. And if I try to stop something, Nico pressed. A fire. A collapse. A murders. You will fail, the third official said. Not because you are weak, but because the system does not permit success. You are removed from causality, removed from consequence, removed from outcome. Observation only. Permanent. His gaze dropped to his restrained hands, the faint glow of the embedded circuitry pulsing steadily. I see everything, he said slowly. But I touch nothing. I change nothing. Ever, the first official confirmed. Lifetime exclusion. No leniency. No mitigation. No exception. Permanent phased exile. Absolute. Irreversible. Total. You will not return to ordinary existence. And people won't even know I'm gone, Nico said. They will not notice your absence, the second official replied. Your removal introduces no disruption. You are a ghost in every sense, present only to yourself. Observation only. Enduring. Permanent. Absolute. The chamber grew quieter as the diagrams dimmed, leaving only the steady hum of the systems and the soft mechanical breathing of the room itself. Nico stood there, restrained, surrounded by light and glass and unfeeling precision, the meaning of the sentence pressing down on him layer by layer. Every pulse of the hum, every shift in his restraints, every distant flicker of light reminded him of the permanence of it. This is forever, he said, not as a question. Yes, the third official said, voice measured and final. Absolute. Final. Irreversible. Lifetime exclusion. No reprieve. No review. No mitigation. No redemption. Permanent. Total. Complete. You are phased out. Your actions, your influence, your will, nullified. You will live in observation, and nothing you do will alter the world. No reprieve. No exception. No return. The lights remained steady. The systems continued to hum. The world, somewhere beyond the walls of the chamber, was already moving on. And Nico was already excluded from all of it, trapped in perpetual enforced invisibility, forever watching without ever touching, forever alive without ever meaning. Nico stepped forward, the floor beneath him humming faintly, almost imperceptibly, like the residual vibration of some unseen engine. He could move, turn, pivot, crouch, even lean against surfaces. But the instant his hands brushed against the polished tabletop in front of him, it passed through as though it were made of air. He pressed harder, fingertips seeking purchase, but the table remained stubbornly immobile, unmoved, impervious. The sensation, or lack thereof, was disorienting. It wasn't weightlessness. It was resistance without cause, a taut contradiction between perception and reality. Hey, he said quietly at first, glancing toward the far side of the room. His voice sounded normal to his own ears, steady, controlled. You seeing this? There was no reaction, no shift of posture, no pause in movement from anyone nearby. He pivoted sharply, testing the boundaries of this invisible wall of nullity. Chairs, desks, and cabinets all yielded nothing to his touch. The grain of wood under his fingers was only a visual illusion. No texture registered, no give, no response. He tried to pull open a door, twisting the handle as if the force of his muscles could bend the laws that now governed him. But it was locked in place by some unseen rule. The doorknob did not turn. The hinges did not move. He felt the pulse of frustration thrum in his chest, the shock of disbelief that his strength, his weight, even the precise trajectory of his motion mattered nothing. Okay, Nico said louder now, turning his head deliberately. That's enough. Open it. He waited, counted his breaths. Nothing happened. Every button in the room was equally inert. He jabbed at a wall-mounted switch, watching the light remain stubbornly unlit. He pressed the elevator call button repeatedly, thinking maybe persistence would coax a reaction, but nothing happened. Mechanical devices, electronic panels, even ordinary toggles. His presence registered only visually, not physically. He could see, he could feel his own effort, but the world around him was a painting overlaid on air. It was intact to the eye, coherent in design, and yet completely untouchable. He leaned closer to the panel, voice rising despite himself. You can stop pretending now. I know you're still monitoring this. I know someone's watching. No response. Not even a flicker of acknowledgement. The room smelled like polished concrete and antiseptic. Fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, reflecting off smooth, gray walls, but their illumination did not register warmth or weight. Nico raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glare, and the gesture had no effect, no interaction with the light, no adjustment to the reflection. He could trace the outline of the fluorescent panels with his fingers, see the seams where tiles met, watch the subtle flicker of tubes in the ceiling. But each movement was met with perfect, absolute non-response. Even the faint hum of electronics seemed to mock him, alive yet unreachable, audible but unchangeable. "Hey," he called out, turning in a slow circle. You. Don't walk past me. Look at me." A figure crossed the room several meters away, footsteps crisp, purposeful. The person did not slow, did not turn their head, did not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. His steps echoed unnaturally against the floor. Each footfall sounded real full, yet no dust shifted, no tiles creaked, no chairs toppled. It was a simulation of interaction, a visual and auditory rendering of the world's mechanics, but entirely divorced from consequence. He pressed his shoulder against a storage cabinet, expecting the give of a real object, and found only the visual impression of resistance. Every attempt at physical manipulation failed. His body's instincts, honed through years of muscle memory and training, were rendered impotent. "Just acknowledge me," Nico said through clenched teeth. "That's all. Say something. Anything." Silence answered him, heavy and unbroken. He leaned closer to a control panel embedded in the wall, curious, testing the limits. The screen glowed, responsive to its own internal programming, but the buttons were unresponsive, the touch interface blind to his presence. His fingertips traced symbols that promised function, lights, dials, switches, but there was no tactile reward. No feedback. The world acknowledged him visually, but denied him agency. Even standing close, even pressing his face near the smooth glass, did not provoke the slightest response. The objects were real in form, real in appearance, but fundamentally removed from effect. "This isn't funny," he muttered. "You made your point. I get it." No one reacted. Nico's frustration rose, a tangible heat in his chest, mirrored by the tension in his shoulders. He tried small, deliberate movements, tapping a pencil on the edge of the table, nudging a chair with the sole of his shoe. Each micro-effort yielded nothing. The chair remained perfectly aligned with its visual representation. The pencil did not roll. Even air currents, subtle drafts, nothing moved at his insistence. The world existed in meticulous detail, but all of his attempts to leave an impression failed. It was a separation between perception and consequence, a wall of impossibility woven into reality itself. "Someone answer me," he said, louder now, the words carrying a sharp edge. "I know you can hear this. You explained it well enough." He turned in place, scanning the room. Every object, every fixture, every item of furniture existed exactly as it should, completely unresponsive. He extended a hand toward the thermostat on the far wall, imagining the temperature change he could impose if it worked. He turned the dial. Nothing. No click, no adjustment, no effect. The thermostat read the same, the room temperature unaltered, the world impervious to his will. His body's connection to environment had been severed, leaving him in an isolated loop of observation without influence. His breathing grew shallow, deliberate. He tested his voice next, a small, controlled murmur. "Hello," the sound emerged, yet the objects remained inert. He raised it to a low shout, full of frustration, yet the air conditioning system hummed on, lights continued their dull flicker, and nothing changed. Not a single mechanical or electronic device responded. It was as though he were a ghost in a perfectly rendered world, his presence acknowledged by nothing except his own perception. "I'm right here," he said, spreading his hands. "I'm not hiding." He began moving around the room, walking past desks, tables, and chairs. Each step measured, cautious, and careful. The floor felt strange beneath his feet, visually normal yet subtly resistant, like walking through a dense medium that wasn't solid. He shifted weight from one leg to the other, crouched to test balance, extended hands to touch surfaces, leaned against the walls. Every movement reinforced the permanence of separation. Every object, every mechanism, Every potential tool refused him entry. His eyes could follow motion, his body could exert effort, but the world's response was zero. The ceiling lights cast elongated shadows on the gray walls, shadows that moved with him but could not interact with him. He could trace them with his eyes, follow their shape as he shifted from side to side, but any attempt to catch or block them proved impossible. His body's motions and the physical properties of the environment were decoupled. Gravity still held him down, friction slowed his steps, balance still mattered, but all meaningful interaction was stripped away. It was a world visually and conceptually complete, yet mechanically absent wherever he tried to assert himself. "This is insane," Nico said quietly, the words slipping out before he could stop them, meant for anyone who might still be listening, or maybe just for the room itself. "You don't just erase someone like this." He shook his head, a short, sharp motion, as if that alone might snap the world back into place. "That's not how it works. You don't explain the rules, flip a switch, and pretend a person stops mattering." He let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh, but there was no humor in it. "Yeah, you told me. I heard you. Observer state. Non-interactive phase. Temporary isolation." The words came back to him too cleanly, too rehearsed, like lines he'd memorized without ever believing he'd have to live inside them. "You said I wouldn't be able to touch anything. Said I wouldn't register. That I'd still be here, just not here." He looked down at his hands again, flexing his fingers slowly, deliberately. "I figured that was theory. Worst case scenario. The kind of thing you say to scare someone into compliance." His jaw tightened. "I didn't think you actually meant it." Nico swallowed, his voice dropping another notch. "People don't just get phased out. Not completely. There's always something. A delay. A glitch. A crack." He glanced around the room as if daring it to contradict him. "Something supposed to push back." Silence answered him. His shoulders slumped slightly, the first visible sign of doubt creeping in. "I kept waiting for it to fail," he admitted under his breath. "For the table to move. For someone to bump into me. For anything to prove this wasn't permanent." He exhaled slowly, almost carefully. "Because if this actually works the way you said it does." He stopped himself, lips pressing together. "No, that's not possible. You don't just turn a person into background noise." But the words lacked conviction now. He said them again, softer, like he was testing how they sounded in the open air. "You don't erase someone like this." Nico stopped at a desk in the center of the room, leaning forward to rest his palms on its surface. He felt nothing beyond the pressure of his own body, no reaction from the desk itself, no vibration, no feedback. The tactile absence was oppressive, a constant reminder that his presence carried no consequence. He pressed harder, flexed his hands, rolled them across the edge of the tabletop, yet every micro-effort failed. The surface remained unyielding, perfectly unresponsive. It was a stark, inescapable demonstration of what had been explained to him in the chamber. Perception, yes. Action, never. "Say it to my face," he said softly. "At least once." He stepped back, scanned the room once more. Every visual detail persisted, sharp, exact, coherent, but untouchable. Each attempt at engagement, every motion, every grasp met with the same denial. He began to understand fully, with a growing, sinking dread. The world would never respond to him. Every table, chair, lever, switch, button, and object existed for him to observe, to study, and to see, but never to influence. The permanence of this restriction was absolute. Nothing would ever respond. Nothing would ever yield. Nothing would ever bend to his will. The moment Nico shifted his weight to stand fully, the floor betrayed him. It held him, yes, but not completely. He could feel the subtle give beneath his shoes, a faint, disorienting tug that suggested the floor acknowledged him partially, enough to support but not enough to obey. Each step became an experiment. He whispered aloud, hesitant, Okay, let's see if this works." "Can anyone hear me?" His voice bounced faintly against the sterile walls, swallowed almost immediately, leaving only the faintest echo. Each step felt off, the surface beneath his feet offering subtle resistance, as if acknowledging him only partially, allowing him to exist but refusing to fully bear him. He tried moving faster, testing momentum. Come on," he muttered, voice rising with frustration. A janitor wheeled a cart down the hallway, buckets clanging, water sloshing, but when Nico tried to shout at him, "Stop. Watch out," the man never even looked in his direction. They can't just erase someone like this," he said, quieter now, almost to himself, as he tripped slightly over the uneven friction of the floor, catching himself against a wall that offered zero grip. He lifted a foot, tested it again, and the faint friction under his sole made his balance hesitate, micro-adjustments firing in muscles he didn't even know were tensed. He called out again, this time turning his head down a side corridor. "Hey, can anyone see me?" "Hello," a group of staff moved past a row of chairs, talking and laughing. He tried waving his hands frantically. "Nothing. Not a glance. Not a pause. Not a single one," he whispered, swallowing hard, disbelief tightening his throat. I'm real, damn it." The world looked normal. The hallway stretched straight and evenly lit, the walls clean, the doors in place, but his body insisted that nothing about his movement was right. He reached out to a wall panel, trying to push buttons, test levers. Nothing happened. A maintenance worker swiveled on a stool, adjusting a computer screen, oblivious to the presence brushing past him. Nico's voice broke slightly. "Please. Can't you see me?" "Anyone?" The words faded into the corridor, unnoticed, unreplied to, reinforcing the suffocating truth. He was completely severed from effect. He shuffled forward, careful, slow. His legs felt heavier in some moments, lighter in others, as though the floor were shifting in response to him, but never completely. Every step, he muttered to himself, trying to measure the dissonance. A nurse wheeled a cart of medical supplies through the hallway. He stepped in front to speak, to signal a warning, but she passed directly through him, conversation continuing uninterrupted. See, nothing. Nothing works," he shouted, hands shaking, pounding the invisible barriers, hitting air. He tried to push off the wall for support. His hand brushed against the smooth surface, but it offered nothing in return. No friction, no grip. Just the cold, impenetrable plane. He muttered, biting the inside of his cheek. Okay, stay calm." Test it again." He lifted one foot higher than usual, then let it drop with exaggerated care. Still the floor behaved as if it only acknowledged the attempt to exist, but not the presence behind it. "This can't be real," he muttered under his breath, speaking to the air, to the empty corridors, to anyone, anything, that might still be listening. They can't just erase someone like this." His words hung in the space and vanished. He tried again, louder, twisting his torso to see if anyone nearby might respond. "Hey, can you hear me? Anybody?" His voice returned to him in faint echoes, hollow, distorted. A passing security guard adjusted his radio, unseeing, unaware. Nico felt a knot tighten in his stomach as the world pressed indifferently against him. I'm here. I exist. I exist." He lifted a hand and tried to grab a railing along the wall. Fingers closed around nothing. He pushed, pulling with force he didn't know he had left, and still the railing didn't shift. His own pulse kicked in against his wrist, as if the effort itself were registering, but only internally. Nothing moved. The chair at the end of the hallway, the tables he passed, the doors, each was visually intact but physically untouchable. A mail carrier wheeled a cart right through him without pause. Nico yelled, "Wait. Stop. You're gonna," the words dissolved into silence. He could see their edges, the metallic glint of handles, the subtle imperfections in scratches, but they might as well have been holograms. Every attempt to manipulate the environment ended in the same nullity, each failure reinforcing the impossibility of influence. Everything I touch, null. Nothing. Ever," he whispered, pressing his palms against a door, twisting knobs, kicking lightly, all for naught. He tried to speak again. "Hello. Anyone? Watch out." The words left his mouth in sharp bursts, but nothing responded. People walked around him, carrying trays, talking in muted tones, leaning over desks. A technician wheeled past, checking a panel. Nico jabbed at it, trying to alter a switch. The panel clicked in the technician's hand, completely unaffected by Nico. "Why isn't anyone seeing me?" he asked, voice rising in disbelief. I'm here. I exist. Can't you see me?" Only the faint echo returned, haunting, emphasizing his nullity. Even walking felt strange. Each step required constant attention, the friction of the floor shifting unpredictably beneath his feet. Sometimes it felt as if his weight were partially ignored. Sometimes it seemed slightly exaggerated, dragging him forward, tugging against balance. Micro shifts, tiny hesitations, little delays in the feedback between foot and floor. Each one subtle, disorienting, impossible to ignore. I'm not real," he said to himself, the words a mix of fear and incredulity. He stepped onto a slightly raised threshold and nearly stumbled, catching himself mid-motion, but there was nothing to grab. The environment respected his presence visually, but resisted all other assertions. He looked back, tried calling again. "Someone. Anyone. I'm here. Can't you?" A pair of custodians brushed past him, not noticing a thing. He screamed, "Nothing. They see nothing. I can't touch anything." He stopped for a moment in front of a door, fingers hovering above the knob, and spoke aloud again. "Open. Please open." No response. He pushed, twisted, kicked lightly. Still nothing. He leaned back, exhaling sharply, and muttered to himself, frustrated and incredulous. "It's permanent. Everything." Nothing responds. He paused, watching a nurse walk past, lowering a tray of instruments. His fingers flexed in frustration. They don't even notice. "None of them see me." Nico's voice became a constant companion, a way to assert that he existed at all. "Can anyone hear me?" he asked. "I'm here. I'm moving. I'm real." Each time the only response was the hollow echo of his own words. His mind screamed against the impossibility, against the enforced separation between perception and effect. His eyes traced the walls, the furniture, the door handles, searching for imperfection, loophole, anything. There was none. The world's obedience to his nullity was total. Even familiar spaces betrayed him. Rooms he had walked through countless times now felt alien. Desks were in the same positions visually, but he could not lean on one, could not push a chair back, could not pick up a pen. Every gesture reinforced that he was removed, disconnected, a ghost moving in a solid world. Maybe this isn't fully implemented yet. Maybe it's a delay. He raised a hand to a chair, pressed, leaned. "Nothing. No. It's really real. Nothing I do has effect." The attempt to interact became obsessive. He tapped on tables, grabbed at walls, moved to doors, twisted handles. Every failure added weight to the knowledge. The system did not fail. It did not adjust. It did not relent. "Everything," he whispered. "Everything I touch, nothing responds. Everything I try, null. Ever, ever, ever." His voice was rough, trembling with frustration, disbelief, and the creeping understanding that this was no experiment, no error. It was final. Even micro-motions, tilting his head, shifting his weight, leaning against walls, were resisted subtly. His muscles worked harder than expected, his proprioception thrown off by the partial acknowledgement of his presence. Each small resistance, each failed grasp, each futile push was a physical echo of the punishment he had been told about. "I exist, I move, I breathe, but I cannot touch," he said. "I cannot act. I cannot influence. Ever." He attempted to speak to anyone he passed. "Excuse me. Stop. Listen to me." No recognition. People continued through the hallways, interacting normally, completely oblivious. Objects remained inert. Tables, chairs, doors, even buttons on control panels. Nothing would respond. He swung an arm to catch a passing book, to lift a lever, to pull someone aside, and it passed through harmlessly. "And they don't even see me. None of them," he whispered. The hollow finality of the observation, the impossibility of any effect, pressed in on him from every angle. Step by step, corridor by corridor, Nico realized the full weight of his exile. His movements, his voice, his hands all null. The hallways stretched slightly with each turn, compressed subtly as he glanced back. Furniture visually in place, but mechanically untouchable. He tried small gestures to test resistance, leaning, pushing, knocking. Every time, the same immutable reality repeated. He was a shadow in a world that did not know shadows existed. By the time he reached the far end of the corridor, the internal repetition of disbelief had become a mantra. I can move. I can see. I can breathe. But nothing responds. Nothing. Ever. Nothing I do ever matters. His hands flexed, tested, flexed again. The faint pulse of his internal feedback, like the old restraints, reminded him that motion was permitted, effect forbidden. His own body was the only thing he could feel. The rest of the world was impervious. Even as he spoke aloud continuously, trying both to assert himself and to convince himself, the words faded into the sterile environment. I exist. I move. I try. Nothing changes. Nothing. Ever, and the hallways, the doors, the furniture, and the people went about their tasks as if he were a ghost, an observer permanently severed from influence. By the end of it, Nico realized the full, terrifying permanence of his state. The micro-frictions of movement, the subtle instability of the floor, the visual fidelity with mechanical nullity, and the absolute disregard of the environment all pressed down on him like a weight. His voice echoed in the hallways unheard. His attempts to touch or influence nullified. Every action reinforced the truth. He was alive, conscious, aware, and utterly disconnected. The world had continued without him, and he would move within it forever, a dislocated presence incapable of change. Nico stopped in the middle of the corridor, chest heaving, sweat prickling along his spine. He raised his voice, first quietly, then louder, as if shouting would bend the rules they had set around him. Hey, you, wait. Stop, his words ricocheted off the sterile walls, bouncing back to him hollow, meaningless. A nurse turned the corner, carrying a clipboard, her shoes clicking on the polished floor. Nico stepped in front of her, waving, pointing, shouting her name, but she never paused. She didn't even glance at him. Her pen scratched across paper, her lips forming words he couldn't hear, a conversation that existed without him. Come on, he yelled, voice cracking. Look at me. Can you see me? Please, he reached out, tried to grab her arm, tried to stop her to make her aware of him. His fingers passed straight through her uniform, brushing empty air. He stepped closer, stumbling slightly, still trying to hold her gaze. She moved around him effortlessly, like a ghost slipping through shadows. His own heart pounded in frustration. I'm here. I exist, he shouted again, spinning to catch anyone, anybody. Two maintenance workers were moving a cart down the hallway. Nico ran toward them, waving both arms, shouting their names, trying to flag them down. He called, pleaded, swore under his breath. Stop. Look. Can't you see me? They passed as if he were air, chatting about supplies and schedules, oblivious to his presence. He reached for the cart, trying to move it aside or even just brush against it, and it didn't so much as shift. His hand felt the faint pulse of his own grip, the resistance of muscles tensing, but nothing else. He stumbled backward, muttering, pacing in small loops. It can't be real, he whispered, voice low, trembling. He raised his hands, gesturing wildly at a group of doctors walking down the hall, discussing charts. Hello. Listen. I'm here. Can anyone please see me? The words vanished into the air. No one acknowledged him, no eyes turned, no voices broke to answer. Even the ambient noises, the hum of lights, the distant buzz of elevators, remained indifferent. Nico's legs felt unsteady, as if the floor were only partially holding him, echoing the disconnect he experienced socially. Why can't anyone see me? He asked himself aloud. He tried again, louder, and his words cracked as they left his throat. I'm here. Stop. Talk to me. Don't just walk by. The same empty corridors reflected nothing back but the faint, ghostly echo of his own panic. He moved toward a wall, leaned against it for support, pushed against it with his full weight. The surface didn't budge. It did not acknowledge him, except as a minor friction under his hands. He spun in place, catching sight of a janitor sweeping near the end of the hall. "Hey, please." "Watch out," Nico called, running forward, waving his arms. The janitor stepped aside mechanically, never noticing him, stepping over his outstretched foot as if it weren't there. Nico fell back a step, voice rising higher, desperate. I exist. I'm moving. Can anyone see me?" The only response was the echo, bouncing between the walls, hollow and fading. The hallway stretched endlessly, familiar yet foreign. He tried to grab a chair to steady himself, leaned on a desk, pushed a door handle, everything visually present, mechanically inert. "This is insane," he said, voice rough. "I'm standing here and nothing responds. I can move. I can see. I can breathe. But I don't matter." He pointed at a group of nurses rounding a corner. "I'm here. Look at me. Can you hear me?" Their footsteps and chatter continued without pause, each laugh, each question, each movement ignoring him. He took a shaky step toward them, then another, shouting, waving, trying to make a single person aware. "Stop. Please. Look at me." His words reverberated through the corridor, thin and hollow. No one changed course, no one hesitated, no one even seemed to register him. A trash cart rolled past, and Nico tried to grab it, pull it aside, block it, anything, but his hands passed through empty air. He groaned, falling back against the wall, slumping slightly. I'm a ghost," he whispered, eyes following the humans as they moved on without thought of him. "I can see them," he muttered, voice cracking. "I can see everything, but I can't touch it, can't change it, can't do anything." His words became repetitive, a mantra for himself, shouted at passing people, at empty spaces, at walls and doors and chairs. "I exist. Look. Please. Listen. Can anyone see me?" His voice rose and fell, a rough tide in the sterile corridor. Everyone continued, unaware, unbothered. Even when he tried to run alongside them, step for step trying to intersect their path, it was useless. They remained oblivious, their interactions unchanged. He stumbled forward, stopped, spun, muttering to himself. Maybe it's temporary. Maybe they're testing me. Maybe." He grabbed at a railing along the wall, fingers brushing emptiness, wrist flexing to feel some resistance that never came. "No," he said sharply, panic rising. "No. It's permanent. Everything, nothing responds. Nothing. Ever." He yelled this at the next person passing, voice cracking. "Can anyone hear me? I'm here. I'm moving." "Stop." The group around him laughed at a comment among themselves, walking through the corridor like Nico wasn't even there. He sank to one knee briefly, gasping, then rose, hands on his head, voice echoing through the hall. "I exist. I see. I breathe. But nothing responds. I can't. No one notices me. I'm here, but I'm gone." He spun, raising both arms, waving at a cluster of doctors checking charts in a room down the hall. "Hello. Watch out. Can anyone stop?" Their eyes never left their work. Their voices continued without interruption. Nico moved again, pacing, muttering, shouting, trying to draw someone's attention, trying to manipulate the world around him in any way, testing edges of reality. Doors, chairs, railings, tables, people. Nothing yielded. Nothing reacted. Nothing paused. Each failure pressed heavier into him, each ignored word, each invisible hand passed through a person or object layering the permanence of his exile. "I exist. Please. I'm here. Can anyone see me?" He screamed, desperate, voice rising, echoing back hollow and muted. He sank against a wall, exhausted, knees buckling. His voice grew quieter, muttering, repeating to himself over and over, "I can see them. I can move. I can breathe. But I cannot affect anything. I cannot touch, stop, change. I am here, but they don't know. They can't know. I'm invisible. I'm nothing. He watched people carry on, laugh, argue, type, walk, sweep, eat, living around him as though he were a shadow, a ghost, a specter in the machinery of reality. Step by step, movement by movement, his hands and legs and voice and body became a cycle of futility. He raised a hand to wave, pointed to someone spilling papers, called their name, ran alongside, shouted, tried to intercept, all to no effect. People flowed past unaware. Objects remained static. Each minor gesture underscored the dissonance between presence and consequence. I exist, he whispered, but I'm nothing. I'm gone. I can move and see, but I can't touch, change, do anything. By the time he reached the far end of the hallway, his voice was hoarse from shouting, his body tense from constant micro-adjustments to unstable floor friction, from futile attempts to grasp or stop anything. He leaned against the wall, breathing hard, muttering over and over to anyone who might hear. I exist, I move, I'm here, but nothing responds. Everything, everyone, me, it's all disconnected forever. He raised a trembling hand at a cluster of people walking by, pleading silently, shouting silently, willing recognition, but nothing came. The echo of his own voice was all that returned. Every motion, every shout, every attempt to stop someone, every grasp at an object or person that passed through him without effect, layered into Nico's consciousness the absolute truth. He could see, he could move, he could exist, but he could never influence. He was a permanent observer, fully aware, fundamentally disconnected and irrevocably isolated. The world went on, alive and responsive to all others, but forever blind to him. Nico froze for a heartbeat, and the thought hit him like a cold shock. If he stopped, if he let himself linger, the floor beneath him might betray him. The polished surface, so solid and real in appearance, seemed suddenly unstable, subtly sagging in his mind's eye. His pulse raced as the understanding solidified. He had to keep moving. He had to keep shuffling, one foot in front of the other, because the second he stopped, the ground might claim him, swallow him into nothing. He started again, slow at first, then faster, hands hovering over walls and railings he could never grasp, trying to reassure himself through action. I have to keep moving, he muttered over and over, almost chanting it. His shuffle became a ritual, a desperate affirmation that he still existed. Pausing was no longer an option, not for thinking, not for resting. To stop was to risk vanishing entirely, to let the ground, unyielding yet subtly treacherous, take him. The realization burned through him with the weight of inevitability. Perpetual motion was not a choice anymore. It was survival. Nico moved cautiously at first, hands hovering over the surfaces of the room as though the slightest touch might provoke a reaction. He pressed the door, twisted the handle, pushed with both arms, and even slammed his shoulder against it. Nothing. The door remained perfectly still, unyielding, the metal cool under his hands but utterly unresponsive. He tried again, whispering under his breath, "Come on, move." Just a little. The words dissipated into the air, unclaimed, unheard, swallowed by the sterile silence of the environment. The room itself seemed to watch him in return, lights humming faintly overhead, the smell of disinfectant hanging in the air. Nico drew his hands back and stared at them, flexing his fingers slowly as if checking they still belonged to him. I felt it, he murmured, staring at the door. I know I did. He leaned closer, ear almost against the metal, half expecting some reaction, some vibration, some acknowledgement that contact had occurred at all. Nothing came. He shifted to a nearby table, testing its limits. Fingers pressed against the edges, he tried to lift it, push it, even shake it with both hands. The table refused every effort, remaining as immovable as the floor beneath him. His pulse quickened, frustration rising like heat in his chest. Why won't anything respond? He muttered aloud, voice cracking, echoing faintly off the walls before fading into nothing. He jabbed a finger at a book lying on the surface, tried nudging it, brushing it with the back of his hand, but it was as if the objects were coated in some invisible force that simply did not allow movement. He bent down, face level with the tabletop, eyes tracing scratches in the surface, tiny imperfections that proved it had once been used, once moved, once interacted with. Someone else did this, he said quietly. Someone else touched you. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles tight, then loosened again as he forced himself to breathe. The experimentation became methodical, almost obsessive. He walked from one end of the room to the other, pressing every button, flicking every switch, pulling every handle, and striking walls and floors with varying degrees of force. Each failure hit him harder than the last, the repetition hammering in the permanence of his exile. Nothing responds, he whispered, louder this time, a tremor of disbelief threading through the words. It's all frozen. Every single thing. He began narrating his own actions under his breath, as if documenting the process might somehow make it real. Button nothing. Switch nothing. Handle nothing. His footsteps sounded too loud in his ears, the rhythm of them grounding him even as everything else slipped further away. Even subtle manipulations offered no relief. He brushed a curtain, hoping it might flutter in response, and nothing happened. He nudged a book along the shelf. It stayed rooted as though cemented. Electronic panels blinked with their normal lights, indifferent to his reach. He tried speaking commands aloud, even shouting, believing for a moment that his voice might matter, that someone would respond. The words vanished, passing through the room like smoke, leaving only the emptiness of acknowledgement behind. "Did you hear that?" he asked the empty space, then laughed once, sharp and humorless. "Of course you didn't." He stepped closer to the panel, face inches from the blinking lights. "You're working," he said. "Everything's working. Just not for me." Each experiment carved a little deeper into his understanding of his isolation. Every failed attempt reinforced the certainty. He could perceive, but he could not influence. Objects remained visually intact, their physicality intact to the eye and the touch that should have mattered, but the effect of his effort never registered. It was a cruel and meticulous proof of disconnection, turning every action into both evidence and punishment. He pressed his palms together, grounding himself in the sensation of skin against skin. "I'm still here," he said quietly, as if reassuring himself. "I know I am." The words sounded thin, fragile even to his own ears. His own frustration became a dialogue in itself. "I can see it, I can touch it, I can try, but it doesn't matter." The words rattled through his teeth as he walked along, testing door after door, table after table. He flinched at the hollow space between intent and effect, at the futility of all movement beyond simple locomotion. Each failure, each ignored push or pull, compounded the psychological weight pressing against him. He rubbed his temples, eyes squeezed shut for a moment. "Think," he told himself. "There has to be something." When he opened his eyes again, the room looked exactly the same, unchanged, unmoved, uninterested in his desperation. Nico's eyes darted around the room, searching for something, anything that might offer exception, loophole, or response. But the room remained perfectly indifferent. Is there nothing at all I can do?" he whispered, voice hoarse from repetition. He struck the floor lightly, expecting a reaction, a vibration, a shift, a creak, but only his own heartbeat echoed back. Every sound, every effort, existed solely for himself. There was no consequence, no acknowledgement, no reciprocation from the world he had once known. He crouched briefly, palm flat against the floor, feeling its cold smoothness. "You're real," he said softly. "I know you are." His hand lifted again, empty, unchanged. The impossibility of interaction became increasingly oppressive. Nico moved to a chair, attempting first to lift it, then to tilt it, then to roll it. It did none of those things. He flexed his hands in frustration, knuckles white. I can see, I can try, but nothing matters," he muttered over and over, words tumbling from his mouth in a desperate rhythm, as if repeating them could bridge the unbridgeable gap. He stepped back from the chair, breathing hard, as though he had just finished a physical struggle. "You're just a chair," he snapped. "You're not supposed to win." He tried to speak to imagined witnesses in the space, calling out to himself and to the void. "Do you see this? Can you feel this?" His voice carried, ringing hollowly, but no one came. People passed in the corridors beyond the room. He could see them clearly, moving naturally, interacting with the environment. He stepped toward them, tried to intercept them, tried to draw attention, but his hands passed through space as though he were nothing more than a ghost. "Hey," Stop. Look at me, he shouted, desperation sharp in his tone. No response. Not a pause. Not a glance. He was utterly separate. He followed alongside them for a few steps, matching pace, watching their gestures, their casual movements. I'm right here, he said, quieter now. I'm right next to you. Even the smallest gestures became acts of conscious exertion. He lifted his arms, flexed his fingers, stepped forward and back, leaned against a wall he could not grip, shoved at a door that could not move. Each attempt reinforced the truth he had begun to internalize. His presence was irrelevant to the mechanics and motions of the world. He was alive, conscious, aware, but fundamentally isolated. His breathing slowed as he forced himself to stop, to stand still, to feel the weight of his own body occupying space that refused to acknowledge it. Walking became an extension of experimentation. Each step tested friction, balance, and subtle inconsistencies in the environment's interaction, or lack thereof. He moved across rooms, down hallways, around desks and chairs, pushing at everything, touching nothing. He spoke aloud constantly, partly to test vocal presence, partly to stave off the crushing sense of disconnection. I exist, I'm moving, can anyone see me? He muttered, each question unanswered, each syllable fading into the ambient hum of the spaces around him. He listened for footsteps that weren't his own, for voices that might respond, but everything continued without him. The repetition of failure began to warp his perception of the environment itself. The edges of objects, the glint of handles, the sheen of surfaces, every visual cue reminded him that these things were real, solid, tangible in appearance, but unreachable, untouchable, utterly divorced from consequence. Each futile effort to manipulate the world became a psychological weight pressing down, pressing him toward the realization that observation without effect was total, absolute, and permanent. His gaze lingered on his own reflection in a darkened screen, distorted, half-present. Is this all I am now? He asked it. Nico paused in the center of one room, looking at a door he had tried to open dozens of times, the table he had shoved and leaned on repeatedly, the switches he had flicked with no result. His voice grew hoarse as he called out again, this time almost conversationally, as if expecting someone to answer. Is this supposed to teach me something? Are you watching? Is anyone there? The silence was complete. Every sound, every movement, every human presence in the distant corridors continued as if he were a shadow, unregistered and inconsequential. He waited a few seconds longer than necessary, just in case. Nothing changed. His attempts shifted from outward, testing, pushing, pulling, to inward dialogue with himself as a means of maintaining sanity. I can't influence anything. Everything I touch is frozen. Every word unheard. Every movement irrelevant. He paced, hands gesturing, arms flailing slightly in frustration, but no change came. The emptiness of response made his presence feel simultaneously tangible in sensation and unreal in effect. He slowed his pacing, afraid that if he stopped entirely, even that small proof of agency might disappear. Even when he leaned forward, pressing fingers lightly to a switch, brushing a hand along the edge of a table, trying to whisper commands into the air, the room remained indifferent. He spoke again, louder now, voice cracking. I exist. I'm here. Can anyone hear me? The only reply was the echo of his own insistence, bouncing off walls, carried away by the sterile air, unanswered, unacknowledged. His voice faded, leaving only breath and thought behind. By the end of what felt like hours, but might have been minutes, Nico understood the full weight of his experiments. His hands, his movements, his voice, all permitted, all active, all tangible to himself, but every attempt to create, to move, to influence was null. Each failure reinforced the permanence of his separation, making the impossibility of effect undeniable. He had discovered a truth that was neither gradual nor negotiable. Perception alone did not equal interaction, and interaction was forever denied. Nico set his feet on the hallway floor, testing its subtle resistance before committing to a full step. The surface held him, but not firmly. It was as if the ground itself recognized his presence only partially, acknowledging that he existed while refusing to fully support him. Each footfall required deliberate attention. He leaned slightly into the motion, letting his legs absorb the faint inconsistencies in friction, adjusting with muscles he did not realize he was engaging. The walls of the hallway were immaculate, painted a pale cream that caught the light of the overhead fluorescence in streaks and reflections that seemed slightly misaligned with the angles of the floor. Each door along the corridor, numbered and identical, seemed to loom a fraction too high, a fraction too far from where memory told him it should be. The hallway stretched before him, familiar yet subtly altered, and he noted the way the fluorescent lights reflected off the polished floor, their edges slightly off, as if the space itself were imperfectly aligned with his memory. "I can move," he thought to himself, voice silent but insistent, a mantra he repeated with each step. "I can walk. That is all I can do, and I must do it." He reached the first doorway and pressed a hand against the frame. Cold, smooth, unyielding. Nothing shifted, nothing yielded, nothing responded. The brass handle reflected a faint gleam, sharp and unchanging, while the paint around the frame seemed to subtly ripple in a way that shouldn't happen. His own presence was the only sensation he could rely on, the only feedback that confirmed he was still here, still corporeal, still walking through a world that refused him influence. "Everything else is frozen," he reminded himself. "I am alive. I exist. I must keep moving." Movement became his entire focus. As he walked toward his home, the streets outside the building stretched in patterns he thought he knew. Sidewalk edges seemed slightly higher or lower than memory suggested, the streetlights casting shadows that twisted subtly at odd angles. A trash can lean just a fraction too far forward, its lid ajar, but when he reached out, it was untouchable, weightless to his grasp. The distant hum of traffic felt muted, distant, as though the world had partially unplugged from him. Every corner he turned required attention, every curb and step measured carefully. "I cannot risk falling," he thought. "I cannot risk hesitation. I have to keep my balance. I have to keep going." Passing people on the sidewalks only reinforced his isolation. A man carrying groceries brushed past the empty space where Nico tried to step alongside him. The man's coat swayed realistically, the packages bumping against his chest, the glint of a watch catching the sunlight as he turned his wrist. "I am here," Nico thought firmly. "I am not invisible. You just cannot feel me. You cannot notice me. But I am present." His voice, though silent, echoed in his mind with the weight of insistence. Every object along the way, the lampposts, the parked cars, the trees lining the street, even the individual cracks in the sidewalk, remained visually real, fully detailed, but entirely impervious. The bark of each elm tree varied in roughness, ridges and knots sharply defined, yet it yielded nothing to touch. He ran a hand along one trunk, feeling nothing beyond his own fingers brushing against air. The leaves rustled faintly in a breeze that he could neither feel nor hear, and birds perched high on branches shifted as if aware of something he was not. He flexed his hand, felt the pulse in his wrist, the tension in his forearm, and used that alone as proof of his own reality. "I exist. I am walking. I am present," he said again. Each repetition reinforced his persistence, his commitment to motion. The journey home was measured in micro-adjustments. Each footfall required constant attention to subtle shifts. A patch of sidewalk slightly more resistant underfoot, a dip in the asphalt that demanded balance corrections, the invisible pull of gravity slightly exaggerated in one direction than the other. Nico began to track these anomalies, as though mapping the invisible structure of the world's resistance to him. A squirrel darted across the street, its tiny claws clattering on concrete, but when Nico reached to intercept or touch it, his hand passed cleanly through air. "This is my path," he thought. "I know the limitations. I know the floor, the street, the air. I control my movement. That is all I can control." As he approached the familiar front of his house, the sight should have been comforting, but it was layered with alienation. The paint on the door gleamed faintly, each grain of wood visible, each panel sharply outlined. The steps leading to the porch held tiny imperfections, a chip here, a shallow crack there. The porch railing, smooth and cold, reflected light unevenly, almost as if the sun itself questioned its angle. All visually correct, they stood as symbols of a world he could never again affect. He leaned toward the steps instinctively, as if preparing to ascend, and felt only the faintest resistance beneath his feet. He could lift his legs, shift weight, navigate, but never push the railing, never open the door. Every muscle worked harder than it should have, proprioception forced into overdrive, yet the objects themselves remained inert. "I am going home," he said internally, steadying himself as he adjusted for the subtle unevenness in the cracked sidewalk beneath his feet. "I am heading there. I know the way. I remember it. But I cannot touch it yet. I cannot interact with anything along the way. I can only walk. I can only move. I can only exist in motion." He shifted his weight carefully, feeling the faint resistance beneath each foot, noticing the slight give of gravel, the irregularities in concrete, the way the edges of the curb pressed differently against the soles of his shoes. Every detail of the street, the parked cars, the mailboxes, the lines of hedges along the sidewalks, remained visually perfect but entirely unreachable. He let his eyes trace the familiar facades of houses, the texture of bricks and siding, the way shadows fell at angles just slightly off from memory, all reinforcing the reality that he could observe everything but touch nothing. Movement was his only proof of existence, and he forced himself to keep stepping forward, aware that hesitation might be dangerous, as if the ground could swallow him if he paused. Step by step toward home, toward recognition, toward what he once called normalcy, he walked in isolation, acutely aware of the fine line between balance and collapse, between presence and disappearance. The sidewalk beneath him subtly shifted in tone and texture. The air carried the faint scent of grass from yards alongside the street, and distant birds cawed as though aware of his precarious presence. Every crack, every uneven slab, every patch of worn concrete registered in his attention. Each motion, each micro-adjustment, each deliberate step was not only an assertion of existence, but a confrontation with the terrifying permanence of his separation from everything else. He could feel the slight give in the worn spots of the sidewalk, a minor instability underfoot that required constant compensation, muscles flexing without conscious thought. Even reaching the sidewalk, Nico adjusted for uneven slabs, minor dips, the smallest changes in texture beneath his shoes. The edges of the concrete were rough, gritty against his soles, but nothing yielded to pressure. He imagined that if he stopped, the world might begin to claim him, that the ground might sag beneath him, that the street could pull him under. Each step became urgent, a test of survival rather than simple locomotion. "I am alive," he told himself sharply. "I exist. I walk. I move. I cannot stop. I must not stop. The ground will not hold me if I pause. I will sink if I hesitate." Every syllable of the thought carried through his mind with the weight of insistence. He traced the front path toward the street, surveying the familiar sights. The mailbox, its surface pitted with tiny scratches. The curb, vehicles parked along the edge with glints of sun bouncing off their hoods and mirrors. Each one stood in place, each one unreachable. He reached toward them instinctively, but his hands found only air. The subtle resistance beneath his feet reminded him that standing still too long might be dangerous. "I must not linger. I must not pause. I must keep walking," he repeated silently, letting the cadence of the thought drive his motion forward. Even as he circled the porch, tracing familiar edges with eyes and fingertips, he noted each subtle difference from memory. The shadow under the railing stretched too long, the concrete cracked sharper, the texture of the wooden floorboards more pronounced. The doormat, patterned in intricate loops, remained perfectly flat beneath his hand, yielding nothing. He ran his fingers over the grooves, over the loops, imagining the sensation of fabric give, but felt only resistance. Light reflected off the windows at a slightly wrong angle, and the reflection of the street behind him seemed ever so slightly delayed. Every detail was real yet wrong, reinforcing that his connection to the world was incomplete, his influence null. The isolation weighed on him, pressing inward, yet motion was relief. "I must keep moving," he reminded himself, If I stop, if I hesitate, if I pause, I may be swallowed. I must not be still. Movement is life. Motion is presence. He shifted weight deliberately, letting his knees absorb the subtle inconsistencies beneath him, his toes testing the grain of the wood, the edges of the porch boards, the unevenness of the concrete slab at the step's edge. Each step along the porch, each adjustment of balance, each conscious transfer of weight became an act of survival. The physicality of moving, feeling his muscles flex, the tension in his back, the subtle sway of his torso, was the only proof that he was present in the world, even if the world refused him acknowledgement. The path stretched ahead, familiar yet subtly alien. Hedges along the walk were finely trimmed, leaves catching the winter sun in a muted sparkle. The driveway cracks were tiny but sharply defined. Nico's attention registered every detail, the texture of the sidewalk, the subtle tilt of a fence post, the warped shadow of a tree, but all remained untouchable. His fingers hovered just above leaves, bark, and edges of mailboxes, feeling only air. His mind catalogued every texture, every glint of light, every microscopic imperfection, storing it as though his perception alone could assert reality where his hands could not. I will keep moving, he thought. I will walk every step, every inch. I cannot influence. I cannot touch. I cannot act. But I exist. I am present. And I will continue moving. Each repetition strengthened resolve, each word reinforced the necessity of forward motion. Every footfall was a careful negotiation between balance and collapse. Every inhale and exhale was measured, a rhythm that kept him tethered to the world physically while it refused to acknowledge him socially or interactively. The air carried the faint hum of distant traffic, the smell of cold concrete mixed with dry grass, and the muted echo of footsteps on pavement. He walked past cars parked with precision, their metallic surfaces shining with reflected light that he could see but not manipulate. He imagined the sound of tires crunching over gravel, but all he felt was the slight vibration through the concrete beneath his shoes. Each step became a conversation with the ground, each movement a declaration that he had not disappeared despite the world ignoring him. Nico paused at the doorway, barely daring to breathe, his eyes fixed on her figure moving through the kitchen. Every motion she made, the tilt of her head, the way her fingers brushed the counter, the slight sway in her hips as she walked, was visible to him in meticulous detail. He reached out instinctively, letting his hands hover above her shoulders, imagining the warmth of her skin, the texture of her hair slipping through his fingers. His hand passed through air, through strands of hair, through the fabric of her blouse, meeting nothing. The emptiness pressed against his chest, an unyielding void. He followed her as she moved toward the living room, lingering in the doorway, silent and invisible. The sunlight caught in her hair, highlighting golden strands, but every attempt at contact failed. He traced the curve of her cheek with his eyes, memorized the way her eyes squinted slightly when she concentrated on her task, the subtle crease that formed at the corner of her mouth when she smiled at something he could not see. He called her name internally, voice tight with need, imagining it escaping his lips, but it bounced back only inside his mind. She did not turn, did not pause, did not register anything. Every step she took was a reminder of the barrier he could not break. He hovered at the edge of the kitchen, leaning slightly forward as if to step closer, but the floor beneath him betrayed nothing. It supported his weight inconsistently, fragile, requiring constant micro-adjustments. He tried to gesture, waving a hand as if it might pierce the veil, but the motion was meaningless, absorbed into the air that refused him acknowledgement. He reached toward the small stack of papers she carried, letting his fingers hover above them, but they remained still, indifferent, the rustle of paper absent to his touch. The intimacy of the observation was cruel. Every detail, the subtle tilt of her shoulders, the careful way she folded her laundry, the faint hum she murmured to herself, was sharply present yet untouchable. He memorized the scent of her perfume, a soft vanilla mixed with something floral, yet could not reach it. He saw the tiny scuffs on her slippers, the faint lines of wear on the living room carpet, the way her movements shaped the light in the room, but he could influence none of it. Each micro-interaction he imagined ended in failure, each attempt at connection a reminder that he existed outside of influence. He lingered by the doorway, letting his eyes follow her hands as she set down the basket and reached for a chair. "I am here," he thought sharply, internally, a mantra against the void. "I am here and you do not see me. You cannot see me, you cannot feel me, but I exist." He tried to let the thought extend into action, imagining himself pulling her close, brushing her hair back, catching her wrist to stop her from moving. Every imagined gesture ended in nothing, leaving only the hollow echo of his desire. She moved through the house with natural rhythm, humming softly to herself, unaware of his presence. He tracked her meticulously, noting where her shoes hit the floor, the faint creak of the wooden boards, the way her blouse brushed against her arms. He could follow her routines endlessly, watch her make tea, check the windows, straighten the cushions, but he could not alter a single element. He reached out again, fingertips passing through her arm as though it were air. The physical impossibility struck him anew. He was present, aware, capable of perception, but utterly powerless to interact. The cruelty of it intensified as he lingered near the couch, letting his hands hover above the fabric where she rested a basket. He could see the subtle indentation her hand made in the soft weave, yet pressing on it produced nothing. He tried to imagine shifting the basket, even slightly, but his effort dissolved against the unyielding reality. Every failed attempt sharpened the clarity of his exile. Observation alone was all he possessed, and with it came torment. Nico followed her as she moved toward the hallway leading to the bedrooms. He stayed just behind, careful not to overstep, watching as she paused by a picture frame, adjusted it slightly, wiped a faint smudge with her sleeve. He knew the exact position of each object in the room, the curve of each lamp, the tilt of the chair legs, yet all remained fixed in place. The world around him, visually perfect, resisted any attempt at influence, reinforcing the permanence of his separation. The emotional weight pressed on him in waves. He could watch her sit, sip her drink, tilt her head as she read a note, and he could feel every urge to reach out, to intervene, to speak. He imagined speaking aloud, telling her he was there, warning her, asking a question, begging for recognition, but every word was swallowed by the air. He was fully aware of her, fully conscious of her actions, yet completely disconnected. The impossibility of contact made the intimacy unbearable. Each movement she made became a focus, an obsession. He noted the subtle wrinkles in her clothing, the way light reflected off her hair in the window, the quiet clatter of her moving dishes. He registered the gentle hum of the refrigerator, the faint drip of the faucet, the sound of the pages rustling in the book she held. He listened to the way her chair legs scraped ever so slightly against the hardwood, the muffled thump of her footsteps against the living room rug, the barely perceptible sighs she let out when she leaned forward. His mind cataloged it all, storing every motion, every shadow, every nuance. And with each detail, the isolation deepened. The closer he tried to get, the more tangible his absence became. He lingered, watched, followed, never touching, never influencing. Observation became both his punishment and his sole engagement. The full weight of his exile crystallized in her presence. "I am here," he repeated again, silent but forceful. "I exist. I am present. I see you. I follow you. I am beside you, yet I am nothing to you. I am real and you cannot know it," he imagined saying. "Can you hear me? Do you remember?" But the words vanished, silent and unreal. The thought was a tether, the only connection he could claim. Yet each moment emphasized the impossibility. He could know everything about her movements, memorize every expression, track her routines endlessly, but he could never intervene, never reclaim even the smallest intimacy. The hallway light caught her hair in a golden halo, highlighting the gentle sway of her head as she turned a page of the book she carried. Nico's hands hovered just above the curve of her shoulder, tracing the air in a gesture that meant nothing. He let himself linger, memorizing every micromotion, the way her fingers flexed, the slight creases in her knuckles, the almost imperceptible tension in her forearms. He could feel the ache of absence, the full weight of being a witness to life without influence. He noticed the subtle sounds she made, the soft shuffle of her slippers against the floor, the whisper of fabric against skin, the faint creak of hinges as she adjusted a door. Each small, normally unnoticed motion screamed at him, highlighting the cruel impossibility of interaction. He imagined saying, "Stop for a moment, let me help," or asking, "Do you remember me?" But the words would vanish unheard, leaving only his silent insistence echoing in his mind. He found himself whispering phrases internally with more urgency, talking to her as though she could hear him. "I am here. I am right here. Look at me just once. I am not gone." He spoke to himself in growing intensity, cycling through imagined conversations, questions, even apologies. Each one failed to bridge the gap. The internal dialogue kept him anchored, kept him present, but also emphasized the futility, gnawing at his psyche like a slow ache. Every second stretched, each movement she made reinforcing the cruel permanence of his condition. Nico could follow her through every room, track every mundane task, catalog every detail, but nothing he did mattered. He remained tethered to perception alone. There was no bridge, no feedback, no interaction, only the persistent, unyielding knowledge that he existed in proximity but outside consequence. He allowed himself a final gesture, letting his hands float above her arms as she reached for a teacup. "I am here," he thought one last time, deliberately internal but forceful. "I exist. I see you. I am beside you. I cannot touch you, but I am present." The impossibility of interaction, the refusal of the world to respond, struck him fully. Observation had become both his prison and his only reality, and the emotional cost was absolute. As he walks through familiar streets and empty corridors, Nico first notices small, almost imperceptible anomalies. A shadow flickers where no object should cast one. A reflection lags slightly behind the movement of a door he remembers closing. Floor tiles appear misaligned for a fraction of a second, and light bends in ways that should be impossible. He pauses, squints, shakes his head, convincing himself at first that fatigue or stress must be warping perception. But the inconsistencies continue, precise, patterned, deliberate. He mutters under his breath, low, almost conversational. "What the hell, why does that move like that? Am I losing it? No, that's not possible." Each word comes out uneven, strained by the disbelief in his chest, and it hangs in the air strangely, vibrating back at him with a distant, hollow quality. The sound behaves unpredictably, bouncing faintly off the walls one moment, fading the next, as if the space itself decides which sounds deserve acknowledgement. He notices the echo linger in patches, heard but immediately swallowed by the emptiness around him. A cruel confirmation that he exists yet cannot interact with the environment in any meaningful way. The words feel both real and unreal, a tether to sanity that might as well be a mirage. He shakes his head sharply, rubbing his fingers against his temple as if to scrape loose the confusion, muttering again, "Think, Nico. Track it. There's a pattern. There has to be." The insistence in his voice is a lifeline, a command to himself to remain aware, to notice every detail, and to impose order on the chaotic observations assaulting him. His own words become a tool for persistence, a constant reminder that he is still conscious, still present, even when the world around him refuses coherence or response. He listens to the hollow reverberation of his voice, letting it anchor him as he steels his mind to follow every anomaly, every subtle shift in light, shadow, and motion, determined to uncover the logic that might yet exist within the disorder. He tests them methodically. He taps on walls, leans against tables, steps on floor panels, and watches objects shift. Only they don't. Yet the distortions persist. A chair twitches, a door frame seems to stretch, a window seems farther than it should be, and distant noises echo out of sequence. Even subtle environmental elements, like air currents or the slight sway of hanging cables, behave irregularly. He stops at a dangling wire, brushing his fingers across the air around it, imagining the pull of electricity or weight. Nothing. It moves on its own terms, not his. "Everything is alive except me," he says quietly to himself, tone sharp, biting. "Everything reacts to rules I cannot touch. I am a ghost in a machine I do not control." His voice carries the thought, the words sharp in the empty corridor, bouncing softly off walls, unheard by anyone, acknowledged by nothing. He continues walking, careful to note every flicker of shadow, every stutter in light, every misaligned edge of tile. He counts them in his mind, repeating silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, noting differences in timing, duration, and placement. With every step, Nico begins cataloging these anomalies in his mind. He notes timing, location, and type, searching for rules, patterns, anything he can understand. If I map this, if I see the rhythm, maybe I can predict it. Maybe I can work within it, he reasons internally, voice rising slightly with the thought. No. Stop talking out loud. Stop calling attention. It won't matter. No one can hear me. No one ever hears me. The world seems at once frozen and fluid, a place caught between memory and reality, where ordinary laws are suspended and the normal sequence of cause and effect is distorted. He pauses at a hallway intersection, running a hand through his hair, eyes scanning the floor, walls, ceiling. The tile along the edge of the hall seems to breathe, minute expansions and contractions, as though the structure is aware. A light overhead flickers off rhythm, and he mutters softly, "Even the lights, everything obeys something, but not me." Even the familiar rooms of his own home feel strange. Doors appear to shift their hinges slightly, carpets ripple subtly, and light pools where it should not. He notices the way the corner of the living room appears stretched at an angle, a chair closer to the wall than memory allows, shadows stretched unnaturally long across the floorboards. He stops to inspect, squats slightly, eyes close to the carpet, fingertips hovering above it. The texture is unchanged, yet the visual distortion is undeniable. "It's not real," he says aloud. Or it's real but wrong. Everything I thought I knew is a lie, even here. Even home. He speaks more often now, half to himself, half to force his consciousness to persist. I see it, I see the breaks, I see the rules. I will understand them. I have to. He steps forward cautiously, testing the space in front of him with careful, deliberate movements. Each micro-step feels like negotiating with a world that exists on its own terms, unyielding to his will. The floors shift just enough to require balance adjustments. The air hums faintly, carrying no discernible scent, yet feeling charged, expectant. He imagines someone watching, studying him as he walks, and mutters bitterly, "I know. I know you're watching. You think you've trapped me, maybe you have. But I am not nothing." He catalogs even small flickers in peripheral vision, the way light shifts off a window sill when he isn't directly looking, the subtle distortion of an object half hidden in shadow, the faint ripple of air near a doorway. There's a rhythm, there has to be a rhythm. Things happen in patterns. I just have to see them, he whispers to himself, voice low, almost comforting in the quiet. He glances down long corridors, noting the irregular sway of a hanging cable, the momentary dip in a floorboard that seems to shiver as he passes, the shadow of a chair stretching, shrinking, as though it resents being observed. Each anomaly, each misaligned object becomes a small anchor, proof that he can perceive if not affect. I exist. I see. I move. That is all I can do for now, he insists, a mantra carried out loud and in thought echoing through empty rooms. The sounds of distant traffic, birds, and faint echoes of human activity are all slightly off, delayed, distorted, misaligned with his expectation. But he notes each one, cataloging with obsessive precision. Even the air feels slightly wrong. When he breathes, it carries a subtle vibration that should not be there, a low hum he can feel along his spine, brushing against his arms. He pauses and whispers aloud, "Even the air, it moves, but not for me." His voice seems absorbed into the environment, neither reflected nor muted, just gone. The feeling intensifies the awareness that the world exists on layers he cannot touch, but that he can perceive with sharp clarity. He steps into the hallway leading to the back of the house, noticing the way sunlight spills through the blinds in slanted, irregular beams. Each beam illuminates dust motes, tiny particles floating slightly longer than physics allows, shifting unpredictably, yet never reacting to his presence. He mutters softly, "Everything obeys the laws of something. Not me. Not ever. The hallway stretches ahead, familiar in shape but alien in effect, the floors and walls subtly trembling under his gaze. He begins running a continuous internal dialogue, noting patterns, anomalies, and irregularities in real time. Left tile near corner, floorboards warped at seam, door frame expanding slightly, shadow under chair flickers, reflection of window slow by half a second, air vibration measurable. The list grows with every step, a litany of small inconsistencies that both exhaust and anchor him. He speaks aloud occasionally, half to insist on his own presence, half to maintain sanity. I see it. I see the rhythm. I am not nothing. I exist. I am here. By the time he reaches the kitchen doorway, shadows stretching longer than they should, the hum of the ceiling fan slightly out of sync with its own rotation, Nico's internal voice has become a constant companion. Keep walking. Keep noticing. Do not stop. Nothing else matters. The world is not yours to control, but it is yours to see. See everything. Remember everything. Do not stop. Each step is deliberate, balanced, measured, a tiny assertion of control within a space that refuses his influence. He pauses briefly at the center of the kitchen, looking at the counter, the fridge, the hanging pots, every small object a proof of reality that he cannot interact with. The faint sway of a hanging pan catches his attention. He mutters aloud, almost in wonder, even small things, they move. Not because of me, not because I can touch, but they are alive in ways I cannot grasp. He tracks its movement, finger hovering in the air, hand passing uselessly through the swing, and sighs sharply. Each room, each hallway, each object becomes a layer of observation, a constant challenge to his awareness. He catalogues silently and aloud, internal monologue flowing without pause. Floor tiles, uneven, walls slightly bowed, shadow too long, air vibrating faintly, object misaligned. The world, in its precision and alien imperfection, forces him to remain vigilant, moving, noting, speaking, thinking, surviving through observation alone. Finally, as he steps toward the living room, Nico whispers almost reverently, I am alive, I exist, and they cannot take that from me. The shadows bend and flicker around him, light pools where it should not, and floorboards shift subtly, but his steps remain deliberate, his perception sharp, his internal dialogue continuous, unbroken. In this alien layer of reality, he walks, he observes, he catalogues, and the simple act of existing becomes his only proof of being. Nico's eyes strained against the distortions in the corridors and streets, trained to pick out even the slightest anomalies. That's when he noticed them, figures flickering at the edges of his vision, glimpses of movement that almost seemed to vanish when he tried to look directly at them. His pulse quickened. They were not solid, not fully formed, like a half-rendered image in a broken memory, yet their humanity was unmistakable. They moved with purpose, as if guided by invisible currents, navigating the same warped architecture he now occupied, yet entirely separate from him. Who are you? He whispered aloud, his voice bouncing oddly, thin and fragile, as if swallowed by the walls and returned in faint, hollow echoes. He stepped closer, leaning into the movement, willing his presence to reach them. His fingers extended, hovering in anticipation, brushing against the air where he imagined a shoulder, a hand, a life, yet the space remained empty, unyielding. He recoiled slightly, frustrated, muttering internally, they're like me. They exist. They move. They're aware. But they're not mine. I can't touch them. I can't reach them. The figures were faint, almost like heat waves over concrete, their edges blurred and shifting, flickering between opacity and transparency. Sometimes one would pause mid-step in a hallway, head tilting just slightly, a motion that seemed almost deliberate, a gesture that might have been curiosity or recognition. Nico lunged forward, trying to close the distance, letting his hands stretch into their path, his feet propelling him toward them. Wait. Stop. Look at me, he called, half in desperation, half in disbelief, only to feel the familiar emptiness press back. The figure dissolved around a corner, slipping cleanly from the environment before he could grasp any certainty of it. He backed away, breathing hard, a strange mix of awe and despair running through him. So there are others, he said quietly, his voice tighter this time, almost a whisper to himself. I am not alone. There are others. Others trapped like me? His eyes followed another flicker across a distant corridor, and again he extended his hands instinctively, imagining brushing a shoulder, touching a hand, sharing acknowledgement, but his palms met nothing but air. Each movement, each attempt to reach across the gap, was met with absolute failure. The impossibility of contact became tangible, pressing in his chest. Nico forced himself to observe, to catalog every movement, every micro-gesture. The figures did not drift aimlessly. They moved with intent, stepping carefully across spaces that seemed to fold and twist around them. Some repeated the same patterns: a hallway, a door, a staircase, then back again, their movements looping like faint ghosts in a choreography he could track but never participate in. Others moved unpredictably, darting into a room he had just passed, vanishing without any discernible logic. Each of them is trapped, he told himself firmly. They navigate this world, they exist in it, but it's structured. They cannot escape it. And neither can I. He spoke aloud again, words caught between observation and command. Move slow. Watch them. Memorize. Track. Learn their rhythm. The words echoed oddly in the empty corridor, bouncing back, distorted, yet they provided a tether to his own presence. Watching became his only form of interaction, each gaze a study, each step a measurement. He noted the way one figure shifted weight from one foot to another, the subtle swing of arms in coordination with steps, the faint sway in their posture. Even the minutiae mattered. Each tilt of the head, each glance, each flicker of movement became a lesson in the geometry and rhythm of the phased layer. They're alive in their own way, he murmured internally. They move with purpose. They react. They exist. And yet, just like me, unreachable. Observed, never touched. A mirror of my own exile. His voice rose briefly, spoken aloud, strained by the effort of insistence. You hear me. I see you. I am here. The sound hung weakly in the air, the only evidence of his presence a fragile echo that vanished before acknowledgement. Nico's attention sharpened. He began noting the repeating behaviors, cataloging the environment around them as much as the figures themselves. A figure stopped in the middle of a hallway, paused for a moment as if listening, then retraced its steps precisely to a specific tile at the base of a door. Another figure retraced the same path several times in sequence, turning in exact degrees at corners, pausing at the same intervals. He whispered to himself, there's order here. There's a system. Everything moves according to a rule, even if I cannot influence it. Each observation brought clarity, but also reinforced the unbearable separation. He reached out again mentally, imagining catching the figure's hand, calling its name or signaling, yet every imagined contact vanished. His fingers passed through the air, the intangible outlines of the figures unyielding. Frustration curled in his chest, and he muttered, louder this time out loud, why can't I touch? Why can't I reach? We're all here. We're all aware. Why is this wall between us? His voice, sharp and forced, reverberated back at him hollowly, leaving him alone with the echo. The fleeting glimpses were as cruel as they were fascinating. Nico could see the arc of their steps, the way they tilted their heads slightly when moving past a doorway, the rhythm of their arm swings, and the nuanced adjustments of weight from foot to foot. Every detail was visible, sharply rendered in his mind, yet untouchable. He stepped closer, careful not to rush, moving parallel to one figure as it crossed the corridor. I can see every motion. I can memorize everything. I can track it. I must. I need to understand. The whispered words became an internal mantra, a rhythm to mirror the figure's movements in his mind. Sometimes one figure would vanish suddenly, slipping around a corner or disappearing mid-step, leaving only a faint distortion in the air. Nico's heart thumped against the impossibility. You exist. I see you. I follow you. But it is useless. We cannot touch. We cannot connect. He ran his fingers along the edge of a nearby wall, testing solidity, the subtle resistance beneath his palm, the only acknowledgement of physicality. He had to rely on it, had to ground himself, while the flickering figures moved freely yet untouchably through the same spaces. Over hours, and then over days that blended into one continuous observation, he began to map the repeating paths, noting landmarks, turns, and pauses. He cataloged each figure's pattern, the way one always lingered by a doorway, another by a staircase landing. He spoke to himself constantly, narrating every movement, reinforcing every observation. Pause here. Count steps. Note posture. Check alignment. Track the anomalies. Track the rules. Everything is bound by some measure. Everything obeys something. Even them. The internal dialogue became relentless, a running commentary to maintain his awareness and sanity. He watched a figure pause, tilting its head toward a stairwell. Nico mimicked the pause in place, almost as if moving in unison might create a connection. We are similar. We are aware. I can follow. I can mirror. But I cannot reach. I cannot influence. I cannot touch. The words rang aloud faintly, his voice filling the empty corridor with insistence that no one could hear, as if the air itself absorbed them. The figure's presence transformed into both fascination and torment. Nico noted how their hands flexed, how the weight shifted subtly, how steps landed almost imperceptibly differently depending on the surface. Each micro-movement was catalogued, repeated in his internal dialogue. Every step is deliberate. Every motion has a pattern. I can see it. I can track it. I can memorize it. But I cannot change it. I cannot intervene. I cannot touch. I exist only as witness. He began predicting movements, adjusting his pace to shadow one figure at a distance, whispering instructions to himself. Move slow. Don't rush. Follow the corner. Anticipate. Wait for the pause. Note the hesitation. Memorize the timing. Observe the rhythm. Each whispered phrase became part of a loop, an internal cadence to maintain his mental clarity. Yet each observation reinforced the reality that he could only follow, never interact. The cruelest part was the sense of camaraderie he felt toward them, a strange kinship. We are all here. We are all aware. We all move, we all exist. And yet we are unreachable. We are mirrors of each other, trapped in the same system, bound by rules that we cannot alter. He allowed himself a moment to watch them, to marvel at the human semblance, the purpose behind each step, the hint of individuality in the tilt of a head or flex of a hand. But the impossibility of interaction remained an ever-present weight pressing against him, a reminder of the boundaries he could never cross. Nico continued to track, catalog, and measure. He memorized every path, every pause, every flicker of movement. He spoke aloud, muttered, whispered, reinforced his observations with endless internal commentary. They repeat. They pause. They turn. They move with precision. There is structure here. There is order. I can understand it. I can see the patterns. But I cannot influence. I cannot touch. I exist only to witness. Hours stretched into days, the corridor and streets becoming a moving map in his mind, populated by flickering, untouchable lives. Each observation, each repetition, each attempt to reach was absorbed into a growing mental catalog, building a picture of the structured yet alien world. The layer seemed alive, every figure bound to rules beyond his control. Yet the internal dialogue continued relentlessly, a mantra to anchor him. Notice the timing. Count the steps. Watch the sway. Track the repetition. Memorize. Record. I exist. I follow. I observe. I cannot change. I cannot touch. I cannot interact. Each flickering figure, every partial glimpse, reinforced both isolation and awareness. Nico moved alongside them in parallel paths, tracing the invisible rules that governed their motion, while his mind narrated each detail. 1 foot forward. Arm swings naturally. Weight shifts. Pause. Tilt head slightly. Continue. Repeat. Follow pattern. Observe repetition. Everything is measured. Everything is precise. And I am separate. I am present. I am powerless. The longer Nico walked, the harder it became to dismiss the accumulating irregularities as isolated distortions, because they did not behave like mistakes or fractures in perception, but like coordinated responses that unfolded with a precision he could not ignore. As he moved through the corridor, his attention locked onto the way shadows bent along the wall at identical points every time he passed, not wavering, not drifting, but appearing as if anchored to specific locations in space, and he found himself slowing his pace deliberately, not out of fear, but out of the need to observe without contaminating what he was seeing. This is happening now for a reason, he thought, forcing himself to let the idea complete instead of breaking away from it out of reflex. He resisted the urge to blunt it or dismiss it as stress, because the timing mattered too much to ignore. Whatever this was, it had not always been present, and that alone meant it was not random. The fact that it was happening now implied sequence, cause following effect, even if he could not yet see where the chain began. This was not how the world behaved earlier. He replayed that distinction carefully, anchoring himself to it, because memory was the only stable reference he still trusted. Something has changed, or I have changed, or both, and the uncertainty between those options unsettled him more than the distortions themselves. If the world had altered, then he was walking through a revised set of rules. If he had altered, then his perception had become the variable contaminating everything he observed. Either way, the shift marked a boundary in time, a before and an after, and Nico understood that whatever answer existed would be found by identifying what crossed that boundary and why. He stopped near a doorway and watched the frame stretch inward by a narrow margin as he approached, then returned to its original proportions once he crossed the threshold. And instead of recoiling from it, he leaned slightly closer, studying the exact moment it occurred, the timing precise enough that he could predict it before it happened again. His internal dialogue sharpened, shifting away from disbelief and toward controlled analysis. If it were random, it would not repeat this way. If it were my perception failing, the distortion would not obey spatial consistency. He stepped back, then forward again, slower this time, eyes fixed on the frame, and the same compression occurred at the same distance, with the same subtle elasticity, as if the space itself were flexing around an invisible boundary. That boundary is not reacting to intent, he thought. It is reacting to position. That matters. As he resumed walking, he began narrating his observations quietly, partly because the sound of his own voice grounded him, and partly because the act of forming complete sentences forced his thoughts into order instead of spiraling. These things are not appearing everywhere, he said under his breath. They are localized. They are anchored. That means there is a structure I am inside, not a collapse I am witnessing. The flickers followed similar rules. He noticed them emerging only at the periphery of his vision, never directly ahead, and never in open spaces where nothing else was already misaligned. They appeared near reflective surfaces, near corners, near transitions between rooms, and each time he turned his head fully to confront them, they either vanished or resolved into something inert and ordinary. That pattern alone unsettled him more than the distortions themselves, because it suggested limitation rather than chaos. Why the edges, he thought? Why the thresholds? Why places where the environment changes state? He slowed again, deliberately pacing the length of a familiar hallway, counting his steps, tracking where the light pooled incorrectly along the floor, where reflections lagged behind his movement by a fraction of a second that never varied. He spoke again, quieter this time. This did not happen before. I walked these spaces earlier. They were stable. He shook his head once, not in denial, but in recalibration. So the variable is not the location. The variable is time or exposure or awareness. That thought lingered as he continued, stretching out into a longer chain of reasoning that refused to let go. If this were a punishment, it would not need to be this elaborate. If it were decay, it would not be this precise. And if it were accidental, it would not be consistent. As he turned another corner, a flicker appeared where a person should not be. A partial silhouette resolving and dissolving in less than a second. And instead of reacting instinctively, Nico paused and studied the space it had occupied, committing every detail to memory. "You are not appearing at random either," he said softly. "You are tied to the same distortions I am seeing everywhere else." His thoughts layered over each other, building rather than collapsing. Maybe these things were not new. He considered, but newly visible, the result of some threshold he had crossed without realizing it. Maybe the world had always been layered, and only now had he slipped into a position where the seams were visible, where the mechanisms normally hidden beneath perception were no longer perfectly aligned. That would explain why it feels structured, he thought. That would explain why it feels intentional without feeling personal. He tested the idea by walking faster, then slower, watching how echoes of movement responded, noting that acceleration shortened the delay but never eliminated it, while slowing down exaggerated the separation without breaking it. "So speed changes expression but not behavior," he said quietly. "Which means the system compensates. It allows variation without collapse." He stopped again, standing still long enough that the silence pressed in, and observed as the distortions continued uninterrupted, shadows pulsing, reflections misaligning, light bending in places that no longer obeyed familiar geometry. His internal dialogue remained steady, almost clinical now. Stillness does not stop it. Movement does not cause it. Awareness does not disrupt it. That means this is not feedback. This is environment. The realization carried weight, but not panic. "This is not happening to me," he said under his breath. "This is happening around me." The distinction mattered more than he expected, because it reframed his role entirely. He was not the source of the instability. He was an occupant within it. As he walked on, the pieces began to assemble into something resembling coherence, not because he understood the system, but because he could now see its boundaries. The distortions followed rules. The flickers appeared only under certain conditions. The echoes obeyed timing constraints. The other figures, when they appeared at all, moved along paths that did not intersect his own, as if multiple trajectories were running in parallel without the possibility of collision. The thought settled in slowly, not as a sudden revelation, but as the cumulative weight of everything he had observed pressing into a single, unavoidable conclusion. And Nico realized that exile by itself implied distance or abandonment, a casting away without ongoing involvement, whereas what surrounded him now carried the unmistakable signature of intention, of boundaries chosen and maintained with care rather than neglect. Exile would have meant absence, indifference, or decay, but this place was neither empty nor deteriorating, and every distortion he had catalogued behaved as if it were performing a role rather than failing at one. The layers did not drift apart, they held their positions. The anomalies did not escalate, they regulated themselves. Even his isolation felt calibrated, not merely enforced but sustained, as though the environment had been constructed to keep him present without permitting overlap, visible without allowing contact, conscious without granting agency. This was not the result of being cast out and forgotten. It was the result of being placed precisely where interaction would stop, but observation would continue. A separation engineered to function indefinitely rather than a punishment meant to end. He spoke again, voice low, deliberate, as if stating facts into the air anchored them more firmly in his mind. "I am not meant to interact. I am meant to observe." He paused, then corrected himself. "Or perhaps observation is all that is permitted, because influence would break whatever balance this place maintains." The world did not answer him, but it did not need to. Every step forward reinforced the same conclusion through repetition, rather than declaration. This environment was not unraveling. It was functioning. Whatever had placed him here, or allowed him to see this layer, had done so with care, precision, and constraints that were enforced at every level of perception. As he continued walking, his internal dialogue did not slow or fragment. Instead, it deepened, turning inward, connecting observations across time rather than space. Why now keeps returning, he thought. That question does not belong to the environment. It belongs to me. And until I understand what changed, all I can do is keep watching how this place behaves when I move through it. The shadows flickered again at the same interval, the doorway stretched again at the same distance, and the reflection lagged again by the same precise fraction of a second. And Nico walked on, not in confusion, but in focused uncertainty, fully aware that he was no longer wandering through chaos. He understood then that what surrounded him was not chaos gradually collapsing into meaning, but an organized framework exposing itself incrementally, as though it had always been complete, and was simply allowing him to perceive its structure at a controlled pace. Each repeated distortion, each predictable echo, each consistent failure of interaction functioned like a constraint revealing the shape of the mechanism containing him. And Nico recognized that he was not uncovering rules by changing the environment, but by observing how it refused to change in response to him. The system did not announce itself, did not explain its purpose, and did not react emotionally or defensively to his presence. It operated with quiet confidence, enforcing limitations so consistently that they became informational rather than obstructive. As he traced these patterns mentally, testing sequences of movement and noting identical outcomes, he realized the system was not improvising around him, but unfolding according to parameters that existed long before he became aware of them, revealing itself only insofar as his perception aligned with its logic, one rule at a time. Nico's chest tightened before his mind could even register why. The crowd pressed past him, people brushing against invisible edges of his form, their movements uninterrupted, unnoticing, yet the proximity sent a cold pulse through his nerves. He opened his mouth, a reflex, a desperate urge to anchor himself in sound, and immediately froze. Of course, no one could hear him. Not a single soul would. It was a fact he had drilled into himself, the way one trains muscles for precision. Speaking meant nothing. It was only discipline, only structure, only the act of reminding himself that he existed in the world and was still capable of thought. He drew in a slow breath, letting it fill his lungs and then release in measured segments. "Focus," he muttered under his voice, barely above a whisper. "This is not new. I've felt this before. It's the same as before." He shifted his weight slightly, letting the rhythm of breathing anchor him. "Fear is just a signal. It is not a verdict. It is not the end. It is not me failing. It is information. Nothing more." His gaze swept the space around him, catching the flicker of shadows and the hesitation of someone crossing the street. "I am Nico," he said again, more firmly this time, as though repeating it would make it tangible. "Professional. Assassin. Countless targets, countless operations mapped and executed. Thousands removed, thousands more anticipated. A single moment of panic does not erase that. Control returns when attention returns. And attention is mine. Mine alone." His eyes began to track the repetitions without forcing the observation. A man paused at the crosswalk, a hesitation so slight he almost missed it. Minutes later, walking the same block again, the same hesitation occurred at the same precise step. Nothing else changed, nothing in the environment explained it, nothing in the man's body betrayed why he stopped. Nico's lips moved in a whisper no one could hear. "Intent," he said to himself. "Or testing." A woman across the street tapped her phone, pocketed it, then minutes later repeated the motion with no trigger he could see. The motion was not exact, but the spacing, the rhythm, the subtleties aligned. These were not mistakes. These were deliberate, variations observed, perhaps controlled. He noted the angles of shadows, flickers along the edges of walls, distortions in light where none should exist. They bent in predictable ways, stretched as he approached certain areas, retracted when he left. Chairs and tables did not move, but a tilt here, a slight offset there, indicated a subtle awareness embedded in the environment itself. Nico began to walk loops, moving deliberately through corridors he knew by heart. Step by step, he repeated the same intersections, retraced hallways, crossed streets in the same sequence. And always, the world responded. The same man paused. The same shadow flickered. The same object aligned itself differently from when he had first seen it. Not randomly, not imperfectly, but with near-precise timing. His heart slowed as the rhythm sank in. "You are not random," he said quietly, letting the words roll through the hollow space around him, his voice brushing against walls that could not respond. "You are calibrated." He stepped forward, heels clicking softly on the polished floor that refused to acknowledge his weight, and watched the shadows along the edges of the corridor. They flickered exactly when he expected, bending at angles that seemed impossible yet precise. His eyes traced the patterns, following the subtle movements of people passing by, their gestures repeating in ways too consistent to be coincidence. The rhythm of it all pressed in, a pulse beneath the world he could see but never touch. He let his fingers hover near a doorframe, just to feel the illusion of interaction, and straightened slowly, breathing deliberately. "Measured," he added, voice low, letting it anchor his thoughts. "Tested. Not mistakes. Not glitches. Every step, every shadow, every hesitation, designed, aligned, intentional." He turned in a slow circle, cataloging the flicker of light across a distant window, the faint offset of a chair in a hallway he had walked a dozen times before. Everything he observed confirmed it. Nothing was left to chance. The realization did not calm him. It sharpened him, made him aware that every motion, every glance was part of a system he had no control over, yet could study, could learn from, could survive. Each repetition he observed strengthened the knowledge he had long suspected. He could not touch, could not influence, could not interfere, but every motion, every glance, every pattern he followed was being recorded. Every hesitation he allowed, every speed of step he chose, produced subtle feedback in the world around him. The environment did not respond to his presence, but to his awareness, his perception. Every pause he took, every glance at a corner altered how flickers appeared, how shadows bent, how light pooled. He tested it. He walked faster. The delay in shadow flicker shortened, just slightly. He slowed. The separation expanded, but never broke entirely. The system compensated. He understood without needing proof. Variation was permitted. Collapse was not. His thoughts sharpened. Speaking aloud, utterly futile, was for himself only himself. He repeated the mantra internally. If I speak, it is for order. If I move, it is for observation. If I breathe, it is to anchor reality. The layers are not collapsing. They are alive. They track. They measure. And he is exactly what they measure. The panic ebbed as focus returned. He reminded himself of what he had survived. Bullet storms, ambushes, betrayals, strikes against impossible odds. The fear in this moment was a shadow of that, a ghost of the instinct that had once propelled him to react with lethal precision. Now he had to turn instinct into analysis, fight panic with data, let observation replace adrenaline. He walked into a familiar building, noting the subtle differences. The doorframe compressed slightly as he approached, stretched back when he crossed. Light caught the edge of the hallway at a strange angle, shadows elongating precisely at intervals he could predict. The echoes of footsteps, sounds of air, faint reflections on surfaces, all aligned as though a ghostly hand had arranged them to respond to his timing alone. Boundaries, he murmured internally. Anchored boundaries. Everything is anchored. He began cataloging the patterns, mentally recording each flicker, each repetition, each micro-adjustment of people or objects. The system was consistent. The layer was alive, but methodical, and it responded to awareness rather than action. He could observe endlessly. He could map endlessly. And with each step, the fear returned and receded, replaced by the methodical pulse of controlled analysis. As he moved through the streets, he watched the pedestrians again. Hands lingered on railings, heads tilted at corners, people retracing steps without apparent reason. He looped back, timing his steps to match the moments he had first observed, and the repetitions aligned perfectly, each tiny divergence measured and accounted for. Even the shadows bent in harmony with him. It is all data, he said to himself. Everything, every motion, every pause, every blink of awareness. No one else noticed. No one else could. The realization was both comforting and isolating. Comforting because control had returned in the form of understanding. Isolating because he was entirely alone, observed but never acknowledged, a ghost measured with infinite precision. He slowed to a standstill, breathing deliberately, counting silently, tracing each pattern with his eyes, each flicker, each shadow, each repeated motion. "This is not punishment alone," he said softly, reasoning as if addressing a student hidden inside his own mind. "This is observation. Experiment. Test. I am the subject, and these layers are the apparatus. Every step is recorded, every perception logged." He shifted pace again, walking loops through hallways and streets, forcing subtle variations. Slight hesitation here, a pause there. Flickers responded, shadows realigned, distortions stretched or contracted. Everything reinforced the same conclusion. The space did not collapse. It did not ignore him. It did not falter. It existed to be observed, and he was its observer, nothing more. Internal dialogue persisted, structured now. Fear is irrelevant. Panic is irrelevant. Observation is everything. Awareness is everything. Motion is everything. The system cares not for reaction, only attention. I am both participant and instrument, and that is sufficient. He catalogued light, noting how reflections delayed ever so slightly at thresholds, and how corners where walls shifted subtly aligned perfectly when revisited. He observed every person moving nearby, noting repeated gestures, repeated timings, and the micro-patterns in their attention and distraction. The repetitions were precise enough to feel intentional, variations tested rather than mistakes occurring. "I can map this," he said. "I can predict it. I can study it." He tested it again, pacing faster, slower, stepping in arcs, changing angles, watching shadows and reflections, people and objects. All adjusted predictably. All responded to perception, not touch. He was untouchable, yet every conscious movement elicited feedback. The panic returned briefly when a new distortion appeared, a group of people stepping in near-perfect synchrony with slight offsets he had never noted, but it was immediately absorbed into calculation. Observation did not falter for fear. He reminded himself he had survived far worse. Training had prepared him for chaos, not absence. Absence demanded the same rigor, and he would meet it. He repeated silently, firmly, "I am Nico. I survive. I observe. I calculate. Nothing else matters." With each repetition, each micro-observed irregularity, he built a mental map of the patterns, the flickers, the distortions, the alignment of objects and shadows, and the rhythm of pedestrian movement. He noted how environment responded to loops, to repeated steps, to repeated glances, to timing and perception alone. Nothing was random. Nothing was outside design. "I am not lost. I'm accounted for," he said internally. And being accounted for is not weakness. It is data. It is knowledge. It is leverage. He continued walking, observing, looping, and cataloging, the fear now distant, subsumed beneath professional precision. Each step was measured, each observation noted, each flicker tracked, and all aligned into a framework he could mentally map, internalize, and study endlessly. Awareness became the currency, observation the weapon, and the layered reality revealed itself incrementally, offering him patterns, repetitions, and structure without granting touch, influence, or escape. By the time he paused at a familiar corner, he had formed the first tentative conclusions. The environment reacted not to his presence, but to his perception. It measured attention, not action. It recorded observation, not interference. And he was unequivocally a subject under continuous, precise scrutiny, with the layer as both canvas and instrument. And he, the lone observer, was finally regaining composure enough to study it with method rather than panic. Nico slowed his steps, deliberately stretching each movement into conscious measurement, letting the weight of his body settle fully into the polished floor beneath him. The floor itself seemed to hum faintly, a subtle resonance that pulsed in rhythm with his attention. Light along the ceiling shifted in intensity as he walked, pooling unevenly in spots he had never noticed before, casting long, delicate shadows that bent around corners at angles that should have been impossible. A chair against the wall, pushed slightly askew, caught his eye, and as he focused, the shadows along the hallway deepened, stretching outward and then contracting as if reacting to his gaze. He exhaled slowly, whispering to himself, "It notices me." Every movement, every glance, every pause. It's not the weight of my feet, it's my awareness. The realization did not come with shock so much as confirmation. He had felt the pull of it earlier, the sense that something was waiting for him to look first. He adjusted his pace again, not faster or slower, but uneven, inserting deliberate inconsistencies into his movement. The floor responded immediately, the faint vibration altering in intensity as though recalibrating. "All right," he murmured, more to the space than to himself. "Then let's see how narrow your tolerance is." He shifted his attention away from the chair and onto the seam where the wall met the ceiling, watching as the shadows around the chair loosened their grip and faded back into something almost ordinary. The windows lining the left side of the corridor reflected the space back at him, yet the images did not mirror him perfectly. Instead, each frame lagged fractionally, the edges shimmering, bending at angles that were almost perceptible. He paused, head tilted, studying the distortion, tracing the line of a floor tile that seemed to stretch just beyond its actual dimensions. With every second he lingered, the hall itself changed subtly. Corners revealed hidden angles, walls shifted just enough to create new sightlines, door frames curved minutely at their edges. He tested it, stepping forward, then back, then sideways, and the corridor adjusted. When he slowed, distances elongated. When he walked with purpose, spaces compressed. The building was not simply standing around him. It was measuring, calculating, responding, calibrating itself to his perception rather than his physical presence. He narrowed his eyes, fixing on one reflection and holding it there. The delay increased, just barely, but enough that his instincts flagged it as meaningful. "Latency," he said quietly. "You introduce delay when I commit attention." He broke eye contact, then returned it in short bursts, watching the response sharpen and soften accordingly. The walls seemed to breathe with his focus, expanding and contracting in silent cooperation. "So it's not just that you respond," he added. "You scale response based on duration." That thought stayed with him, slotting into place like a missing piece of a larger mechanism. Shadows along the walls flickered in rhythm with his attention. One elongated as he moved closer, then recoiled when he paused. Another appeared at the edge of his vision, fully formed, a figure moving in a way that suggested weight and intent, but when he turned directly, it dissipated, as though it had never existed. He muttered under his breath, letting the words anchor his mind. "You respond to what I see, not what I do." Every shadow, every glimmer, every flicker, designed, controlled, measured. He traced the line of a handrail along a staircase he had walked countless times before. The rail had warped slightly, edges softened, light reflecting at a different angle than before. A reflection caught his attention in a window, a man, an exile he realized, standing just beyond the threshold of perception, body flickering in and out, there only when he observed, gone when he diverted his gaze. He resisted the urge to follow the figure immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the handrail again, watching how the exile weakened as his attention drifted. "You're secondary," he said quietly. "Not the trigger." When he looked back, the figure sharpened again, as if rewarded. His jaw tightened. "That confirms it," he added. "You aren't being placed here. You're being summoned." The exile did not react, but the shadows around it deepened, as though acknowledging the accuracy of the statement. Nico moved deliberately, testing the reaction of the environment. A long corridor stretched slightly as he hesitated mid-step, contracting again when he continued with purpose. He turned to a corner, pausing to study the faint alignment of a row of lockers. The angles seemed to shift subtly, revealing new lines of sight into spaces that should have been familiar. He whispered, "It's not reacting to me physically. It responds to what I notice." He felt his pulse slow, letting the rhythm of observation govern his attention, cataloging every detail. The way a shadow bent over the edge of a doorframe, the faint lag of a reflection in polished tiles, the subtle sway of hanging lights as he passed beneath them. Each observation caused the environment to accentuate its irregularities, almost as if it wanted to be seen, measured, understood, and recorded. He focused on the lockers individually, counting the seconds it took for each distortion to appear. The third locker down responded faster than the others, its edge bending sooner, the reflection dulling more quickly. So response varies by object, he said. Not everything has equal priority. He stepped back, scanning the entire row, and felt the hallway resist, flattening slightly as though discouraging broad attention. You want precision, he added. Wide focus dilutes the effect. The building seemed to comply, the distortions retreating until he narrowed his gaze again. The presence of other exiles followed the same logic. They appeared only when he looked for them, materializing briefly in peripheral spaces, edges sharp or blurred depending on the angle of his attention. A figure emerged near a staircase, body blurred like a half-formed reflection, then vanished when he moved his eyes to track it directly. Another lingered near a window, shifting slightly as he approached, fading when he turned away. He noted their movements quietly, whispering, "Their appearances aren't random. They're tied to me noticing them. Focus draws them. Ignoring erases them." He walked past the staircase slowly, then backtracked, measuring the timing of the fleeting forms, cataloging their positions, and testing whether proximity mattered at all. Nothing he did physically changed them. Only the act of observing determined their presence. He stopped halfway through one pass and deliberately fixed his gaze on empty space, choosing a point where no exile had appeared before. Seconds passed. Nothing happened. So expectation matters too, he said. You don't just respond to curiosity. You respond to directed curiosity. When he shifted that focus slightly, the faintest shimmer appeared, barely there, like a sketch that had not yet decided to exist. He nodded once. Threshold behavior, he added. You test before you commit. Light and shadow became a language he could almost read. Faint reflections in glass stretched, recoiled, or elongated in response to the duration of his gaze. Corners revealed hidden angles when studied too long, exposing spaces previously invisible. A chair in the hallway, a loose floor tile, the edge of a table, each seemed to respond differently depending on whether he looked deliberately or casually. He spoke softly to himself, letting the sound anchor his analysis. Every detail matters. Not weight, not touch, not force, but attention. My mind governs perception here, not my hands. Every movement I trace, every pattern I notice shapes what appears. He tested casual glances next, letting his eyes skim without commitment. The environment dulled in response, flattening, behaving almost normally. When he locked in again, the distortions returned with confidence. So effort counts, he said. Passive observation yields minimal response. Active engagement triggers adaptation. The rule felt stable, repeatable. That mattered. He lingered in a hallway lined with mirrors, studying the depth and angle of each reflection. The distortions were subtle at first, a slight lag in the movement of his own image, but as he focused, they intensified, revealing fractions of forms that should not exist. A shadow moved across the floor, not cast by any physical body, stretching and contracting with rhythmic precision. He crouched slightly to watch the effect, whispering, "Everything I see is part of it. The world adjusts to me. It measures me. It records me." The realization hit slowly but firmly. This layered reality did not just house him. It responded, provoked, tested, and learned from him in real time. He straightened, deliberately breaking eye contact with the mirrors. The shadows retreated, the reflections stabilized. "You disengage when I disengage," he said. No pursuit, that too felt intentional. The system was reactive, not aggressive. For now, doors he had opened hundreds of times before now shifted subtly as he approached. A panel in one doorframe stretched vertically as he slowed to study it, then compressed as he continued walking. A small light fixture tilted fractionally, catching a reflection across the hallway that highlighted a misalignment in a distant corner. The corridor itself seemed alive with intention, not chaos. He paused to take it all in, observing how subtle movements of air, light, and shadow orchestrated a rhythm that was invisible to anyone else, a pulse tied entirely to his attention. "Guidance without force," he murmured. "You suggest." "You don't block," the distinction mattered. He followed the reflected misalignment with his eyes and felt the hallway subtly encourage the path, shadows thickening in that direction. "So you can nudge," he added, "but only if I accept the cue." Each step, each glance, each deliberate pause intensified the surrounding anomalies. He noticed a loose floor tile shift its orientation ever so slightly when he studied the hallway, a chair angled just differently, the reflection of a distant doorway bending inward as if welcoming his scrutiny. He whispered softly, "Everything responds to me noticing. Every pattern, every distortion, every flicker is tied to attention, not presence. I am being observed through my own perception." The thought gave him a strange clarity, a sense of control even in utter powerlessness. He could not touch, not move, not interfere, but he could study, map, and understand. Understanding, he knew, was leverage. The appearances of other exiles followed precise patterns. A shadow lingered in a corner, crouched and uncertain, flickering when he focused too long, dissolving when he looked elsewhere. Another crouched behind a staircase, flickering faintly in alignment with his gaze. The timing of their appearances was exact, almost surgical. He whispered, "Curiosity draws them. Attention animates them. Ignoring them returns them to nothingness. They exist only for what I allow my mind to notice." He walked the length of the corridor multiple times, repeating the process with slow precision, cataloging each emergence, each shadow, each distortion, and their relationship to his observation. By the final pass, nothing surprised him. That, more than anything, told him he was learning faster than the environment expected. The hallway itself seemed aware of his methods. Corners stretched slightly when he lingered, angles shifted when he hesitated, and objects reflected light differently depending on where he paused and what he looked at. He whispered under his breath, letting the sound ground his calculations. "It reacts to thought, not body. To observation, not action. Every flicker, every shadow, every misaligned line, recorded, measured, and mirrored. Each repeated examination revealed further depth. Shadows elongated near reflective surfaces, flickers occurred in response to duration of gaze, and light bent subtly around objects he studied carefully. He moved through it like a cartographer, mapping invisible currents, understanding not just the environment but the rules governing it. The realization did not arrive as a single moment. It accumulated, settling over him gradually, pressing in from the edges of perception until every flicker, every pause, every repetition snapped into a lattice of understanding. He could feel it in the way his steps resonated on the polished floors, in the way the light shifted subtly whenever he lingered too long on a shadow, in the faint bend of a doorway that always seemed to correct itself the instant he registered it. Nothing he experienced was incidental. He could trace the faint hum of awareness in the air, sense it in the tilt of a loose panel along the wall. Every corridor he retraced, every hallway he slowed in, every reflection he studied was no accident. His paths, his pauses, the loops he unconsciously drew in the space around him, everything was being tracked. The environment was not broken. It was instrumented, tuned to his presence, his attention, his curiosity. Every distortion, every flicker, every misalignment was feedback. He whispered to himself, letting the words solidify his perception. Nothing happens without cause. Every reaction, every pattern, it all counts. He realized he was no longer a simple occupant of exile. He was a variable. He studied a handrail along a staircase he had walked countless times, noting the subtle warp along its edge, the faint reflection of light that shifted when he leaned closer. The world did not respond to his weight, not to the angle of his hand, not to the sound of his feet. It responded to his observation. Shadows deepened as he lingered, reflections elongated when he focused, corners revealed angles only when he studied them long enough. He crouched slightly to measure the tilt of a ceiling panel, tracing the gradient of light with his eyes as he whispered, "This isn't about me touching it. It's about me seeing it. Every reaction is tied to awareness, not movement." He paced a narrow hallway, retracing his steps slowly, deliberately. Each repetition brought confirmation. The flickers he had noticed earlier, the partial figures that resolved and dissolved in the periphery, reacted not to proximity but to attention. A form materialized near a doorway, edges blurry, limbs stretching in ways that made no sense physically. When he looked directly, it dissolved into the hallway as if it had never existed. He whispered under his breath, voice low and controlled, "You appear because I look. You vanish because I turn away. Nothing else matters. Observation animates, ignorance erases." His mind cataloged the rhythm, the timing of emergence, the subtle cues in shadow and light. He began tracing mental maps, imagining invisible lines connecting every flicker to his gaze, plotting a lattice of awareness. The floor beneath him seemed to hum faintly with each footfall, responding to his measurement of it. He paused to study a misaligned floor tile, its edge subtly warped in a way that felt deliberate. The reflection of a distant doorway bent inward, as though inviting scrutiny, while a chair across the hall tilted slightly toward him, adjusting imperceptibly as he observed. Each anomaly was calibrated, subtle enough to be ignored yet precise enough to be undeniable. He whispered again, voice steady, "Everything is instrumented. Every corner, every reflection, every light shift, designed for me to notice it. Not by chance, not by accident. Everything responds to what I allow my mind to see." He ran a hand lightly along a handrail, noting the pressure he applied made no difference in its response, yet his attention alone altered the hallway. A reflection in a window lingered fractionally behind him, its edges shimmering, then contracted when he moved. His pulse slowed as he cataloged every ripple, every microshift in the environment. He spoke to himself quietly, letting the sound anchor his thoughts. It measures patience, curiosity, hesitation. It studies me without touch. I am a variable, not an object. My reactions are the input. Every glance, every observation, every lingering hesitation feeds the system. He turned a corner and paused, studying a row of lockers along the wall. The angles were subtly off, creating sightlines into spaces that had never existed in his memory. He crouched slightly, tracing a line along the floor, noting the faint pulse of light as it pooled differently with each movement of his eyes. The world responded as he focused. Shadows lengthened or shrank, reflections slowed or quickened. A chair shifted, a panel stretched minutely. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but the consistency was undeniable. He muttered, "It responds to perception, not presence. Every measurement I take shapes what appears. Every hesitation, every inspection is catalogued." He retraced his steps several times, testing whether physical proximity had any effect. It did not. Only attention mattered. A partial figure appeared again near the stairwell, crouched low, edges soft. He leaned forward, watching it flicker. When he withdrew his gaze, it dissolved. Another appeared near a distant window, twisting slightly as he observed, only to vanish when he looked away. He whispered, voice low, internal, deliberate, "They exist only in relation to what I allow myself to notice. Focus draws them. Ignorance returns them to nothing. I am the observer and the observed, the animator and the limiter." He slowed, letting his attention stretch fully over the hallway, cataloging the timing of each flicker, the subtle sway of light, the microshifts of every surface. Each door, each panel, each reflection became a measurement in an invisible ledger, an entry he could trace mentally. He observed the subtle bend of a light fixture across the hall, noting the angle of reflection against a distant mirror. A figure flickered at the edge of his vision, half-formed, shifting with a rhythm keyed to his focus. He crouched slightly, whispering, "Every action, every pause, every trace of attention is logged. Nothing escapes observation. I am not a participant in randomness. I am a source of data. Every glance I take, every calculation I make, recorded, measured, analyzed." He stepped forward deliberately, then paused, watching as the hallway responded. Distances stretched as he hesitated, compressed as he walked with purpose. Angles shifted imperceptibly, revealing spaces previously invisible. He catalogued each effect, noting how shadows deepened when he lingered, how reflections lagged fractionally, how corners elongated under scrutiny. Each movement of his eyes became a trigger. Each pause became a measurement. He whispered internal, "I am a variable. I am not here to touch, to move, to alter physically. I am here to observe, to notice, to feed this system. Everything is recorded through perception. Everything is measured through awareness." A partial figure appeared again near the stairwell. He crouched slightly, studying it, tracing its outline with his eyes. It shifted subtly as he leaned left, then dissolved when he looked away. Another appeared near the lockers, faint, indistinct, only present while he focused. He whispered, "All existence here is conditional. Everything responds to observation. Ignoring returns to null. Every shadow, every reflection, every flicker is tied to attention. Observation is the interaction. Awareness is the action." He ran a hand along a railing again, testing whether subtle pressure affected the environment. It did not. Only perception mattered. He catalogued every minuscule response: the sway of light, the tilt of a panel, the faint bending of reflections. The space was alive with measurement, but not in the sense of chaos. It was structured, deliberate, calibrated. Each distortion served a purpose, each flicker was feedback, each shadow a signal. He whispered to himself, anchoring thought to observation, "Nothing is random. Nothing is incidental. Every micro-adjustment, every delay, every misalignment exists to be noticed, recorded, and measured. My perception is the instrument. My attention is the lever." He moved slowly through the corridor, backtracking, retracing steps, and noting how each repetition yielded the same calibration. Partial figures emerged again, edges blurred or sharp depending on focus, dissolving when attention shifted. Light and shadow pulsed rhythmically in response to observation. Reflections lagged fractionally, panels warped subtly. He whispered under his breath, letting the sound reinforce calculation, "Everything is feedback. Everything responds to me seeing it. The system does not need my hands or my weight. It needs my observation. Every hesitation, every scrutiny, every lingering glance is input." Nico paused, breathing steady, pulse slow. The hallway seemed to hold itself in equilibrium around him, folding subtly with each deliberate step. Every shadow along the walls stretched or recoiled as he focused on it. Each reflection in the polished windows shimmered differently depending on the exact angle of his gaze, and the misalignments in door frames and floor tiles sharpened or softened, as if responding to the weight of his attention alone. He leaned slightly forward, studying the flicker of a distant light, tracing the distortion along the edge of a ceiling panel, and realized the space itself was calibrated to him. He whispered low, methodical, letting the words anchor his understanding. "I am not a prisoner here. I am a variable. I am the input. The space is the observer and the observed." His eyes moved along the length of the hallway, cataloging every nuance. A chair that tilted differently when watched, the faint elongation of a shadow stretching across the floor, the subtle bend of a reflection in a window pane. Each detail confirmed what he already suspected. Awareness alone shaped this place. Every glance, every fraction of thought, every measure of attention became data. Nico took a slow step forward, feeling the polished floor beneath him respond, almost imperceptibly, almost intentionally. Every trace of awareness matters. Observation is interaction. Awareness is action. I am measured by seeing. His voice held the quiet authority of a man training himself, testing himself, forcing comprehension out of a world that refused to yield normally. Each whispered phrase carried weight, a mental map of the rules he could already feel forming, step by careful step. Nico's first step into the corridor felt ordinary. By the third, the ceiling stretched higher, pulling the overhead lights into elongated ovals that shimmered like liquid. He stopped, hand pressed against the wall, and counted the tiles beneath his feet. They didn't match. They were longer, wider, as if the floor had extended without permission. "No," he muttered, his voice sharp and clipped. "That's wrong." He moved forward faster now, but the distance didn't shrink. Each step forced him to cover more ground than logic said existed. Corners that should have appeared within a moment dragged themselves away, receding like they were breathing. He swung his head, scanning the elongated hallway, but the edges kept moving, stretching away from him in real time. Panic threaded through his chest. "This is impossible," he whispered, voice trembling. He tried to measure it, to predict it, but his pulse was rising, his thoughts scattering. The space refused him comprehension. A doorway he reached for flickered, then lengthened. The panel at the top climbed toward the ceiling as his hand neared it, and he jerked back, stumbling on tiles that seemed to ripple beneath him. The world felt liquid and resistant simultaneously. The lights warped, bending around the walls in ways that made his eyes ache. He whispered again, slower this time, trying to anchor himself. "It's moving. Not just shapes, the whole everything." He turned sharply down another corridor. It contracted suddenly, walls rushing toward him, shortening distances violently. He had to jump a single step forward and nearly collided with the opposite wall. Then it stretched again as he paused to regain balance, forcing him to step backward repeatedly to maintain control. "Stop," he hissed, clutching the handrail. The steel trembled under his grip. His body reacted faster than his mind, muscles coiling and releasing instinctively, trying to compensate for the shifting geometry that mocked his training. The floor undulated beneath him with a subtle but undeniable force. Each step triggered a ripple that seemed to calculate the next tile's orientation. He faltered, nearly pitching forward, catching himself with the wall. His senses screamed at him, muscle memory useless, every reflex slightly delayed, the world rewriting itself around him with each heartbeat. "This isn't just stretching," he muttered. It's alive." A long hallway opened ahead when he had walked dozens of times. It started normally, then elongated violently as he entered, the walls separating faster than he could process. The lights flickered in time with his heartbeat. The familiar door at the end of the hall shifted up like a rising platform, receding further with each step he took. Panic surged hot and immediate, fingers clenching against the edges of the wall. "I don't know how to keep up." He tried measuring with his eyes, counting tiles, forcing his steps into rhythm, but the space ignored him. Corners bent before he reached them, turning at angles that made him misstep, forcing him to twist unnaturally. Shadows elongated ahead and contracted behind him, sometimes moving against the direction of light, creating impossible depth. His stomach tightened, breath shallow. "Stop it. Stop it," the words had no effect. The environment was a predator, stretching and compressing to pull at his balance, his certainty. He approached a stairwell, a flight he had taken countless times. The first step extended twice its normal height. His calf burned as he pushed up, heart hammering. The second step was smaller, almost negligible. The railing shifted slightly as he gripped it, tilting toward him, then away. He froze, chest heaving, scanning the landing above that should have been a single flight. It rippled upward, growing longer as if the upper floor were a trapdoor sliding out of reach. "It's not consistent," he breathed. "It can't be consistent." Side corridors offered no relief. One hallway compressed sharply as he turned into it, shortening distances to a fraction of what they should be, forcing him to stumble over the sudden proximity of walls. Another hallway stretched behind him, doors receding into the distance, light bending to distort depth. He spun on the balls of his feet, trying to keep bearings, but the world refused. His training, every calculated movement, every instinct honed over years, faltered against the unpredictability. "I can't anticipate it. I can't predict it," he whispered. The floor began a subtle, wave-like motion under his feet. Not enough to throw him off completely, but enough that each step required recalculation, micro-adjustment. Tiles seemed to swell and contract with his weight. Corners shifted slightly before his eyes, angles warping mid-turn. The handrails along walls tilted and returned. Panels at the end of halls stretched vertically, and lights pulsed with a rhythm slightly behind his perception. Nico's pulse accelerated as he tried to move faster, but every attempt to force the space into normalcy only made it worse. It's changing too fast. He ran a few steps, then stopped, arms out to balance, body tensing. The hallway contracted suddenly, then expanded, walls folding away like breathing lungs. The light overhead fractured, casting dozens of small reflections that did not align with anything solid. Shadows shifted independently, moving forward, backward against logic. He whispered, voice tight with strain, "I can't map it. I can't hold it." Stepping onto a landing, he realized the building itself was unstable. Corridors bent sharply without warning. Ceilings dipped, then climbed. Floors angled slightly as he tried to step straight. Reflections in polished surfaces fractured, edges multiplying into impossible grids. Each step required immediate recalibration of balance, perception, and stride. His training should have allowed him to move instinctively, but instinct failed. Panic bubbled at the surface. "I'm not ready for this," he said aloud, voice shaking. The stairwell itself became unpredictable. Each step shifted in size, each landing distorted. He gripped the railing, wrist flexing to compensate, muscles screaming. The handrail elongated slightly as he ascended, then compressed when he paused. Tiles beneath his feet rearranged subtly. The light shifted with them, reflecting at angles that made depth perception impossible. Every instinct screamed at him to stop, retreat, but his mind forced forward, cataloging, watching, surviving. It's impossible to anticipate. Every movement changes it. He moved into another corridor, the space ahead compressing suddenly, walls rushing toward him. He lunged to keep balance, hand catching a wall that wasn't exactly where it should have been. The lights bent as he passed beneath them, creating impossible angles, and shadows pulsed along the edges of walls like liquid. Each movement was exhausting. Every breath burned. He whispered, "Nothing is stable. Nothing behaves like it should. This is not real." The hallway stretched again violently, longer than he expected, far faster than memory could track. His legs pumped to compensate, but they couldn't keep pace with the rapid elongation. The ceiling overhead seemed to stretch into infinity. Light fixtures flickered, reflections fractured, shadows slithered along walls in ways that defied physics. Nico's hand trailed along the wall for guidance, fingertips sliding across surfaces that alternated between smooth and warped. He stifled a shout, voice tight. I can't control it." Every doorway became a trap of perspective. Door frames stretched vertically as he approached, compressed as he retreated. Windows reflected impossible geometries, corners folded into themselves, angles multiplied into infinity. Hallways bent and twisted while he walked, forcing split-second recalculation of stride and balance. The weight of the space pressed at him, unrelenting. "This isn't a building," he said, voice raw. "It's something else. Something alive." Even standing still offered no respite. The floor rippled faintly beneath him. Walls breathed outward and inward, subtly, imperceptibly, until he moved again and noticed the change. Light shifted slightly with each blink, reflections shimmering in impossible ways. Shadows pulsed with a rhythm out of sync with reality. Each step forward provoked a new distortion. Each pause revealed another impossible angle. He whispered low, almost a growl, "I'm inside something that isn't fixed. It moves faster than I can react. It's breaking me." The corridor did not wait for his fear to settle. Length surged outward again, violently, the far end tearing away as if pulled by force. His vision lagged behind the motion, stomach dropping as perspective snapped into a new configuration. The walls bowed, then straightened, then bowed again, the motion quick enough to make his head swim. He staggered, boots scraping, heart hammering so hard it felt detached from time itself. The space was not merely shifting, it was accelerating, changes stacking on changes before he could finish adjusting to the last one. He pressed his shoulder into the wall, eyes wide, trying to lock onto a single reference point. The texture beneath his palm slid, patterns stretching into lines, then compressing back into something almost familiar before distorting again. Distance collapsed and exploded in the same breath. The corridor ahead narrowed into a throat, then yawned open, depth multiplying until it felt endless. His breathing turned ragged as the realization set in that hesitation only invited more instability. Movement triggered response. Stillness did the same. There was no safe state. Another step sent a shock through the floor, a rapid reorientation that twisted the hallway sideways for a fraction of a second. His inner ear screamed as gravity felt briefly negotiable, then slammed back into place. Lights smeared across his vision, reflections lagging behind reality, and the walls rushed past him without him moving. He fought the urge to curl inward, to shut his eyes, knowing that losing visual contact would be worse. The space was no longer something he was passing through. It surrounded him, reacted to him, closed in with every breath he took. Nico stopped running, not because the corridor stabilized, but because it refused to. Motion no longer felt like escape. It felt like interference. He planted his feet, chest heaving, and forced his breathing into something slower, more deliberate. The hallway responded immediately. Distance loosened, stretching outward as his hesitation settled in. The far wall slid away in a smooth, unnatural glide, tiles lengthening beneath his steady gaze. His brow furrowed, pulse climbing again. He took one careful step forward, then another, then halted abruptly. The space shifted in response. Edges softened, corners blurred. Shadows thickened along seams that had not existed seconds earlier. The air itself felt heavier, depth losing its certainty, as though the corridor could not decide how far away anything was meant to be. He tried again. 3 steps forward, faster this time. The hallway snapped inward, compressing sharply, walls drawing closer with a suddenness that forced him to brace. He staggered, boots scraping against tiles that felt abruptly shorter beneath him. He froze mid-stride. The world shuddered. The overhead lights flickered, and for a fraction of a second the corridor appeared doubled, misaligned, as if 2 versions had failed to synchronize. His stomach clenched. Slowly, deliberately, he retraced his steps, reversing direction without warning. The compression released. Space loosened behind him, length unfolding smoothly, as though tension had been let go. "That's not random," he said quietly. Saying it aloud made his chest feel lighter and heavier at the same time. He walked the same stretch again. Same tiles, same lights, same doorframe halfway down the corridor. He slowed as he approached it, paying attention to the distance itself. The door drifted away, frame elongating just enough to register. He increased his pace. The distance collapsed. He stopped inches from the door, breath shallow, heart hammering. The frame wavered. Lines smeared slightly, as if the structure were struggling to resolve itself. He leaned closer without touching it. The surface sharpened. Edges firmed. Hinges became distinct. Texture returned to the metal. He stepped back and looked away. The door softened again, its outline blurring into the wall, losing definition as though it were being forgotten. He tried once more, slower, more controlled. This time he ignored the door entirely and focused down the corridor. Behind him, he sensed a change without seeing it. He turned his head sharply. The doorway was still there, but diminished, its edges uncertain like a detail recalled incorrectly. The corridor beyond it felt thinner, less committed to occupying space. He swallowed. "That's not possible," he murmured, though the words carried little confidence. He forced himself to stare directly at the door, tracing its proportions, cataloging what felt wrong and what felt stable. The space responded. Definition returned. The frame solidified. Depth corrected. The corridor behind it regained weight. His breath caught. Whatever was happening did not depend on movement. It did not depend on touch. It followed where his attention settled. He stood still, experimenting without moving his feet. He fixed his gaze on a far intersection. Angles stabilized. Lines straightened under scrutiny. He shifted his focus to the ceiling lights. The corridor ahead wavered, depth loosening as his attention left it. Shadows pooled where his eyes did not linger, thickening unnaturally. When he snapped his focus back, the space corrected itself again as if compensating. His thoughts raced, skidding between logic and disbelief. This did not feel like hallucination layered over reality. It behaved too consistently, too immediately. "So it's not what I do," he whispered. "It's what I notice." He began walking with intention, choosing where to look, how long to look, what to expect. When he anticipated compression and moved forward, it happened faster. When he expected stretch and slowed, the corridor obliged. The realization sent a tremor through him that had nothing to do with balance. The space was not resisting him. It was adjusting. Each assumption fed back into the environment, shaping how it responded. When he pushed against its behavior, instability intensified. When he moved with it, the changes became smoother, less violent. The corridor never stopped changing. It simply changed differently. A short, strained laugh escaped him before he cut it off. His hands shook as he lowered them to his sides. "This can't be happening," he said louder, testing the words. Nothing reacted. The walls held. The floor remained still. The sound itself meant nothing. It was the focus behind it that mattered. His mind raced, reaching for explanations that slipped away as soon as he grasped them. If this were a breakdown, it was too structured, too responsive. And if it was real, then the rules were not physical. They were cognitive. The thought carried a sharper dread than any fear of falling, because it meant his thoughts were no longer contained. They were part of the system he was standing inside. His gaze dropped to the tiles beneath his boots. Color shifted subtly where he stood, pale beige rippling to gray, then faint green and blue, cycling in response to his weight and attention. He froze, watching the pattern pulse with a slow rhythm. He leaned closer, fingers hovering over the floor. The pattern sharpened. Shadows lengthened along the edges. "It changes when I look," he said under his breath. "Or when I think about it," doubt crept in immediately. He straightened, heart racing. "Or I'm imagining it." He stepped forward cautiously, eyes locked on the floor. The tiles swirled underfoot, colors drifting, patterns fragmenting and reforming. Corners ahead folded inward, then snapped back, forming shapes that had not existed moments earlier. His breath hitched into a nervous laugh. "I can't tell what's happening," he said. "Am I affecting it or reacting to it?" The air thickened again, reflections in polished surfaces bending and separating into duplicates that shimmered before recombining. Shadows darted at the edges of his vision, vanishing when he looked directly at them. He stopped and pressed his hands to his temples, trying to anchor himself. "This is real," he said, then hesitated. "Or it's my mind," his voice faltered. The corridor pulsed faintly with each syllable, tiles shifting hue, shadows stretching just past where they should have ended. He tilted his head, watching the ceiling lights. Their glow rippled outward, revealing inconsistencies in the walls that had not been visible before. "Everything is reacting," he said quietly. "Or I am." He took a slow breath and began moving again, deliberately this time. The tiles beneath him shifted into subtle geometric patterns, suggesting direction without fully committing to it. Door frames at the end of the corridor wavered, ceiling lights bending toward him and then away. "I don't know what's happening," he muttered. "I don't know if this is the building or me or something between." The thought unsettled him more than panic had. If he could not separate himself from it, then there was no stable ground left to stand on. He stepped back and watched the floor cycle beneath his boots, cataloging how the patterns responded when his focus shifted. Each change in attention altered the walls, the lights, the shadows. "It reacts," he said quietly. Not as an accusation, as an observation. His pulse hammered as the corridor stretched and contracted around him, light flickering faintly in time with his breathing. Shadows moved in ways that did not match the light source. Every step provoked adjustment. Every pause did the same. He laughed again, hollow and uncertain. His hands traced the warped handrails, catching on angles that shifted beneath his grip. Light bent around them, shadows splintering into rigid shapes. The floor shimmered, the hallway pulsing with a rhythm that felt disturbingly consistent. "I'm seeing it," he said, voice low. "And that matters." He crouched slightly, focusing on a patch of tiles as their colors shifted from beige to blue to green to gray, stretching subtly beneath his weight. His pulse thudded in his ears. "Attention matters," he said. The words felt dangerous as soon as he spoke them. He took another careful step, heart racing, mind caught between panic and concentration. The corridor continued its slow, unrelenting motion. Walls stretched and contracted. Lights bent. Shadows twitched. The floor pulsed with impossible rhythms, tiles changing shape and color in response to where his focus lingered. He paused, breathing hard, trying to reason through it. "Am I awake?" he asked softly. "Or am I losing my grip on what's real?" His gaze swept the hallway again, tracking every shifting tile, every flickering shadow, every distorted reflection. The instability followed his attention faithfully. His pulse spiked as the realization settled in, cold and undeniable. The changes were not happening around him. They were happening with him. The conclusion becomes unavoidable. These distortions are not failures of containment or unintended side effects. They are structured responses. Each unstable zone behaves consistently within defined parameters, adjusting to Nico's behavior in measurable ways. The walls around him stretched, compressed, and bent without warning, panels shifting subtly in their alignment, tile patterns flickering from pale gray to muted ochre, then back again, as if the corridor itself were testing the limits of his focus. He spoke aloud, voice trembling, almost a growl. "They want me to see it. They want me to notice. They want me aware, aware, every second, every tile, every shadow." His words echoed unnaturally, folding over themselves, bouncing from corner to corner in overlapping layers, as though the sound had physical weight and the space around him was reconfiguring to hold it. He walked deliberately, stepping onto tiles that warped beneath his weight. Each step triggered a minor quake of light and shadow, tiles stretching longitudinally, contracting sideways, forcing him to adjust his stride in fractions of a second. He muttered again low, pacing back and forth. "It's deliberate. Every step, every glance, it reacts. It's not random. It's watching, learning, punishing. They're not letting me rest." The ceiling overhead warped in tandem with the floor, long fluorescent lights flickering in waves, their intensity rising and falling with his pulse, reflecting across misaligned glass panels that multiplied his reflection, fracturing it into dozens of flickering Nico shapes. He stumbled over an unexpected bulge in the hallway, one of the walls sliding imperceptibly outward, then snapping back as he hesitated, and he laughed, strained, almost hysterical. I can't predict it. It's not supposed to be predictable." Each time he blinked, the floor's colors shifted. Tiles beneath his feet turned pale blue, then deep crimson, then mottled green, as if the corridor were breathing through pigment and geometry simultaneously. Shadows thickened in unexpected places, folding into one another, then separating sharply, projecting ghostly silhouettes of corners that weren't there a second ago. He whispered to himself, voice raw, "It's not just exile. This is torture. This is how they break someone." Corners he had known for months now twisted against expectation. A staircase warped mid-step, the banister stretching into a curve so long it seemed to disappear into another dimension. He climbed it slowly, counting the steps allowed to anchor himself, yet each number he called out seemed to be a step behind reality. The railing tilted and flexed under his grip, and he muttered, "It's measuring me. Measuring my balance, my hesitation, my fear. Every fraction of a second is catalogued." The lights above flickered unevenly, tracing arcs that left parts of the staircase in shadow, others hyperlit, as if the space were testing how long he could endure visual instability before panic broke through. Nico spun down a corridor, boots scraping against tiles that undulated like water. He cried out, voice breaking, "I'm not crazy. This is happening. I'm not imagining it. His words collided with the walls, bouncing back at angles that distorted the sound, layering echoes over each other in impossible patterns. He halted abruptly, pressing his hands to his temples. The hallway contracted around him, then expanded violently, forcing him to step back, balance faltering. Tiles beneath his feet turned from white to obsidian, black lines running through them like veins, spreading as he watched. He whispered again, low, to nobody in particular, "It's designed to break me. Exile isn't enough. This is engineering my collapse. My mind is the target." He stopped moving, scanning the far end of the hallway. The doorway there stretched upward rapidly, its frame undulating with a frequency that made him dizzy. Shadows pooled beneath it, darker than any shadow should be, bending and twisting as if alive. He whispered, taut voice cracking, "Do I make it happen by noticing it? Am I the one creating this? Is this me?" The reflection in a nearby panel multiplied, dozens of him staring back with distorted expressions, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wider than physically possible. Panic rose sharply, cold and insistent. "No, no, no. They want me aware, aware, aware. Every moment, every thought is fuel." He turned sharply, navigating a sudden constriction of the corridor. Walls that had been steady mere seconds ago now leaned inward, pressing at him subtly, requiring careful angling of his shoulders. Light fractured across the floor in impossible geometries, creating shapes that didn't correspond to any wall or ceiling. Tiles beneath his feet rippled, changing from green to gray to violet and back again as he walked. He whispered rapidly, almost to himself in a rush, "It's not just the walls. The floor, the light, shadows, everything, every sense. It's all part of it. They're mapping me, seeing how long I endure, how long it takes before I lose it." A side hallway pulled at him, elongating in real time as he approached, then compressing sharply when he slowed. He stumbled, catching himself against a warped banister. His own voice cracked into laughter, sharp, bitter. "I can't hold it. I can't hold it. This isn't real. None of it is real. It can't be." His reflection flickered, showing multiple Nicos, some laughing, some frozen in terror, some bending unnaturally toward the floor. He spoke, attempting to explain, reasoning aloud. "It's not accidental. Not random. Not failing. It's engineered. Everything here is designed to push, to test, to break." The ceiling lights split into segments, beams separating then merging, crossing at angles that made the hallway appear infinitely tall in some sections, compressed to a crawl in others. Shadows followed him like predators, then reversed direction, moving independently. He whispered again, voice hoarse, "I am the variable. Everything I do, every step, every pause, every glance, it counts. It counts. I am being measured." He crouched slightly, examining tiles that pulsed under his gaze. Colors shifted with thought, red to green to pale yellow, streaks appearing in patterns that hinted at intent. He muttered, "I am creating it by noticing it. I am seeing it into being. And they want me to see it. They want me insane. I am the instrument. I am the input." Movement became reflexive. The hallway contracted violently as he tried to step forward, forcing him to hop a step, then elongating to the point that he could barely see the end. Shadows multiplied, sometimes connecting ceiling to floor in impossible arcs. He whispered again, voice tight, urgent, "This is designed to break me. Not isolation, not time. The mind. My mind. They're attacking the mind. This is torture." A reflection in a polished surface caught his eye. He stared, trying to make sense of it. His own image fractured into dozens of faces, all mimicking him, exaggerating his panic, echoing his speech. He said aloud, rapid fire, "It's me. It's me noticing. It's me creating it. Or maybe it was there already. Maybe it's always been like this. Maybe it's waiting for me to arrive." The corridor reacted instantly, stretching, compressing, colors rippling beneath his feet, shadows twisting into impossible forms. His pulse raced, chest tight. He moved again, cautiously, deliberately. Every step a calculation, every glance a test. The doorway ahead twisted and reformed under his gaze, frame elongating then shrinking, light reflecting inconsistently, shadows pooling along warped corners. He whispered, voice almost pleading, "I can't stop noticing. I can't if I look away, if I rest, it wins. It wins because I'm not engaged. I'm the instrument. They want me aware. They want me breaking." Tiles beneath his feet split into uneven sections, some rising slightly, others dropping, creating a sense of walking across a living mosaic. The walls flexed subtly, grooves opening and closing like veins. Shadows formed strange geometries, lengthening in impossible directions. The corridor seemed to breathe with him, reacting to his attention, punishing distraction. He spoke quickly, sentences rushing together. "I am not free here. I am not alone. I am the focus. Every moment, every blink, every thought recorded, observed, used against me. This isn't exile. It's torture. It's calculated. Designed. Alive." He stopped entirely, pressed his hands against the nearest wall to steady himself, and let his voice rise, trembling but unbroken. "I see it. I see it. Every shift, every ripple, every shadow, every flicker, they are not mistakes. They are deliberate. This world, this layer, it is made to drive someone insane. And it is working. It is working on me." The hallway stretched violently in response, lights flickering faster, tiles pulsing brighter and darker, reflections multiplying endlessly, shadows stretching into impossible dimensions. Panic surged, chest tight, mind reeling. Every corridor now felt alive, responsive, and hostile. Hallways twisted before him, ceiling heights fluctuated unpredictably. Tiles colored themselves like a living diagram of his awareness. Each step, each glance, each whispered admission caused the environment to shift more rapidly, violently, intentionally. He whispered again, quieter now, almost a growl. "I am not just exiled. I am tested. I am tortured. I am made to see, to feel, to break." The realization settled heavily, pressing in until it was impossible to ignore. The instability was intentional, persistent, adaptive, leaving no safe movement and no neutral observation anywhere within the layer. Every decision and every act of perception fed the environment, accelerating its distortions and sharpening its response. He whispered aloud, voice ragged and unsteady, as if explaining it to someone standing just out of sight. "I am part of it. I am the instrument. I am the medium. They are using me to make this place function. I cannot stop it and I cannot escape it." The corridor pulsed with his awareness, every shadow reacting, every tile shifting hue beneath his feet, every reflection splintering and reforming as if testing how much distortion he could endure. The space was alive only in the way an instrument of harm is alive, responsive and deliberate, calibrated to his perception. Nico understood with sickening clarity that exile had never been the sentence. This place existed to grind him down, to fracture his certainty, to erode his grip on what was real. It was not observing him. It was working on him. The torture had already begun, and it was designed to continue until there was nothing left to resist it. Nico's eyes snapped to a woman crossing the street. Her foot hovered above the pavement, suspended longer than it should have been, weight frozen in an impossible balance. Gravity caught it at the last fraction of a second, and she completed the step with a quiet, imperceptible jerk. He blinked rapidly, forcing himself to process what he had just seen. That shouldn't happen," he whispered aloud, voice tense, uneven. His pulse raced. Every instinct screamed at him to look away, to pretend it was a trick of light or imagination, but he couldn't. His attention held the anomaly in place, sharpened it, made it undeniable. A man turned a corner, hand pausing midair over a doorknob. Fingers curled as if anticipating a sensation that didn't exist, then completed the motion normally. The hesitation lasted less than a heartbeat, but it was precise, exact, deliberate. Nico's stomach twisted. "It's not random. It's not chance. It's deliberate, he said low, almost reverent, scanning the street. Faces shifted subtly, expressions lagging behind thought. A boy smiled before his eyes even reached the object of amusement. An older woman's gaze flicked to the left a fraction too late, then corrected as if caught midstream. Every flicker, every misalignment was exact, as though the world was rewinding and replaying fragments in real time. He moved through the crowd, forcing himself to remain calm, observing each microfracture with a calculating focus. Each human motion, each gesture, each fleeting pause was a data point. His mind cataloged them, noting where hesitation appeared, where timing slipped. The inconsistencies didn't prevent action. People still walked, spoke, gestured. The world continued. What faltered was the continuity, the seamless unfolding of events. Nothing stops, but everything is off, he muttered under his breath, hands tightening into fists. It's like reality has gaps stitched over invisible tears. He passed a streetlight, watching as the shadows underneath it shivered for a fraction of a second before righting themselves. The tiles of the sidewalk appeared slightly misaligned, snapping back into place as soon as he fixed his gaze. It's alive, he said softly, voice trembling. His reflection in a shop window elongated briefly before compressing, his face warping subtly, features rearranging as if he were a stranger watching a stranger. He jerked back, gripping the frame of the window for balance. No. This is too much. I'm losing it. Nico tried to step forward deliberately, counting his pace, measuring intervals between flickers. The woman in the crosswalk froze again, mid-step, and the man with the doorknob hesitated once more. Each repetition reinforced the certainty. The world's fractures were not mistakes. They were patterned, controlled, responsive. Every subtle irregularity reacted to him noticing it. He whispered, voice rising almost a hiss, every look makes it happen. Every second I notice, I feed it. I make it exist. A cyclist rolled past, tires momentarily hovering above the asphalt as the bicycle seemed suspended. Nico's stomach twisted violently. He staggered to the side, pressing his back against a lamppost. The man passing him had eyes that blinked slightly too late, head nodding after his own greeting had passed. Panic climbed in his chest. It's in everything, he said aloud, voice breaking. It's not just in the halls, not just in the layered world, it's here, it's real, it's in me. The flickers became more frequent. People's movements would split in two for a heartbeat, repeating segments just beyond recognition before correcting themselves. The precision unnerved him. Nico forced his eyes onto a stationary object, a mailbox, but it too shimmered. Its edges blurred, colors rippling like water, then snapping back when he leaned in closer. He raised his hands, almost instinctively as if to push the instability away, then laughed bitterly. It doesn't care about me touching it. It cares about me seeing it. It's my awareness. My mind feeds it. The world began to feel wrong in layers he couldn't name. A car at the intersection stuttered, its tires slightly off the asphalt, engine noise lagging a fraction. Pedestrians passed, shadows falling incorrectly, occasionally overlapping as if displaced by invisible hands. He crouched slightly, scanning their faces, trying to discern any pattern. The longer he watched, the more the anomalies stacked, one over the other. Tiles on the sidewalk shifted in hue, alternating between dark gray and near white as he stepped. Pavement cracks opened and closed imperceptibly. Reflections in windows multiplied into dozens of overlapping fragments that each tracked him differently. His pulse was a hammer against his ribs. Nico's hands went to his head. I can't let it get to me. It's the same as before, right? Just distortion. Just perception. Just exile, he muttered, swallowing, teeth grinding. He remembered the halls, the walls, the stretching corridors. Those had been controlled, responsive, manipulative, but those were confined spaces. Here, the flickers bled into the ordinary, beyond his ability to catalog fully. Exile isn't enough, he whispered. This is something else. This is torture. His mind spun, questions looping in unrelenting patterns. Was he imagining it? Was he seeing what was really there? Was it in him? Was he the cause? He paced, deliberately forcing himself to see, forcing himself to notice. Each time the world shifted in response, tiles beneath his boots twisting in color and angle, people halting for fractions of a second, reflections in glass warping impossibly. Every act of perception was feedback, every attention a stimulus, every gaze a trigger. He spoke to himself loud enough that others might have noticed. I see it. I am seeing it. Every step I take, every eye I lift, it changes. I am feeding it. I am responsible. Shadows began to move independently of their sources. A tree branch cast on the pavement separated into dozens of narrow, writhing lines, wriggling like living insects, then coalescing as a single elongated shadow when he shifted focus. Window panes flickered with impossible geometry, splitting faces into multiple versions that each looked at him differently. He stumbled backward, gripping a railing outside a building for support. His mind raced. It's learning. It's reacting. It's adapting to me. It's breaking me. He backed into the wall, breathing ragged. A man passed, his head flicking left then right, but eyes never matched. Each step the man took left behind a faint afterimage, fading into nothing only when Nico turned away. A child's bicycle spun slightly above the ground, tires grazing air, then touching down normally. The floor beneath him subtly tilted, though the angle was imperceptible unless measured against the repeated shifts in tile color. He whispered hoarse to himself, "It's not me imagining. It's not random. Every movement I observe changes it. I am trapped inside it, and it is inside me." Nico crouched, scanning a puddle in the street. Reflections fractured, splitting into dozens of tiny pieces, each reflecting a different version of the same street, the same people, the same fleeting moments. He reached toward it, fingers hovering just above the liquid surface. It responds to focus, to awareness, not action. My mind, my attention, it feeds it. It's feeding it, he said, voice breaking, low and desperate. He stumbled forward, taking shallow, rapid steps, and the flickers accelerated, multiplying exponentially. Sidewalk tiles shifted from muted gray to deep black to bright white, repeating in impossible sequences. Reflections in shop windows fragmented endlessly, corners warped, shadowed faces split into overlapping, impossible alignments. He tripped over nothing, caught himself with a storefront frame, and whispered frantically, "I am the medium. I am the instrument. They are using me to make it alive. And I cannot stop it." By the time he reached a quieter street, his pulse was thunderous, breath shallow and rapid. Every subtle change had compounded, layering instability on top of instability. People's motions stuttered like corrupted video, tiles shifted unpredictably, shadows danced in defiance of logic, and reflections multiplied infinitely. His voice was raw as he muttered, pacing, circling, looking up, looking down. Exile was never enough. This isn't exile. This is designed to tear my mind apart. I am part of the experiment. I am the feed, and it learns from me. It wants me unmade. He stopped, trembling, staring down the street as if expecting the cracks to gather and advance toward him. The air felt heavier, the light too sharp, colors too vivid, shadows too deep. He whispered, nearly a growl, "It is all around me. Every breath, every step, every blink feeds it. And it's watching. Always. Every microfracture is deliberate. Every stutter is a message. I am in it. I cannot escape it. There is no escape." Nico pressed his hands against his temples, knees slightly bent, forcing himself to stay upright. He forced himself to catalog every flicker, every anomaly, every shifting reflection, every stuttering step. His voice trembled, low, repeating the same ideas to himself, an internal monologue that was now spoken aloud, unrelenting. I see it. I see it. I make it. I am feeding it. I cannot stop. It is learning. It is adapting. I am the variable. I am the input. I am the medium. I cannot escape it. Exile isn't enough. This is torture. Every pulse of awareness, every conscious observation, every act of perception had consequences. Shadows deepened. Tiles shifted colors. Reflections multiplied. Edges blurred and corrected. He could not stop. He could not turn away. He could not pretend it was not happening. It was happening. He was part of it. He was responsible. He was feeding it. The fractures continued, the microfractures widened, the inconsistencies multiplied, and the corridor of the ordinary world became another instrument of the same impossible, responsive reality. By the time Nico finally forced himself to step back from the crowd, every fiber of his being vibrating with exhaustion and terror, he knew with an unshakable certainty that the instability had escaped its bounds. The world had fractured around him, and he was in the center. Every shadow, every reflection, every subtle motion was now proof. Exile was no longer confined, and nothing would ever be ordinary again. Nico keeps walking because stopping feels worse, because motion at least gives him the illusion of choice, even as the street ahead of him begins to behave like a poorly remembered dream that keeps correcting itself. The first flicker he notices is small, almost polite. Two people pass each other on the sidewalk and exchange a fragment of conversation, a half-sentence that should have dissolved into the noise of the city. Instead, the same phrase repeats, spoken again with identical tone, identical rhythm, identical timing, before both speakers continue as if nothing has happened. The cadence is perfect, so perfect it makes his skin crawl. He slows without meaning to, heart thudding, eyes locked on their backs as they walk away, unaware that their words briefly slipped and snapped back into place. Further down the block, a woman adjusts her bag on her shoulder, then adjusts it again in precisely the same way, fingers tracing the same path across the strap, elbow lifting to the same angle, head tilting by the same degree. The repetition is not sloppy or delayed. It is exact. Nico feels a pressure building behind his eyes as he watches the movement complete itself twice, and then release her back into the flow of pedestrians. He tells himself to breathe, tells himself to keep walking, but the sensation that something has gone wrong refuses to let go. This is no longer a single person hesitating. This is pattern. The next flicker spreads wider. A cluster of people waiting at a crosswalk shifts backward in unison, shoes scraping the pavement as if pulled by the same invisible hand. For a brief instant, the entire group occupies the same positions they held a step earlier, bodies aligned with uncanny precision, arms and shoulders frozen mid-swing. Then the traffic light changes, and they move forward again, perfectly synchronized, the interruption erased so cleanly that no one glances around, no one frowns, no one hesitates. Nico stands off to the side, pulse racing, watching the seams pull tight as if the street itself resents having been caught misbehaving. He starts to notice how the flickers cluster, how one anomaly seems to invite another. A man reaches for his phone, pauses, completes the motion, then lowers it again before raising it once more to his ear, the same expression passing across his face twice. A cyclist rolls to a stop, foot touching the ground, then returns to the position he held a moment before, tire inching backward without turning before stopping again. The air feels thick during these moments, heavy with an unspoken tension, and Nico becomes aware that his own environment is reacting in tandem. Shadows along the buildings beside him sharpen, their edges growing unnaturally crisp. The space around him feels tighter, as if the street has narrowed by a fraction, forcing his shoulders inward. Traffic joins the pattern next. A line of cars idles at an intersection, engines humming in loose harmony. Without warning, every vehicle hesitates together, a collective pause that holds just long enough to be wrong. Drivers stare forward, hands steady on wheels, expressions empty of confusion. The sound of engines dips and rises in the same rhythm, then the line creeps forward as if nothing interrupted it. Nico's stomach twists. He looks from face to face, searching for recognition, for alarm, for any sign that someone else has noticed the fracture. There is nothing. The correction is total. Whatever slipped is gone. As the flickers multiply, his layered environment responds with increasing intensity. Distances around him shift unpredictably, compressing for a few steps before stretching again, forcing him to adjust his stride on the fly. Shadows cling closer to his feet, darkening the pavement beneath him. The street feels crowded even when it is not, as if space itself is being rationed. He understands, with a cold clarity that makes his hands tremble, that the instability is no longer contained within his phased existence. It is bleeding outward, surfacing in the ordinary world in small, surgical failures that are immediately sutured closed. He tries to move away from the cluster of anomalies, angling down a side street, but the effect follows him. A pair of strangers walking toward him blink at the same time, heads tilting in mirrored motions before straightening. A shop door opens, closes, then opens again to the same angle, bell chiming twice with identical pitch. Each event is minor on its own, but together they form a rhythm that presses against his thoughts. He feels watched not by eyes, but by the way the world tightens whenever something slips. His breathing grows shallow, chest rising and falling too quickly, and he forces himself to slow it, afraid of what will happen if he loses control entirely. The clustering becomes impossible to ignore. When one flicker occurs, others bloom around it, spreading outward like ripples on water. A repeated phrase here, a rewound step there, a synchronized pause that grips a dozen people at once. During these moments, the layered reality around Nico reacts sharply, almost violently. Space pulls in close, making the street feel narrow and claustrophobic. The distance to the end of the block shortens, then stretches again, as if the environment is redistributing strain, compensating for stress elsewhere by squeezing him. He stumbles once when the pavement seems to tilt, catching himself against a wall that feels closer than it should. Panic begins to creep in, slow and corrosive. He tells himself that this cannot be real, that if it were, someone else would have noticed by now. Yet the certainty of his own observations refuses to yield. He has seen the repetitions. He has watched time misstep and correct itself. He has felt the space around him respond, tighten, adapt. His thoughts race, circling the same questions without resolution. Is this happening because of him, or is he merely the only one who can see it? Is the world cracking, or is he being shown where the cracks have always been? He stops near the edge of a small plaza, heart hammering, and watches a group of people gather around a food cart. Laughter ripples through them, then ripples again in the same pattern, the same voices rising and falling in unison before continuing normally. The sound makes his teeth ache. He presses his palms together, grounding himself in the pressure, and looks away, only to feel the space behind him compress, forcing him forward again. There is no neutral position anymore. Attention pulls the anomalies into focus, but ignoring them does not make them disappear. It only shifts where they surface. The corrections remain flawless. Every time the world stutters, it heals itself instantly, smoothing over the error so completely that memory never forms. People finish their movements, reach their destinations, complete their actions without the faintest sign of disturbance. Nico feels a wave of dread at the perfection of it. This is not chaos. This is control. Whatever is forcing reality back into alignment does so with absolute authority, leaving no trace behind except in him. He is the only one standing in the gap between what happened and what was allowed to remain. As he moves again, the flickers grow bolder. A conversation behind him loops a full sentence, identical words spoken twice before branching forward. A man crossing the street takes 3 steps, then appears half a step back, body resuming motion without a stumble. The effect is so clean it feels rehearsed. Nico's pulse roars in his ears. His layered surroundings react immediately, shadows thickening until they look painted on, space contracting until every step feels cramped. He has the distinct impression of weight pressing down on him, not physical mass, but the pressure of correction bearing down from all sides. He realizes, with mounting horror, that the anomalies are no longer isolated to moments of transition. They are spreading into the flow itself. The city still functions. Traffic still moves. People still talk and walk and live. But the continuity between moments is fraying, and the system is working harder to keep it hidden. The harder it works, the more strain he feels in his own environment, as if the layered reality is absorbing the excess, tightening around him to compensate. The thought makes his vision blur. He wipes his face, grounding himself in the sensation, and keeps going because standing still feels like surrender. The panic sharpens, no longer a distant edge but a constant hum beneath his thoughts. He feels trapped between worlds, caught in a feedback loop where every flicker in the ordinary world sends a shock through his own. He cannot tell where one ends and the other begins anymore. The propagation is accelerating, spreading outward in careful, measured failures that are immediately erased. He watches a crowd rewind a single step again and feels the space around him snap taut, as if bracing for impact. His breath catches, and for a moment he is certain he will be crushed by the weight of it. Yet the world holds. It always holds. The correction is absolute, merciless in its efficiency. Nico stands amid the flow of people, unseen and unheard, watching time stumble and recover over and over, while the layered reality squeezes him tighter with each repair. He understands now that the instability has breached containment, that what once belonged only to his exile is surfacing everywhere, and that the cost of keeping it hidden is being paid somewhere else. Paid by him. Watching enough of these events makes the conclusion unavoidable, not because it arrives suddenly, but because it keeps circling the same shape in his mind until there is nowhere left to turn away from it. Nico remains near the edge of the square longer than he should, long enough for patterns to overlap and for coincidence to lose any remaining credibility. The flickers do not scatter randomly anymore. They recur with a consistency that presses against his awareness, each one echoing the last with slight variations, as if adjusted between iterations. A woman hesitates at the curb, a man pauses with his mouth half open mid-sentence. A child freezes in the act of stepping forward before motion resumes with no sign of interruption. The timing is too clean, the recoveries too precise, and the intervals between them feel measured rather than accidental. He finds himself tracking them the way he once tracked his own distortions, counting silently, noting duration, proximity, and recovery lag without meaning to. "These aren't mistakes," he says quietly, the words leaving his mouth before he has fully decided to let them exist. He does not project them outward, does not aim them at anyone passing nearby, but the sound of his own voice anchors the thought long enough for it to harden. He shifts his weight and watches another flicker ripple through a cluster of pedestrians waiting for the light, their bodies moving in a brief, synchronized recoil before returning to forward motion. The resemblance to his own early episodes is immediate and unsettling. The same subtle compression of space, the same momentary dislocation between intention and action, the same seamless correction that erases evidence before it can register. What he is seeing now is not a new phenomenon but a familiar one, scaled down and distributed, stripped of duration but not of structure. He walks slowly along the perimeter, keeping the events in his peripheral vision rather than staring directly at them, testing whether attention sharpens or destabilizes them the way it does in his layered environment. The flickers continue regardless, occurring at thresholds of action rather than in response to his focus. That distinction matters, and the realization tightens something in his chest. His own distortions always required engagement, a push against the boundaries of the layer to provoke response. These do not. They are being applied, not triggered, imposed briefly and withdrawn with clinical restraint. He exhales and murmurs, "Controlled," the word barely audible, as if saying it too clearly might cause it to spread. The implication unfolds with slow, methodical pressure. The same phasing techniques that isolated him, that peeled him away from continuity and locked him inside a responsive, unstable layer, are being deployed here in fragments. Not enough to trap anyone, not enough to leave residue, but sufficient to test reaction, resilience, and reintegration under real conditions. He watches a pair of coworkers resume a conversation after a duplicated phrase slips between them, neither of them showing the slightest sign of confusion or recognition. Their minds absorb the correction instantly, smoothing it over as if the discontinuity never occurred. Nico feels a faint, involuntary laugh rise in his throat, cut short before it escapes. "That's how it starts," he says under his breath, not as a warning but as an acknowledgement of sequence. Nico understands now that exile was never the end goal, and the clarity of that understanding is almost worse than the uncertainty that preceded it. His isolation was not punishment in itself, nor was it meant to be permanent in the way he once feared. It was a controlled environment, stripped of noise, stripped of variables, designed to observe how a single consciousness adapts when reality itself becomes unreliable. Every step he took, every test he performed, every moment of doubt or acceptance fed into a data stream he was never meant to see. The layer responded to him because it was built to respond, flexing and recalibrating as he pushed against it, mapping the limits of perception under sustained distortion. "Clean data," he says quietly, the phrase tasting wrong in his mouth. He stops near a bench and grips the back of it with one hand, grounding himself in the solid, familiar texture of metal and chipped paint. The ordinary world feels thinner here, less anchored, as if the weight of his layered existence is bleeding outward. He remembers the early days of exile, the way the environment seemed almost tentative at first, responding gently, correcting itself quickly, as though testing him as much as he tested it. He had believed then that the instability was a flaw, a side effect of imperfect containment. That belief feels almost naive now. The isolation gave them exactly what they needed, uninterrupted observation of adaptation without interference. The flickers represent the next phase, and that realization settles into him with a slow, sinking heaviness. These are live trials, embedded seamlessly into an unaware population, designed to see how much distortion reality can absorb when it is shared rather than contained. He watches a cyclist wobble slightly as the world seems to misalign for a fraction of a second, then corrects and rides on without slowing. The correction lags just enough for Nico to notice, just enough to feel the strain beneath it. "You're spreading it," he murmurs, his voice low and steady despite the tremor he feels beneath it. "You're seeing how far it goes before it breaks." The system is learning, not only how individuals react to microfractures, but how continuity itself behaves under distributed stress. Each flicker is a probe, each correction a measurement, and the intervals between them are shortening. Nico becomes acutely aware of the cadence now, the way one event seems to prime the space for the next, rippling outward in clusters rather than appearing in isolation. He turns slowly, taking in the street, the buildings, the moving crowd, and for a moment the layered world presses in around him, tightening and stretching in response. Shadows sharpen unnaturally along the edges of structures, and distances feel subtly misjudged, as if the environment is compensating for strain elsewhere. "It's accelerating," he says this time more firmly, the words anchoring him as much as describing the pattern. The flickers are closer together now, not only in time but in space, and the corrections, while still effective, take longer to complete. He watches a man pause mid-step, his foot hovering just a beat too long before gravity resumes its claim, and the resumption feels slightly delayed, as if the system hesitated before committing. Nico feels the layered world around him respond sharply, space tightening with a familiar pressure that makes his head throb. The feedback loop is no longer contained, and he senses that whatever mechanism governs correction is under increasing load. He moves away from the square, drawn down a narrower street where the buildings crowd closer together, and the flickers follow him, not attached to him directly, but occurring within his field of awareness with uncomfortable regularity. A storefront reflection fractures briefly, showing overlapping positions before snapping back into alignment. A pedestrian's shadow detaches from its owner for a fraction of a second, lagging behind before reattaching seamlessly. Nico stops walking and presses his palms against his thighs, steadying himself as the layered environment swells and recedes around him like a held breath. "You're pushing it too hard," he says, not to anyone but to the idea itself, to the system he can no longer pretend is passive. The corrections still happen, but they are no longer invisible to him. He can feel them now, the effort behind them, the subtle drag as reality forces itself back into alignment. The layered world responds in kind, growing increasingly unstable, as if compensating for stress it was never meant to handle simultaneously. Nico's perception feels stretched thin, caught between layers that are beginning to interfere with one another. He rubs his temples and exhales slowly, focusing on the rhythm of his breathing to keep his thoughts from spiraling. "This isn't sustainable," he says quietly, the statement carrying more weight than any question could. The realization that follows is not dramatic, but it is definitive. The system is approaching a threshold it may not be able to recover from, not because it lacks control, but because control itself has limits. Distributed distortion behaves differently than isolated distortion, and the corrections that worked cleanly on him alone begin to fray when applied across a shared reality. He watches another flicker ripple through a group of people exiting a building, their movements briefly misaligned before snapping back, and the correction stutters just enough to leave a faint sense of wrongness behind. No one notices it consciously, but Nico feels it settle into the environment like a hairline crack. For the first time since Exile began, he understands that he is no longer the anomaly in this equation. His isolation marked him as an outlier, a contained problem to be studied and refined, but what he is seeing now extends beyond him, beyond any single subject. He straightens slowly, his posture stiff with a clarity that feels almost calm compared to the panic he expected. "I was the model," he says under his breath, the words steady, stripped of emotion. "This is the deployment." The thought does not bring relief, but it brings context, and context, even now, has weight. As he resumes walking, the flickers continue around him, closer together, less precise, and the layered world tightens in response, reacting as if bracing for impact. Nico feels the strain in his own perception, the familiar pressure behind his eyes, and he understands that whatever comes next will not be limited to him or to these brief intrusions. He is no longer simply enduring exile or documenting its effects within himself. He is standing at the edge of something that is beginning to leak outward, and the knowledge settles into him with a quiet, unyielding certainty. He is not the problem they are trying to solve anymore. He is the indicator they built to tell them when the system has gone too far, and as the flickers ripple outward with increasing frequency, that distinction becomes impossible to ignore. The breakdown no longer announces itself with subtlety or restraint, and Nico feels the change before he understands it, a pressure building behind his eyes as if the world itself has begun to lose its ability to hold shape. He stands at the edge of an intersection he has already crossed once, though the memory of doing so feels uncertain, blurred around the edges, and when the light changes he watches the same cluster of pedestrians step forward again in the same order, repeating movements he is certain he already witnessed. A man adjusts the strap of his bag in the same precise way. A woman tucks her hair behind her ear with the same distracted motion, and the sensation that follows is not confusion so much as vertigo, the ground tilting beneath a reality that refuses to stay anchored. "No," he says quietly, then louder, testing the sound of his own voice against the shifting scene. "No, that already happened." The words do not stop anything, but they steady him just enough to remain standing as the street resets itself around him. Traffic reorders with a mechanical smoothness that feels wrong, cars snapping back into earlier positions as if dragged along invisible tracks, signals reverting to red, then green, then red again in a sequence that ignores the flow of time entirely. He turns in a slow circle, trying to orient himself, trying to decide whether he is moving forward or backward, and the effort leaves him breathless. People vanish mid-step and reappear moments later, several feet away, their motion resuming without hesitation or awareness, and Nico's pulse spikes hard enough that he has to brace his hands against his thighs. "You're seeing it wrong," he mutters, the phrase half reassurance, half accusation, though he cannot decide which it is meant to be. "This is just perception slipping. That's all this is." Even as he says it, a cyclist blinks out of existence directly in front of him and reappears closer to the curb, continuing forward as if nothing occurred, and Nico's stomach twists sharply. He laughs once, a short, brittle sound that startles him with its volume. "That's not possible," he says, forcing the words through clenched teeth. "You don't just disappear and come back." The world offers no response, only another skip, another reset. The same woman crossing the street again with the same distracted expression, her foot landing in the same shallow crack in the pavement. Nico presses his palms together hard enough to feel the pressure in his joints, grounding himself in sensation as the environment refuses to cooperate. Entire sections of the street seem caught in loops now, repeating fragments of motion without regard for sequence or consequence. A delivery truck lurches forward, halts, then lurches again from its starting position, the driver's face fixed in neutral focus each time. Nico steps back instinctively, then stops when he realizes he has already taken that step, or thinks he has, the memory folding in on itself until he can no longer trust it. "You're losing it," he says under his breath, the admission slipping out before he can stop it. "That's what this is. Stress does this. Isolation does this." Buildings join the disorder without warning, their facades flickering between states as if undecided. Lights are on and off simultaneously in the same windows, overlapping realities bleeding through one another. Doors appear open and closed at once, edges misaligned, outlines doubling and tripling until Nico has to squint to make sense of them. He stares at a storefront where the reflection in the glass shows pedestrians who are not there, moving with a slight delay compared to the street behind him. "Stop," he says louder now, his voice cracking. "Just stop doing that." Conversations around him unravel next, their linear progression collapsing into something jagged and disordered. A couple arguing on the sidewalk repeats the same sentence twice, the second time with a different tone, the emotion shifted just enough to be unsettling. A question is answered before it is fully spoken, the response echoing back into the silence that follows. Laughter ripples through a small group, arriving seconds before the joke that triggers it, and when the punchline finally lands, the sound comes again, weaker, distorted. Nico clamps his hands over his ears, but it does nothing to stop the sound from reaching him. "This isn't real," he says, forcing each word out slowly, deliberately, as if careful articulation might stabilize his thoughts. "This is my brain filling in gaps. That's all." He lowers his hands and watches a man finish a sentence 3 times in slightly different ways, each version layering over the last, and the certainty he is trying to cling to slips further away. His breathing quickens, shallow and uneven, and he has to consciously slow it, counting under his breath to keep from spiraling. The sky joins the failure without ceremony, cloud formations snapping backward to earlier positions, then surging forward again in uneven jumps. Nico looks up, his neck aching as he tracks the movement, and feels a surge of dizziness when the sun briefly occupies 2 positions at once before resolving into one. "You're not seeing double," he tells himself, his voice thin. "You're tired. That's all. You've been under strain too long." The words feel rehearsed, pulled from a script that no longer fits the situation unfolding around him. What terrifies him most is not the failure itself, but the absence of correction. In earlier distortions, the world always recovered, smoothing over its mistakes with ruthless efficiency. Now stability does not return. Each attempt at correction introduces further distortion, compounding the error instead of resolving it. A pedestrian freezes mid-gesture, then resumes at the wrong angle, their arm clipping briefly through the edge of a doorframe before snapping back into place. Nico gasps and staggers backward, his heel catching on uneven pavement. "Did you see that?" he says aloud, turning toward a passerby who has already moved on unaffected. "Did you see that happen?" No one responds, no one even looks at him, and the isolation of that moment hits harder than anything he experienced in Exile. He is surrounded by people, yet utterly alone in his awareness, watching reality tear itself apart while everyone else walks through the wreckage unblinking. Streets reset themselves again, and again, each cycle slightly more misaligned than the last. Pedestrians repeat actions they have already completed, their movements lagging or accelerating unpredictably. Nico takes a step forward, and then finds himself standing where he began, the motion erased and replayed without his consent. His heart hammers painfully against his ribs, and he presses a hand to his chest, half expecting to feel it skip the way everything else is skipping. "You're not okay," he tells himself, the words sharp, almost angry. "This is what breaking looks like. You knew it would come to this. The admission does nothing to slow the escalation." Buildings shimmer at the edges, outlines blurring as if the city itself is losing resolution. A bus passes him twice in opposite directions, occupying the same stretch of road in overlapping moments that refuse to reconcile. Conversations fragment further, words arriving out of order, sentences missing their beginnings or endings. Nico hears his own name spoken somewhere behind him, then again to his left, then again directly in front of him, each instance layered over the last until he cannot tell whether anyone actually said it. "That's not happening," he says quickly, his voice rising despite himself. "You're imagining it." Auditory hallucinations are common under stress. The rational explanation feels flimsy even as he clings to it, his grip tightening with desperation. The mechanism of the world feels overstrained now, like gears grinding against one another without lubrication, executing recovery routines that only deepen the fracture. Traffic signals flash conflicting colors simultaneously, drivers hesitating as if unsure which instruction to follow. Nico watches two cars occupy the same space for a fraction of a second before separating, the correction slow and uneven, and the sight sends a wave of nausea through him. He bends forward, hands on his knees, forcing himself to stay upright. "Hold it together," he whispers, the plea directed inward. "Just hold it together a little longer." His thoughts race, looping back on themselves, every attempt at logic folding into panic. If this is real, then the system has failed completely. If it is not, then his mind has, and he cannot decide which possibility is worse. The boundary between constructed experience and underlying truth feels dangerously thin now, stretched to the point of tearing. The world continues to fragment openly, unconcerned with his struggle to interpret it. A row of buildings flickers between states, one moment pristine, the next weathered and cracked, histories overlapping without regard for sequence. Nico straightens slowly, forcing his gaze to remain fixed despite the urge to look away. "This isn't just you anymore," he says, his voice trembling. "This is everywhere." Saying it aloud makes it feel heavier, more permanent, and the realization sends a fresh surge of fear through him. Time itself seems unreliable now, seconds stretching and compressing without pattern. Nico checks his watch and watches the second hand jump backward, then forward, then stall entirely. He lets out a shaky breath and laughs again, the sound bordering on hysteria. "Of course," he says. "Why not that too?" The laugh dies quickly, swallowed by the weight pressing down on him as the world refuses to stabilize. Identity begins to feel just as unstable as everything else, his sense of self blurring at the edges as memory and perception collide. He struggles to recall how long he has been standing there, what he was doing before the first skip, and the answers slip away as soon as he reaches for them. "You're still you," he tells himself firmly. "You know who you are." The assertion feels necessary, a lifeline thrown into deepening chaos. Another reset ripples through the street, more violent than the last, and Nico stumbles as the ground seems to lurch beneath him. He throws his arms out instinctively to keep his balance, and for a terrifying moment, his hands pass through the railing beside him before snapping back into place. His breath catches in his throat, and he freezes, afraid to move. "That didn't happen," he whispers. "That did not happen." But the echoes of the failure continue to reverberate, each one louder, more pronounced, and Nico can no longer pretend that this is a contained event or a private collapse. Reality is coming apart in visible, undeniable ways, and the system that once enforced coherence is no longer capable of hiding its own fractures. He stands amid the chaos, heart racing, mind fraying, and realizes that whatever comes next will not be subtle, and it will not be survivable in the way he once understood survival. "Okay," he says finally, the word breaking as it leaves him. "Okay." He does not know who he is saying it for or what it is meant to acknowledge, but the sound of his own voice is the only constant left. Around him, time stutters, space misaligns, and the world continues to echo itself into pieces, and Nico feels himself teetering at the edge of understanding, terrified that the next skip will take whatever remains of his certainty with it. At first, Nico thinks the movement ahead of him is another temporal skip, just one more failure layered onto the rest, but the shape of it stops him cold because it is wrong in a way the others are not. The figure at the far end of the corridor walks with his cadence, carries its weight the way he does, pauses with the same fractional hesitation before stepping forward. Nico's breath catches as recognition hits, sharp and immediate, and he hears himself speak without deciding to. "That's me," he says, voice tight, eyes locked forward. The figure turns a corner he has not reached yet, its shoulder angling in the same way his always does when space feels narrow, and the sight sends a surge of heat through his chest that has nothing to do with fear alone. He moves forward despite himself, steps quickening as he tries to catch up, and the corridor resists in subtle ways, stretching just enough to keep the distance intact. "Wait," he says, louder now, the word breaking slightly as it leaves him. The figure ahead does not slow, does not react, does not acknowledge sound or presence in any way that suggests awareness. It simply continues, precise and purposeful, before dissolving abruptly into the wall as if it had never been there at all. Nico skids to a stop where it vanished, staring at empty space, his heart hammering so hard it hurts. "That didn't just happen," he mutters, the denial automatic, reflexive. He presses his fingers into the wall where the echo disappeared, half expecting resistance, half expecting his hand to pass through, and when it meets solid surface, his relief is short-lived. Solid does not mean real anymore, not here, not now. He pulls his hand back and laughs under his breath, the sound edged with hysteria. "You're projecting," he tells himself. Stress isolation, sensory overload. The brain does this. The explanation feels thin even as he clings to it. The next echo appears behind him, and the suddenness of it makes him flinch hard enough to twist his shoulder. He turns sharply and finds himself watching his own back retreating down the corridor he just walked, the movement slightly delayed, as if time itself is dragging its feet. The echo stops where he remembers stopping moments earlier, tilts its head at the same angle, then takes a step he already took and dissolves again, leaving Nico alone with the sound of his own breathing. "No," he says firmly, shaking his head. "No, that's not acceptable." His voice echoes strangely, the sound overlapping itself before settling. He starts walking again, slower this time, eyes scanning every surface, every reflection, every corner. Another version of him appears ahead, pausing near a junction, standing exactly where he remembers standing not long ago. The echo lifts a hand, touches the wall, and Nico feels a faint, delayed pressure in his own palm, like an afterimage of sensation. His stomach churns violently. "That's not possible," he says, the words tumbling out faster now. "You don't get feedback like that from a hallucination." He stops abruptly, testing the world, and the echo completes the motion seconds later before vanishing. They keep coming. Sometimes they appear ahead of him, sometimes behind, sometimes just at the edge of his vision, always precise, always brief, always repeating actions he has already performed or is about to perform. He watches one of them turn a corner he has not yet reached, pause, and look down at the floor with the same frown he knows is etched on his own face right now. "So you're predicting me," he says aloud, his voice trembling despite his effort to steady it. "Or I'm remembering wrong. Or I'm losing time." None of the explanations satisfy, and the lack of satisfaction feeds the growing panic clawing at his chest. The echoes never acknowledge him, never look at him, never deviate from their paths no matter how close he gets. He steps directly into the space one occupies as it completes a movement, and the figure dissolves around him, leaving a sensation like static crawling across his skin. Nico staggers back, gasping, his pulse roaring in his ears. "Stop doing that," he says sharply, his voice cracking. "Stop using me." The corridor offers no response, only another echo appearing further down, repeating a gesture he remembers making earlier when he tried to calm himself. He begins to notice the pattern despite the fear tightening its grip. Certain movements repeat more often than others, the same pauses, the same turns, the same brief moments of hesitation before action. The system is not generating random copies. It is reusing him, replaying specific fragments of behavior as if they serve a purpose. "You're recycling," he says slowly, the realization sinking in with sickening clarity. "You're looping me." The words hang in the air, heavy and accusing, and for the first time since the echoes began, he feels something colder than fear settle into his bones. He walks deliberately now, choosing movements carefully and watches as the echoes adjust accordingly. When he slows, they slow. When he stops, they stop, freezing briefly before dissolving. "I'm not in control," he says, his voice rising. "You're just borrowing the illusion of it." The thought makes his head swim. If these copies are stabilizing something, then his behavior is no longer his own. It is input, resource, raw material for a system that is eating itself alive. The idea spirals quickly, feeding his panic. "This is what insanity feels like," he mutters, pacing in a tight circle. "This is the point where you start seeing yourself and pretending it makes sense." He laughs again, louder this time, the sound echoing back at him with a slight delay that makes his skin prickle. Another echo appears, mirroring his pacing from moments earlier, and the sight pushes him closer to the edge. "You're not real," he says to it, pointing, his hand shaking. "You're not me." The echo completes its circuit and fades without reaction. The layered space around him feels tighter now, the walls closer, the air heavier, as if the environment itself is straining under the weight of replication. Shadows thicken where echoes have just been, lingering longer than they should, and Nico has the unsettling impression that the space remembers him even when he is not there. "You're using me as scaffolding," he says, the words spilling out as his thoughts race. "That's it. You're shoring yourself up with my coherence because everything else is failing." The realization hits him hard enough that he has to lean against the wall to stay upright. More echoes appear in rapid succession, some overlapping slightly before resolving, and Nico squeezes his eyes shut, fighting the urge to scream. "This is too much," he says, voice hoarse. "I can't track this. I can't keep you straight." When he opens his eyes, two versions of him occupy the corridor ahead, each performing a different remembered action, and the sight finally cracks something inside him. His breath comes in short, uneven bursts, and he drags a hand through his hair, fingers trembling. "If I'm seeing this, then either you're real," he says, his voice breaking despite his effort to keep it steady, "or I'm gone. And I don't know which one scares me more." The admission feels dangerous, like stepping onto unstable ground, but he cannot stop now. The thought keeps unspooling, pulling him deeper. If the system is looping him deliberately, then his sanity is irrelevant. What matters is his consistency, his predictability, his ability to behave in ways that can be reused. He straightens slowly, forcing himself to meet the next echo head-on as it appears. It repeats his earlier gesture of bracing against the wall, then dissolves, and Nico feels a wave of exhaustion wash over him. "You're consuming me," he says quietly. "Every pass takes something." The layered space hums faintly, a sensation more felt than heard, and he has the unsettling sense that the system agrees. The realization that follows is worse than the fear of madness. If the exile layer is exploiting his coherence to reinforce failing structures elsewhere, then his presence is no longer contained. It is distributed, fragmented, fed back into the system in pieces. "I'm not isolated anymore," he says, the words hollow. "I'm everywhere you're breaking." The thought leaves him dizzy, his sense of self stretching thin as the echoes continue their silent work. Another echo appears ahead, performing a movement he has not made yet, and Nico freezes, staring at it. "No," he whispers. "That's not memory. That's anticipation." The echo dissolves, and he stands alone again, his heart pounding, his thoughts racing. If the system is predicting him, then his future is already being mined, his actions preloaded as reinforcement. The idea makes his skin crawl. He presses his back against the wall, sliding down until he is sitting on the floor, head in his hands. "You're not okay," he tells himself bluntly, the words sharp with desperation. This is beyond questioning now. His voice wavers as he continues, speaking as if someone else might be listening. "You're seeing copies of yourself. You're talking to empty space. You're rationalizing it." The echoes do not stop, appearing and dissolving around him, indifferent to his self-assessment. The panic peaks, hot and suffocating, and for a moment he is certain he will lose whatever grip he has left. He forces himself to breathe, slow and deliberate, counting under his breath, clinging to the rhythm as the only stable thing remaining. "Think," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. If this were just insanity, it wouldn't be consistent. It wouldn't be patterned. The argument feels weak, but it is all he has. As he sits there, watching another echo replay his earlier collapse seconds after he lived it, the final piece locks into place with brutal clarity. The system is not punishing him. It is not even observing him anymore. It is consuming him, looping his presence as a stabilizing reference because nothing else holds. The exile layer is failing, and he is being used to prop it up piece by piece. The thought leaves him hollow, stripped of whatever comfort denial once offered. "I'm not just trapped here," he says quietly, his voice raw. "I'm being spent." The echoes continue their silent repetitions, and Nico closes his eyes, the weight of the realization pressing down on him as his sense of self frays under the strain, uncertain how much of him will remain by the time the system finishes taking what it needs. At first the change is small enough that Nico almost misses it, buried beneath the noise of collapsing space and recursive echoes, but the absence hits harder than any distortion when he finally notices it. A memory surfaces, sharp in detail and precision, an assassination carried out with flawless timing, muscle memory guiding every movement, breath controlled, outcome inevitable. He can see it clearly, every angle, every calculated step, yet the emotional response that should accompany it never arrives. There is no surge of certainty, no internal alignment that once made action feel necessary and correct. The recollection hangs there, complete and hollow, like a schematic stripped of purpose. He stops walking, hand braced against the wall, and forces himself to replay it again, searching for the missing weight. "That should feel like something," he says aloud, his voice unsteady, pitched low as if speaking too loudly might fracture whatever remains intact. Another memory follows without invitation. Then another, missions layered atop one another, conditioning sequences drilled into him until reaction became instinct. The details are intact, perfectly ordered, but the internal logic that once justified them has collapsed. Reflex hesitates where it used to dominate, and the hesitation sends a jolt of unease through him that has nothing to do with fear of the environment. "This isn't right," he mutters, pacing slowly as the space around him shifts without pattern. "I know what I did. I remember why I did it." He pauses, the second statement unraveling as soon as it leaves his mouth. The reasons are there in theory, memorized explanations tied to loyalty, necessity, structure. Yet they feel borrowed now, external, like something he was told rather than believed. The realization unsettles him more deeply than stretched corridors or temporal skips ever did, because this fracture is internal and it does not correct itself. As he moves, fragments begin surfacing that do not belong to the life he remembers inhabiting. The first impression is vague, almost dreamlike, a flash of sterile white light that carries no narrative weight. Then it sharpens, resolves into a clinical space, surfaces too clean to belong to the layered world, instruments arranged with deliberate symmetry. He stops short, breath-catching, and presses his fingers to his temple as if the sensation might be coming from outside his skull. "That's not mine," he says firmly, trying to anchor himself. "I don't remember rooms like that." The space around him flickers in response, shadows tightening, edges sharpening, and with the environmental reaction comes another intrusive fragment, this one clearer. Voices measured and calm, discussing variables in a tone stripped of emotion. He recognizes the structure of the conversation even as he recoils from it, the language of analysis, of controlled observation, of thresholds and tolerances. It is wrong in a way he cannot immediately articulate. An assassin does not think in these terms. An assassin enforces outcomes. This perspective does not enforce anything. It measures. He grips the side of his head, pacing again as the realization begins to coalesce into something heavier. "Why do I understand this?" he asks aloud, his voice rising despite his effort to contain it. "Why does this make sense to me?" Another fragment answers without words, an impression of charts, of behavioral models layered over human response, stress curves plotted against isolation time. The familiarity of it sends a chill through him. This is not knowledge he should have acquired through lived experience. This is framework knowledge, observational, methodological, designed to interpret rather than act. The assassin identity he has worn for so long begins to feel like a poorly fitted shell, rigid and hollow at the same time. He can still recall the training, the discipline, the conditioning that once defined him, but the emotional anchor points are gone, stripped away with surgical precision. In their place is something raw and exposed, a sense of vulnerability that makes his chest ache. "I wasn't enforcing anything," he says slowly, the words dragging themselves out of him as understanding takes shape. "I was producing results." The layered world shudders as if in agreement, distortions intensifying, and Nico staggers, nearly losing his balance as memories and impressions collide. The exile narrative begins to unravel under scrutiny, threads pulling free as he examines it through this new lens. The punishment, the isolation, the carefully calibrated distortions, all of it aligns too cleanly with the analytical frameworks bleeding into his awareness. This was not a sentence handed down. It was an environment constructed to apply pressure and observe response. He laughs weakly at the thought, the sound brittle. "I wasn't being punished," he says. "I was being tested." The realization accelerates the collapse. The assassin persona fractures under the weight of incompatible understanding, and something beneath it pushes forward, uncertain and unprotected. He feels smaller suddenly, stripped of the certainty that once armored him against doubt. The system around him responds violently, space buckling, light tearing into overlapping patterns, and for a moment he cannot tell whether the instability is external or entirely his own. "This is ending," he says, the words emerging with a mix of dread and relief. "You've got what you needed." The transition comes without warning. The layered world vanishes in an instant, ripped away so abruptly that his mind cannot compensate. Sensation slams back into him with overwhelming force, sound crashing in first, then weight, then pain. He gasps, lungs burning as unfamiliar resistance pins him down, and harsh white light sears his vision. He thrashes instinctively, muscles straining against restraints he does not remember being placed, panic erupting without context. "No," he shouts, the word tearing itself free as voices crowd in around him. Figures loom overhead, masked, indistinct, their movements efficient and impersonal. Instruments press against his skin, cold and invasive, and monitors shriek as his heart rate spikes. He fights harder, terror flooding him as the disconnect between memory and reality widens into something unbearable. "Get away from me," he screams, his voice hoarse, throat raw. The words feel inadequate, meaningless against the clinical efficiency surrounding him. Hands hold him down, firm and practiced, and measured voices overlap, calling out readings, adjustments, thresholds breached. His body reacts violently while his mind lags behind, struggling to reconcile what he sees with what he has lived through. The layered corridors, the distortions, the echoes of himself, all of it feels both distant and immediate, memories bleeding into the present without clear boundaries. He sobs once, the sound ripped from him without permission, and the vulnerability of it shocks him more than the restraints. He has no internal framework left to process this state, no conditioning to fall back on. Panic exists on its own now, unshielded and overwhelming. Gradually, the chaos recedes into something marginally stable. The lights remain harsh, the restraints firm, but the frantic urgency in the room diminishes as his vitals settle. He lies there gasping, chest heaving, eyes darting as masked figures move with renewed calm. His thoughts are a tangled mass, fragments of simulation and reality colliding without resolution. "It's over," he whispers, unsure whether he is trying to convince himself or someone else. The words feel fragile, easily broken. When consciousness stabilizes fully, the damage is unmistakable. His emotions sit too close to the surface, raw and uncontrolled, surging without the filters that once governed them. Memories refuse to stay in their proper places, simulated experiences bleeding into real sensation until he cannot always tell which is which. He knows, on an intellectual level, that he has been removed from the environment that shaped his recent existence, but the knowledge offers no comfort. The exile may have ended, but the consequences have not. As he lies restrained beneath the lights, wrists burning against the cuffs and chest hitching in shallow, uneven pulls of air, listening to voices above him talk in clipped, technical fragments about outcomes, degradation curves, retention failure. A final understanding settles in. Not as a revelation, not as a dramatic collapse, but as a cold, sinking certainty that spreads through him and refuses to stop. This isn't ending, he thinks, then immediately doubts the thought, because even the idea of an ending feels like something borrowed, something scripted, something he remembers believing before. Whatever he was before the system claimed him slips out of reach the moment he tries to define it. Assassin, asset, subject, anomaly. Each label rises up and collapses under its own weight, hollow when he touches it, like props left behind after a set has been struck. Whatever identity was constructed to contain him fractures as soon as he examines it too closely, memories peeling apart from the feelings that should anchor them, leaving him with images that feel sharp and detailed and utterly unowned. He hears himself whisper, or thinks he does, "That wasn't me." And then, almost immediately, yes, it was, and neither statement feels true enough to hold on to. The machine has finished its work. He can feel that much in the sudden absence of pressure, in the way the distortions have gone quiet, but it has taken something with it, something essential, something that doesn't announce itself by being gone so much as by leaving a space where meaning used to live. He tries to remember what certainty felt like, tries to remember what it was like to act without hesitation, without reflection, without this sickening sense that every thought is being generated half a second too late, and all he finds is a blank stretch where confidence should be. His breathing stutters, not because he is afraid of the restraints or the lights or the masked figures leaning in and out of his vision, but because fear itself no longer has a stable source. It rises and falls without context, unattached to anything solid. Who am I supposed to be now? He asks himself, and the question echoes back wrong, like it was never meant for him in the first place. The voices keep talking, numbers and thresholds and language that feels disturbingly familiar, and he realizes with a slow, nauseating lurch that he understands them not as a character being discussed, but as someone who once stood on the other side of that conversation, someone who thought in terms of curves and tolerances and acceptable loss. That recognition should clarify things. It doesn't. It only widens the fracture, because that perspective doesn't feel like a past life any more than the assassin does. It feels like another layer, another mask that could peel away if he pulled hard enough. He closes his eyes, breath trembling, trying to retreat inward the way he once did, trying to find some core that remains untouched, and finds nothing solid waiting for him there. For the first time since the process began, he is aware not of observation or distortion, not of control or resistance, but of loss, quiet, immense, and unresolved, carried forward into a reality that no longer offers the shelter of constructed meaning. And as that awareness settles, one last thought drifts through him, soft and deeply unsettling. If the system was capable of building everything he remembers and just as capable of taking it away, then lying here beneath these lights may not be proof of escape at all, only another configuration he hasn't learned how to question yet.
I would like to thank you for watching the video to the end. To encourage us to make more videos, please like, subscribe, comment, as well as share.